They go hungry here, that boy. Boy, out there, man, but bro, look like. They go hungry here, that boy. Boy, out there, man, but bro, look like. They go hungry here, that boy. Boy, out there, man, but bro, look like. They go hungry here, that boy. Boy, out there, man, but bro, look like. They go hungry here, that boy. Boy, out there, man, but bro, look like.
Oh! Wow.
They go hungry here, that boy.
How my
Boy, out there,
DevOps
man, but
doing today?
bro, look like.
Okay. do, do. Wait. Oh. How are we doing today, guys? How long did it take you to become decent at poker? If you want to play poker, there are like different levels to the game, and being decent at poker means like different things depending on what you're talking about. In terms of like learning how to play the game and like learning how to do all of the like correct actions and understand what's going on, you can learn that in a day. If you want to be like good enough to have fun in real life, like at a casino, in low stakes games, like 2-5 and below, you can probably learn that in a couple of weeks if you study, like enough to not lose all your money. You just have to learn like very basic play styles. If you want to be like a winning player online, that could take you months or years, depending on how much studying you're doing. I don't know how hard it is. I think to win online today is probably pretty difficult. It's going to be like a full-time job. And then for tournaments, it's all luck shit anyway. Who the fuck cares? But I don't know. It probably varies depending on the tournament.
Is pretty clear here, just how absolutely abysmal this is for performance.
What's up, guys? CJ here.
Is Daniel Negreanu a fan of yours? I don't know. He was always my favorite poker player growing up just because of all the TV stuff. I think he only follows me or likes my stuff because of the Israel stuff, though. So I don't know.
Now, in my last video on this topic, I mentioned that, so unless anything new comes out that I think I can bring my unique perspective to, I'm going to put Pirate Software behind me and just keep moving forward. One of Thor's criticisms of that video, when he wasn't busy trying to smear me as a grifter...
It's just another, like, YouTube grifter trying to fight for relevance, dude. That's all that shit is.
Despite the fact that my channel has been consistent for the past 5 years, is that I wasn't specific enough.
You can review languages, many concepts are transferable. Concepts can be transferable, but specifics are not, and that's the problem.
Today's video sponsor is me. I built this platform called getcracked.io, which focuses on covering everything that is not lead code related to the technical interview for languages like Python, Rust, C++. That involves concepts like language knowledge, networking, operating systems, concurrency, computer architecture, etc. As you can see, we have over 600 problems that will really test and sharpen your skill set. Check it out. And so I figured maybe I can look for new information that I can bring my unique perspective to. Other creators, including myself, have covered the code snippets that he has shared publicly on stream. And so I thought to myself, wouldn't it be nice if I can address Thor's critique by finding code that he's written off stream to really get into the details? So I decided to scour Pirate's website on the Wayback Machine.
Am I crazy, or is his audio like very slightly sped up or something? It sounds like a little bit weird, right? Or I can't tell if it's just like the mic or something, just like a tiny bit.
Its website on the Wayback Machine, and notice that he actually included his source code resources as early as 2018. Just to be clear,
it feels like this dude is milking the topic. LOL, maybe an unfair criticism, but the difference of views is was crazy between the Pirate Software stuff and any other ones. I mean, that's pretty common. I think the biggest issue is that, in a way, it's kind of like there's this concept called cultural appropriation. Okay. So generally, I feel like when people talk about cultural appropriation, they talk about, oh, white people have taken something from somebody else's culture and now it's cool, and you know, now the other people feel bad about it or whatever. And I think it's kind of a retarded concept. But I think that there are some times where you can feel actually ass-pained about like cultural appropriation. So for instance, if there's something that some minority does for a long time, let's say it's like having saggy pants, okay? And it's like ubiquitously looked upon in white or wealthy culture as being a sign of being a trashy loser. Like, oh God, look at this black guy, can't even pull his pants up. What a fucking loser. And then all of a sudden, because some, Justin Bieber or some celebrity, bites some style from the black community and starts wearing it, now everybody's doing it. And now it's like, oh shit, this is actually fucking awesome. I'm sympathetic towards people from minority cultures being like, hold on, we've been doing this shit for decades or years and you guys have roasted us for it. And now when some white celebrity popularizes it, now all of a sudden it's fucking cool. Fuck you. That's bullshit. I think that that's kind of, I'm sympathetic towards people who argue about cultural appropriation from that aspect. So that being said, if you do like coding stuff or whatever for a long time and nobody gives a fuck or people call you a nerd or a loser or whatever, and then this one guy comes along, Thor, and pretends or masquerades as this master programmer coder, and now he's getting all this attention, but like all the advice and stuff he gives seems like kind of not good, and he's probably lied significantly about his background, and he definitely overhypes his abilities to program. I can see why people would be jumping on this, like, well, hold on here, to be super critical of it. I think that's fair.
His source code resources as early as 2018. Just to be clear, these are the resources for his demo version of Heartbound. I was able to extract the code that he's written using data.win and the Undertale mod tool, and I'd like to focus on that for today's code review. Now, I know that a lot of people might be thinking, why are you doing a review on old code? Well, I decided to compare that 2018 version of the code that Thor himself distributed with the code available in the demo version of Heartbound, and at least at the places that I found major issues, there wasn't any difference. Now, I also want to stress that this video is going to be made in line with my own values as a developer. That being that we are reviewing mistakes so that others can learn from them. And in doing so, I will be providing alternative solutions. That doesn't mean that my solutions are the best improvement that can be made or a silver bullet that can apply in every scenario. But it will give you an idea for a general direction that you might want to take your own project in case you encounter similar issues throughout your development. Now, I'm going to be categorizing issues in this review based off their priority or severity, rather. So we're going to be starting with large or major issues, then going to medium or intermediate issues, and then ending off with small or minor issues.
Yeah, true. Black people got white people back on that bullshit. Because back in the day, watching anime and shit was cringe as fuck. But then all of a sudden, when black people start making YouTube videos of Dragon Ball Z and shit, now all of a sudden it's super cool. Not cool. Not cool, okay? We don't approve. Anime is for white people, all right? And maybe Asians. But not black people. That's ours. That's our thing.
So, let's get into it. I want to start by observing his lighting engine by taking a look at the file drawLight. Let's take a look at this drawLight method and hone in on the first case statement. Let's break down at a high level what's going on here. Thor loops over every pixel in a sprite, checking if each pixel touches or overlaps with a certain object. If it does, it then applies a light effect repeatedly, and with each repeat, it makes that light fade more diffuse. He then draws said colored pixels at that location to simulate the light fall off. Now, let's say your sprite is 128 by 128 pixels. That's 16,384 position checks he's doing per frame per light source. If he has multiple light sources or is trying to run at 60 FPS, you will feel the lag. Now, he actually checks collisions twice for each pixel, and he doesn't have any early exit should his second instance of that check not execute. If light diffuse is 5, it's possible that he does an additional 4 iterations that returns false every single time. In the case that we have the exact same 128 by 128 pixel sprite, that is not just 16,384 checks. That's 98,304 checks at worst. What's worse is if you observe the second case, where light comes from the right instead of the left, you'll notice that Thor copied and pasted the entire left code into the right code's case. Notice that as if you observe the second case, 98,304 checks at worst. What's worse is if you observe the second case, where light comes from the right instead of the left, you'll notice that Thor copied and pasted the entire left code into the right code's case, only changing the signage of light distance. What he could have done here is handled both right and left in the same case and simply applied the signage to light distance based off the direction of the light, and also applied the direction in which we iterate in the for loop differently based off that same signage.
Wait, am I just... Okay, I'm only going to do this because this guy watches my channel sometimes. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to give video feedback or not. I don't know. I don't care. I will say that already this video is a lot better than the last one where he's critiquing it because he's actually giving real critiques. I think it would be nice for... I guess it depends on what the expected audience is for your videos. But when you're breaking down stuff like this, even though it seems elementary for you, it'd be nice to walk through just like real quick, like what do each of these things do? And then explain it. And then it gives a better foundation for the viewer to understand what's going on. Like I'm assuming for him, he probably knows exactly what's going on for all of this shit. But I imagine a lot of viewers probably don't. I know I don't. So it would probably help to do that just as a random thing if he's watching, if he watches.
What's worse is if you observe the second case, where light comes from the right instead of the left, you'll notice that Thor copied and pasted the entire left code into the right code's case, only changing the signage of light distance. What he could have done here is handled both right and left in the same case and simply applied the signage to light distance based off the direction of the light, and also applied the direction in which we iterate in the for loop differently based off that same signage. How do we improve upon the code here? Well, we really don't. We throw it out in favor of layers, surfaces, and shaders. I decided to bring on a game dev who has years of experience in GameMaker, working not only on his own hobby projects, but also as a contractor for a studio in order to explain this fundamental concept.
Just draw a little diagram. This is basically how his code works. Is he has a sprite that basically looks something like this. This is sort of like a beam shape, kind of what you'd expect from like a beam of light. For every pixel in the sprite, so each one of these is a pixel, it's basically going in the draw event and doing a collision check at like each pixel. And it's basically checking and checking and checking. And if the pixel is on the sprite, it'll draw it. This is the starting point over here. And the farther away the pixel is from the starting point, it like blends it differently, and that'll create some kind of gradients. But yeah, this is a terrible way of doing it. I drew, like 5 pixels here. This is like super scaled up. A sprite like this would be like hundreds and hundreds of pixels. And to check each of them on the X and the Y like coordinate, like every single frame for every single like object doing this is going to be like abysmal for performance. The way that I had suggested would be better is you have the sprite, same one, and also any other sprites you want to do this with. So keep in mind, if you're using this system, every single other object that's like a light beam or whatever is going to have to run this code like independently of each other. With this method, all the objects at once, say you just have some random other objects over here that you also wanted to be light sources or something, I guess. All of them at once can draw themselves onto a surface. And a surface is basically a picture almost, it's just made of pixels. You can make them any size you want, but in this case, all we'd have to do is make the surface the size of the camera. This would basically just be starting point, wherever the camera is in the room, right here. And these are all the objects that the camera would be seeing. We just create a white surface, basically, just a surface that is just completely opaque. And these objects will draw themselves onto the surface. And before they do that, they'll set their GPU blend mode to subtract. So what that does basically is if I were to draw like this square here onto this white surface while the GPU mode is in subtract, it'll basically just erase right here. Like it'll take a chunk out of this white surface basically. And this area here will be like transparent on the surface. Like the pixels will have an alpha of 0, meaning you'll just be able to see through them basically. So all these objects just need to draw themselves onto this white surface. And this basically makes it like, it's kind of like they're like little cutouts basically. And then what you do is you have a separate surface, and this is very common. A lot of lighting systems will use a surface like what I'm about to describe, where it's just completely like transparent, and then any light sources or gradients or light beams, whatever, draw themselves onto this surface. Most lighting systems you'll see, unless they're using shaders, they'll usually use a surface like this, where they will draw any lights. Think of this as like a gradient. Draw any lights they want just onto this surface, basically. Usually they'll use some fancy stuff with blend modes and all that to make it look good. Literally doesn't matter here. And then what you do is you take this surface, you set the blend mode to subtract again, and you draw it on top of this surface. So you set the target surface to this one, and then you draw this surface on top of it, basically. And that will result in this surface. I guess I'll draw the result surface here. It'll basically result in only the...
Okay, this is way too much.
Basically.
I don't care.
Which actually
File that he refers to. If character 1 has a 2D dialogue array, this adds a lot of bloat to your code, makes it less navigatable, and also it limits scalability.
Okay, listen. Just to reiterate for the 50 millionth time, I don't know anything about programming, but I feel like anytime you open somebody's code, if you've got like a whole bunch of fucking like this shit going on over and over and over again, I feel like you're probably making a mistake, but I don't know if that's a good heuristic or not. But Bayzed.
Pirate structures dialogue in this game. Now, the way that he does so is via a 2-dimensional array called dialogue array, similar to the 1-dimensional array that he had for his event timeline. For every single language and every scene, he checks in a GML file that contains this 2D dialogue array. This adds a lot of bloat to your code, makes it less navigatable.
Would you get that Brian GigaChad on peers by not doing the full cuck disavowal of your edgy tweets? Yeah, I was going to send him a DM, actually. He played, I don't know if you'd say good cop, bad cop, but he did that really well. I was worried he was going to fucking throw me under the bus and be like, well, I wouldn't be edgy like Destiny is or whatever. But he did it was a really good one, too, having him there. Holy shit.
And also, it limits scalability. So as you can see here, each language in each scene has its own file. He also has another 2D array called voice list. Now, the first index of voice list is character, and the second is the emotion that that character feels. As you can see, if character 1 has emotion 2, well, then this is the sound file that he refers to. If character 1 has emotion 19, well, then I guess this magic number just needs to do. Now, how did I know that the first index is the character and the second is the emotion? Well, I wouldn't know just by looking at this. I would have to search for voice list, and it just so happens that this is the only part of his code where I'm able to tell that the first index is character index, and the second index is the selected emotion for that character. What I would do, instead of checking in these files, would be to ship them with my game
Kind of doing any events would be using? I don't know. I don't know if he's an events kind of guy. Maybe we'll see in the future. I don't know.
Local files and assets. I would then partition the dialogue assets by localization. Notice how in my chapter1.json file, we have scenes, and scenes has multiple keys, each the name of a particular scene. We start off with Book Dream Intro, which was the name of one of his files that contained a bunch of dialogue. We then go through every dialogue within the list of Book Dream Intro. Each of those nodes contains a speaker, a dialogue ID, a text, emotion, volume, replies, and optionally a next scene if we need to move forward. Speaker will pull up the sprite for Ralph. Dialogue ID can be used to reference said dialogue node later. Text is what we display on screen. Emotion relates to the voice that's being used. We also have an optional list of replies. By optional, I mean it can either be empty or it can contain several nodes. Each one of those nodes contains a text and a next scene. So once a user selects one of those nodes, for example, selects the no you didn't, the next scene moves on to the denial response. As you can see, the denial response scene also has its own separate speaker, text, dialogue ID, volume, replies, and pushes you to the next scene. There's really 101 ways to build up on what I just suggested. None of what I mentioned includes obfuscation or saving of dialogue options, but it's better than what exists currently. In fact, it's probably the bare minimum you'd expect from somebody
Was that lightning or did something just explode?
with 8 years of experience in Game Maker. Now let's move on to the minor category. There are several things I'd like to bring up, and I'll try to do so as quickly as possible. My first criticism is useless code. Thor's code is littered with it. Take a look at this case, for example. It contains a switch statement that switches on an object index, but doesn't actually do anything with that index. Instead, it defaults to the damage polarity, either 1 or -1. I've never seen anybody write code like this. Interns that I've mentored, junior developers, it's just really odd and doesn't do anything. A static code analyzer will most likely pick up on this. Many IDEs either come with them built in or support third-party static code tools, so if you're not already using one, consider doing so. You'd also think that a game as art-rich as this would have some sort of color palette instead of just hard-coding colors. The next is unexplained constants. They are everywhere. I brought this up in my original video, and a lot of people said that the magic numbers I referred to weren't really magic numbers because you can use IntelliSense to tell what the actual parameter names are associated with those numbers. Putting aside the fact that nobody should need to hover over a method for 2 seconds to tell what the actual parameters stand for, let alone do this for over 20 methods, magic numbers in their purest form are everywhere in Thor's code. There's at least half a dozen in each file, maybe even more. Take a look at the 100 million here for active color, or the...
Okay. Thorbad, got it.
Like what Superman does here is his involvement in global affairs, like his moral compass causes others to also take action, causes others who have power to also take action. He literally makes people, he springs others into action. That's the whole point. That is the I don't know. I just saw like a lot of what I've tried to do with commentary in general, which is like to influence others to also do right and to defend vulnerable people and to show.
I can't even get on this.
And that's why blackmail is powerful. Well, then kill the people that are blackmailing you. You're the president. If you can't kill people that are blackmailing you as the president, I don't want you to be the president. Straight up. If you can't figure out a way to kill him, Bill Clinton did that.
What? But I mean, also base, yeah, true. If your position is there's a deep state, then it's like, okay, well, fine, you're the president and everything now, so you should control everything, so do what you need to do to clear it, right?
It's a high score take. What do you think every single powerful leader has done in the history of humankind?
True. Did you know that every single thing in history is like a fucking movie? Yes.
What do you what do you think that they did?
Mission Impossible movies. My frat bros, 18, interrogate me 42, that I'm spending too much time with my wife and kids, so I have to explain I'm only visiting to check out my daughter's friends.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a honor, great honor, to have a friend of mine who's become very friendly over the last number of years. We knew each other before, but Mark is the head of NATO, Mark Rutte, Secretary General of NATO, highly respected by everybody that knows him, but in particular the European countries. They have great reliance on him, and he's done a fantastic job. And we had a tremendous meeting, I guess it's about a month ago, and I think Mark will tell you that it was really perhaps more important the date of November 5th. That was the election day. Maybe that was the most important because we made tremendous progress together. And one of the reasons that you're here today is to hear that we are very unhappy. I am.
What's going on out there, buddy? God?
With Russia. But we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means. But today we're going to talk about something else. And as you know, we've spent $350 billion approximately on this war with Russia and Ukraine. And we'd like to see it end. It wasn't my war. It was Biden's war. It's not my war. I'm trying to get you out of it. And we want to see it end. And I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago, but it doesn't seem to get there. So based on that, we're going to be doing secondary tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days.
Fucking Putin, man.
It's very simple. And they'll be at 100%. And that's the way it is.
If my internet goes out, then I guess it's because of the storm. I don't know if that would knock my internet out or not, though.
Be more simple. It's just the way it is. I hope we don't have to do it. But regardless, we are going to be. We make the greatest military equipment in the world. Whether it's missiles, you saw that recently in Iran, the way those planes flew in. They had every single 14 bombs at every target. Then you had the helicopter shoot a total of 30 bombs, 30 missiles, and they hit every single mark. Is that right? Every single piece, every single target. And it was, I guess, on a scale of 0 to 10, they say it was about a 15. That's how successful it was. That's how lethal it was, a word they like to use nowadays. But it was an amazing, well-organized attack that people in this country want to do for 24 years. You know, when we had the pilots in last week, they were saying, sir, we've been practicing this for 24 years, meaning people, not them, but other people that are a little older now. But they too, and you were the one that let us do it. But we've been practicing it 3 to 4 times a year for 22, 24 years, because they always knew they had to stop Iran from doing what they were doing, which is trying to come up with a nuclear weapon, a nuclear bomb. And we did it very successfully. And we make the best equipment, the best missiles, the best of everything. The European nations know that. And we made a deal today, and I'm going to have Mark speak about it, but we made a deal today where we are going to be sending them weapons and they're going to be paying for them. The United States will not be having any payment made. We're not buying it, but we will manufacture it and they're going to be paying for it. Our last meeting of a month ago was very successful in that they agreed to 5%, which is more than $1 trillion a year, so they have a lot of money. And these are wealthy nations. They have a lot of money, and they want to do it. They feel very strongly about it, and we feel strongly about it, too. We're in for a lot of money, and we don't want to do it anymore, and we can't. But we make the best, and we're going to be sending the best to NATO, and in some cases to maybe, at Mark's suggestion, if we go to Germany, where they're going to send early on missiles, and they'll be replaced, and NATO's going to take care of it. It's going to be coordinated by NATO, and they're going to work very much with Matt Whitaker, who's right here, who's a great ambassador, and Matt's going to be coordinating. You better do a good job, Matt.
I will.
But Matt's going to coordinate. He's a very talented guy. He's going to coordinate everything. So in a nutshell, we're going to make top-of-the-line weapons, and they'll be sent to NATO. NATO may choose to have certain of them sent to other countries where we can get a little additional speed, where the country will release something and it'll be mostly in the form of a replacement. And I'd like to have Mark, and again, just a highly respected, pretty young guy, for having had the career that he's had. Because he had an amazing career before going to NATO. So and we spent a lot of time together over the last couple of months. And if you could say a few words.
Absolutely. No, Mr. President, this is really big. This is really big. You called me on Thursday that you have taken a decision. And the decision is that you want Ukraine what it needs to have to maintain, to be able to defend itself against Russia, but you want Europeans to pay for it, which is totally logical. And this is building on the tremendous success of the NATO summit. 5%, but also the decision to keep Ukraine strong and the decision to increase our defense industrial production. So based on that, that was Europe stepping up. This is again Europeans stepping up. So I've been in contact with many countries. I can tell you at this moment, Germany massively, but also Finland and Denmark and Sweden and Norway, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Canada. They all want to be part of this. And this is only the first wave. There will be more. So what we will do is work through the NATO systems to make sure that we know.
What does NATO mean? It's the nuclear arms towards others alliance. And what that means is we point all of our nukes at other countries, baby.
What Ukrainians need so that they can make packages. Of course, in a way, we discussed it this morning with Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon, in a way that, of course, the U.S. Will...
Coincidentally, all of the nations just happen to be in the northern hemisphere around the Atlantic. And it's done in the form of an organized treaty.
Its stockpiles necessary to defend this country, that's absolutely clear. But it will mean that Ukraine can get its hands on really massive numbers of military equipment, both for air defense, but also missiles, ammunition, etc., etc. So if I was Vladimir Putin today, and here you're speaking about what you were planning to do in 50 days, and this announcement, I would reconsider whether I should not take negotiations about Ukraine more seriously than I was doing at the moment, if I was Vladimir Putin. But when I'm Ukraine, I think this is really great news for that. So I really want to thank you for that. So at least the Europeans paying for it. And again, I mentioned all these countries, we will deal with that. And exactly as you said, it might also mean that countries will move equipment fast into Ukraine, and then the US later backfilling it, because speed is of the essence here. So really, thank you. This is important.
You did a great job. That's a really great job. We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo.
Who is following this video? I mean, I don't know, bro. All of politics is boring as fuck right now. There's nothing to follow. Trump repeats the same sentences over and over again. There's nothing to be gleaned from any of these things. Trump is a fucking retard. You're never going to hear anything surprising or insightful or cool. You have some leader here who's trying his best to make Trump look good, and then people are going to ask him a bunch of dick-suck questions. He's just going to respond equally retardedly to. It's just like everything in politics is so fucking like embarrassing and boring right now from the U.S. perspective. So I don't know.
That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week. The way that was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled, and they did. And they were both great leaders, and they were great. But Rwanda and the Congo, that was going on for 30 years, and at least 7 million people killed, and killed with a lot of pretty rough weapons like machetes, heads chopped off, going on for many years. You couldn't even get near the countries. Nobody wanted to get near. It's so frightening. And we got that one solved. Serbia, Kosovo, got that solved. That was going to be one that was going to happen. And again, that was something I used. I use trade for a lot of things, but it's great for settling wars. That was really very important. Marco is working very hard with everybody here on the Strip, the Gaza Strip. I call it the Gaza Strip, one of the worst real estate deals ever made. They gave up the oceanfront property, one of the worst deals ever made. But it was supposed to bring peace, and it didn't bring peace. It brought the opposite. But we're doing pretty well in Gaza. Steve Witkoff is here, and I think we could have something fairly soon to talk about. And we solved another one, that we just seem to have, Armenia and Azerbaijan. It looks like that's going to come to a conclusion, successful conclusion. We worked on Egypt with a next-door neighbor who, it's a good neighbor, they're friends of mine, but they happened to build a dam which closed up water going into a thing called the Nile. I think if I'm Egypt, I want to have water in the Nile.
This is what like makes me feel so fucking crazy. I guess if you're narcissistic, you truly lack some level of self-awareness, and you actually mindfuck yourself into believing the stupid shit that you say. I remember, I don't think this is online anymore. I don't know if I can use a backup. When Mr. Girl thought that people were accusing Mr. Girl of manipulating Anna, and he was like, we absolutely didn't. And then here's the video of our call, and it was 2 minutes of Mr. Girl and Lav like crying to Anna, like, Dusty's gonna nuke our whole careers if you don't leak everything. You have to send us every single fucking message. And I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to do that. That seems like, and it's like, wow. And the question is like, how can you release this not knowing that, one, this is textbook manipulation, and two, it looks like it. Everybody else is going to view this as manipulation. You're insane. But like somehow, I guess narcissists are incapable of perceiving themselves in a non-distorted way, and they're incapable of how everybody else would perceive them as well. And it reminds me so much of like Elon Musk explaining. Like I said, if you wanted to pay somebody off. If you wanted to pay somebody off to boost an account, that makes sense, fine. But why would you stream it and talk about the equipment?
Oh, dude, that question. I mean, it's just not. Beat this bull. 95. This is Thomas on with chaos. Bro, what's up? It's just kind of bad. Bro. Are you kidding?
Yeah, level 52 here.
Bro, Elon Musk is a fucking fraud, bro.
I don't know. Like, again, if you want to pay somebody to boost your account, sure. But why would you stream it thinking you could get away with that? You're so stupid. It's like the narc, and then I wondered the same about like Trump. Like, did Trump actually convince himself or allow other people around him to convince him that he actually is a respected leader in the world? That people actually were afraid of him, were actually scared of him, and would do what he wanted, and he really thought that coming into office. Maybe he actually did. Like, that's just insane to me. And it's like so scary. The idea that you could have that level of narcissism, that you're incapable of understanding how other people perceive you. I don't know, man. That's crazy. Explain why Elon is wrong when explaining his gear. He's pointing to aspects of the gear that don't matter. Like, he's looking at gear that's like best in slot, amazing affinities, and saying stupid shit like, "Oh, it's a level 70 item," when it like didn't even matter. It was like a retard. It wasn't a retard analysis of the gear, but it was like he's an okay player, I guess, but not like a world top. It was just so stupid. The whole point of humility, it's not even about humility. It's about like, I'm talking about like, this is like distorted patterns of thinking. This is like actual cognitive distortions. I don't know. Maybe that's a hallmark of personality disorders. I don't know, but it's insane.
And we're working on that one. It's a problem, but it's going to get solved. They built one of the biggest dams in the world.
No, I have not watched Andor. Why do you keep spamming this in chat? No.
A little bit outside of Egypt. You know about that? You've been hearing about that one. And that turned out to be a big problem. I don't know. I think the United States funded the dam. I don't know why they didn't solve the problem before they built the dam. But
or same thing with like Elon doing this thing now where he's like, "Oh, the America First Party." Lil bro, no one gives a fuck about you politically. You have no clue. Like, no one cares about you. No one likes you. You're not.
When the Nile River has water, it's a very important source of income in life. It's the life of Egypt. And to take that away is pretty incredible. But we think we're going to have that solved very quickly. So we do good. The only one we haven't been able to get to yet is Russia. I'm not happy, and I will tell you that Ukraine wants to do something. Again, it's a war that should have never started. If I were president, it never would have happened. I used to speak to President Putin about it a lot. It was the apple of his eye. But once I saw what was going on, I said, they're going to have a war here. I was outside. The election was rigged. And I was outside looking in, and I said, that thing's going to be a war. Couldn't believe it, because what Biden said was the exact opposite of what should have been said. And it started, and it's a real mess. We're losing, I guess they're losing 5,000 or 6,000 people. There's actually now more. I was saying 5,000. There's actually more now. Mostly soldiers, but a lot of people in cities and towns that are getting blown up to a horrible war. And it should be stopped. And so if it's not done, if we don't have an agreement in 50 days, that's what we're doing, secondary tariffs. And they're biting. And I hope we don't get to the point where we do, but I've been hearing so much talk. It's all talk. It's all talk, and then missiles go into Kiev and kill 60 people. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. But the purpose of this is to say that there's a very big deal we've made. This is billions of dollars worth of military equipment is going to be purchased from the United States, going to NATO, etc. And that's going to be quickly distributed to the battlefield. Ukraine will take it up. And, say what you want about Ukraine. When the war started, they had no chance. And they still would have had no chance if the equipment, they had the best equipment, because we do make the best planes and missiles.
Like, it's just the same. I don't know how people... Oh, my God. I don't know, dude.
And we make the best military equipment in the world by far. We have new things coming out that are beyond belief, and I'm very excited about the Golden Dome. It's going to give us very strong protection. We've already started that. But they have
but also the infrastructure, whole city.
Could collapse, and heavy buildings, then they collapse. And well, you think this is again. I think they'll forget. I've just really been involved in this for not very long. And it wasn't initial focus. This is a Biden war. This is a Democrat war, not a Republican or Trump war. This is a war that would have never happened. It shouldn't have happened. A lot of people being killed. When the final numbers come in, you're going to see a lot more people are being killed in this war than you think, than you've been writing about. It's a very deadly war. They're all bad, but this is a very deadly war. The numbers are going to be far greater. When an apartment house comes down, and they say 2 people were slightly injured. No, many people were killed. And those numbers will be at some point accurately reported. So far, they're not. It's a deadly war.
He's an actual... I don't even want to say midwit. He's actually fucking retarded, right? That statement of, you don't even know how many people are being killed, it's more than you write about. Everybody knows it's more than you write about. If Donald Trump really wanted, he could probably get access to the actual numbers by submitting an actual request to his intelligence department to say, hey, can you go ahead and cook up an estimate of how many people you think are actually dead in Ukraine? I bet they probably have a lot of great information. Probably access to more information than any other collection of anybody on the planet, except for maybe the Ukrainian military. Maybe they have more than them. He could actually do that. That's a real life thing that he could actually do. But he doesn't, because he's fucking retarded. He's actually fucking retarded.
I think that you're just going to see, I think you're going to see strong movement. I hope so. The secondary tariffs are very, very powerful.
What about the tariffs that the Republicans in the House and the Senate have ready? Those are 500%. Sure. Why are you doing 100%?
Well, the Republicans are moving very strongly in the Senate, giving us total control of it. But I'm not sure we need it, but it's certainly good that they're doing it. And Lindsey Graham's working hard. The whole Rick Johnson, all of them, they're all working hard. And they're in coordination with Mike Johnson, Speaker in the House. And I think they've actually crafted a pretty good piece of legislation. It's probably going to pass very easily. And that includes Democrats. And there's some little tweaks. But I don't want to say I don't need it, because I don't want them to waste their time. It could be very useful. We'll have to see. But we can do secondary. We're probably talking about 100% or something like that. We can do secondary tariffs without the Senate, without the House. But what they're crafting also could be very good.
So are you suggesting then that the Congress should move forward with those sanctions, the 500%, and that your 100 would be a separate additional package?
Yeah, I mean, the 500 is, sort of meaningless after a while, because at a certain point it doesn't matter. It's not going to be, 100. 100 is going to serve the same function. But, I have it at 100%. They may have it, I don't know what they're going to end up with. They may have it at 100 too. They may have it at 500. But they're doing some good work in the House, and I think in the House and the Senate. And as you know, they're coordinated. and they can have it done quickly. They said they'll have it as quickly as I need it. So we'll see. We're talking to him. In fact, John Thun's coming over later on to talk. Yeah, he's gonna come over.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is it your view that Vladimir Putin mischaracterized his dedication to? Is it your view that Vladimir Putin did not clarify his intention to a peace deal? And what happens now in the next phase? Is there?
We're going to see. I mean, we're going to go for a period of time. Maybe he'll start negotiating. I think I felt. I don't know about you, Mark, but I felt that we had a deal about 4 times. Mm-hmm. And here we are, still talking about it.
And he didn't send 6 people to the negotiations. So I remember that you were able, with Marco Rubio and with Steve Witkoff, to get these talks going in Istanbul. I remember I was myself in Turkey for NATO business in May, and we put really good pressure on the Ukrainians to send a senior team to Istanbul, and they did. But then the Russians came up with this historian, explaining the history of Russia since 1250.
We thought, and I thought, we should have had a deal done a long time ago. But it just keeps going on and on and on. And, every night people are dying. A lot of Russian soldiers are dying, by the way. And a lot of Ukrainian soldiers too. But a lot of Russian soldiers.
100,000 Russian soldiers since 1st of January. Since January, 100,000 Russian soldiers dead since January. So if anybody in Moscow is listening to this, again, 100,000 dead Russians since January. This is what President Putin is doing at the moment.
Yeah, please.
Will these be Patriot missiles specifically, or Patriot batteries that you're planning?
It's everything. It's Patriots. It's all of them. It's a full complement with the batteries.
When would you expect it to arrive in Ukraine, sir?
Well, we're going to have some come very soon, within days, actually. Because a couple of the countries that have Patriots are going to swap over, and we'll replace the Patriots with the ones they have, and Matt will coordinate with NATO. But so it's going to be, they're going to start arriving very soon.
This afternoon, Boris Pistorius, the German defense minister, is visiting Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, and we'll discuss also, I think, on this whole Patriot thing. Norway is involved, so that's on the Patriots, but this whole deal is also about missiles or ammunition, so it's broader than Patriots.
We have one country that has 17 Patriots getting ready to be shipped. They're not going to need them for that. So we're going to work to deal with the 17 will go, or a big portion of the 17 will go to the war site.
Mr. President,
that can be done very quickly.
Mr. President,
could this transaction with NATO be viewed as a step towards achieving peace, letting Putin know that now Zelensky has a bit more powerful tools in his tool chest, and maybe that brings him to the table to achieve peace? So I know that you want to do that.
Right, that's what we've been saying. I think he might have expressed it better.
That's what we've been saying, that giving Zelensky more weapons has the ability to bring Putin to the table. Really? Because I thought in the whole beginning we were saying that if we give him more weapons that there's going to be nuclear war and World War III and that'd be the worst thing ever. Like, there's not even any consistency from one month to the next. It's just the most random, brainless shit constantly.
That's exactly what that was a nice summary. I think he's done better than us. He's a very good guy, I can tell you that. But no, it's well said. Yeah, I think this is a chance of getting peace. Or it's just going to be the same thing. I have to tell you, Europe has a lot of spirit for this war. A lot of people, when I first got involved, I really didn't think they did. But they do. And I saw that a month ago, and then you were there, most of you, many of you were there. The level of esprit de corps, spirit that they have is amazing. They really think it's a very, very important thing to do, or they wouldn't be doing it. Look, they're agreeing to, just, they're paying for everything. We're not paying anymore. We have an ocean separating us. I said, we have a problem. We make the best stuff, but we can't keep doing this. And Biden should have done this years ago. He should have done it from the beginning, but he didn't. He didn't know he was there. This guy, what a horrible job they did to this country. And I just hope, between the border and this and so many other inflation, what a horrible administration. The worst administration in history, in my opinion. It's not my opinion. 9
times he brings up Biden's name. How long is he going to talk about Biden for?
I do want to make one statement. Again, I said it before. This is not Trump's war. We're here to try and get it finished and settled and whatever. Because nobody wins with this. This is a loser from every standpoint. This was Biden, and this was other people. And it's a very sad situation. This gentleman's doing a great job. I think he's going to get it, and Matt and everybody else.
I don't care about this. Log in. President Trump will announce a new plan to arm Ukraine on Monday that is expected to include offensive weapons. 2 sources with knowledge of the plans tell Axios. Sending offensive weapons would be a major shift for Trump, who had until recently been at pains to say he would provide only defensive weapons to avoid escalating the conflict. 2 sources told Axios they had reason to believe the plan was likely to include long-range missiles that could reach targets deep inside Russian territory, including Moscow. However, neither was aware of any final decision. Have you ever watched the Sean Ryan show with Newsom? Or are you watching it later? I don't know. How do you feel about Newsom appearing in these right-wing shows? I like Newsom's statements that he's making on his own. I haven't seen his appearance on any other right-wing shows or whatever.
We have a lot to get to this morning, so let's begin with Senator Lindsey Graham in Clemson, South Carolina, and Senator Richard Blumenthal in Bridgeport, Connecticut. They both just returned from Europe, where they met with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Good morning to you both, Senators.
Good morning.
Senator Graham, I want to start with you. Russia's escalating. They're not ending this war in Ukraine. NATO Secretary General is going to be here in Washington this week and will be meeting with President Trump, who is, according to our reporting, considering fresh funding for Ukraine. That would be the first time since he's taken office. What do you know about what is coming?
Well, I don't want to get ahead of the president, but I'm having dinner along with Senator Blumenthal and other senators with Secretary General Mark Rutte tomorrow night. A turning point regarding Russia invasion of Ukraine is coming. For months, President Trump has tried to entice Putin to the peace table. He's put tariffs against countries that allow fentanyl to come in our country, other bad behavior. He's left the door open regarding Russia. That door is about to close. Dick and
Like, how are we enticing Russia? With what? What do the tariffs on other countries have to do? Are we tariffing other countries to entice Russia? That was the implication there. That would be really bad, but okay.
I have got 85 co-sponsors in the United States Senate for congressional sanctions with a sledgehammer available to President Trump to go after Putin's economy and all those countries who prop up the Putin war machine. China, India, and Brazil buy oil and petroleum products and other goods from Russia. That's the money Putin uses is to prosecute the war. And this congressional package that we're looking at would give President Trump the ability to impose 500% tariff on any country that helps Russia and props up Putin's war machine. He can dial it up or down. He can go to 0 to 500. He has
Why don't you do
maximum
5,000?
Ability, but we're going after the people who keep Putin in business and additional sanctions on Russia itself. This is truly a sledgehammer available to President Trump to end this war.
Senator Blumenthal, on those sanctions, the president said he expects the Senate to pass this measure you put together. And he described being able to terminate it as totally at my option. It very respectfully lets the president do whatever he wants and decide whether or not to exercise it. I know that has raised some concerns among your fellow Democrats like Senators Kaine and Senator Coons. How do you assure them that this is as tough as you promise?
This has to be a critical moment for these sanctions, and bringing down this sledgehammer at this moment was emphasized by all of the European allies who were at the meeting that Senator Graham and I attended in Europe. They are absolutely in solidarity, one after another in that closed-door setting, express the view that these sanctions have to be tough and rigorous to change behavior. And so the waiver language that we will have in this bill is very much alike the provisions that have existed in past similar measures that give the president the ability to act in the national security, but also provide congressional oversight. And I think that kind of assurance to my Democratic colleagues is very important. But what is most important, I think, at this moment is our unity. Senator Graham and I, Republican and Democrat, coming together, the European leaders with diverse views, also in unity, and we want to make use of the seized assets, again, in a unified way. I think a multifaceted approach here is the only way to bring Putin to the table, because he's a thug, he understands only force.
But just to follow up on that,
Yeah, I don't care. Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine, is it Ghislaine Maxwell? Is ready to reveal truth of the pedophile client list, says Insider. So why are Republicans blocking her? She's willing to speak in front of Congress about the Epstein files, sources tell Daily Mail. Despite the rumors, Ghislaine was never offered any kind of plea deal. She would be more than happy to sit before Congress to tell her story. No one from the government has ever asked her to share what she knows. She remains the only person to be jailed in connection to Epstein, and she would welcome the chance to tell the American public the truth. Wow. Bondi fires our personal ethics chief as DOJ purge continues. Attorney General Pam Bondi has fired her personal ethics advisor, removing the Justice Department's top official responsible for counseling the most senior political appointees. According to two people familiar with the move, Joseph Terrell, a career attorney who'd spent nearly 20 years at the department, received a termination letter from Bondi, July 11th, that didn't state a reason for his immediate removal from federal service. Similar to notices the Trump administration has sent to dozens of other DOJ civil servants. Bondi cited Article 2 of the Constitution, which concerns presidential powers, the sources said. Cute. Jesus fucking Christ.
Do you think the campaign was hard? Do you think what President Trump went through was hard? And it was.
We saw this yesterday.
The road ahead will not be easy. I can attest personally that in my work as the Director of National Intelligence, the deep state is fighting us every step of the way. And it exists within every single federal agency. And so I feel the same frustration that I see many of you expressing on X or in different platforms about why aren't things going faster? Why aren't we getting results more quickly? I feel this frustration every single day. We are pushing hard. Know that they are pushing hard back.
When I lie.
I would give Trump an F in the last month on his handling of the Epstein case. Everything they've done has created a giant Streisand effect. That said, though, he made a point in a Truth Social post yesterday that the Epstein file has been controlled by the Democrats, and only what they want to be known is going to be in the file, just like Russiagate and all the other hoaxes. I had always pointed out that they could delete anything they didn't want to be seen, but what about adding things that they wanted to be seen? FBI reports, not any real evidence, but things that spin it. And that's what Trump said yesterday. So I'm not in the business of being an apologist for Trump. I've been a major critic. But this has to be investigated. This has to be looked at very, very deeply. I did a big live stream earlier today that is very, very important. We're going to be going over more. And I want to respond to how Trump has fumbled this, but also want to respond to how I think he should handle it, all coming up here today. But this is a big deal. As Bannon said, we could lose 40 seats in the House with this fiasco. This continues because unlike the Democrats, we have morals and we don't become complicit in cover-ups. But is there a cover-up? What's happening? We're going to figure it all out together as we work in every single angle of it. Be sure to follow me on next week, Alex Jones. Be sure to watch the live stream I just did because it's so incredibly important.
Yeah, a lot of these people were obsessed with the Epstein stuff. Some of them have turned. Cat Turd is one of them. There's another person, I think, who was a famous Twitter account who also was like, no, Epstein actually doesn't matter. I don't even know who this person is. We should know. Should be an unmasking of this account. Oh, God. Are they trying to escort him off stage? Oh, no. If Biden did this, by the way, this would be another evidence of senility, by the way. We know who Cat Turd is. Oh, was that account unmasked? Nice. 60 years old? Holy shit. He killed his cat, ironically.
Well, as you know, a lot of economists say that the inflation will be coming, and that there were certain.
Oh, let me grab a Red Bull one sec.
A lot of imports that were brought in the anticipation that tariffs would be placed. But let me ask you about one new set of tariffs that he announced on Brazil. 50% new tariff on Brazil. Brazil had a $6.8 billion surplus last year. In fact, the U.S. hasn't had a trade deficit with Brazil since 2007. I mean, almost 2 decades. So why are we putting a punishing 50% tariff on Brazil?
Well, bottom line is the president has been very frustrated with negotiations with Brazil and also with the actions of Brazil. In the end, though, we're trying to put America first. I think that a lot of people, when I'm talking to negotiators from other countries, at some point they'll say, what did we do wrong? And what I'm trying to get, the message we're all trying to get across is this.
What did he just say? We've been frustrated with Brazil? Is that all he said?
In the end, very frustrated with negotiations with Brazil and also with the actions of Brazil. In the end, though, we're trying to put America first. I think that a lot of people, when I'm talking to negotiators from other countries, at some point they'll say, what did we do wrong? And what I'm trying to get, the message we're all trying to get across is this is about America getting itself ready for the golden age by getting our house in order, by getting our tariff and trade policy and tax policy exactly where it needs to be for a golden age. And
like, how fucking retarded does this guy sound? Like, imagine you're like at a negotiating table and you're some fucking retard that spent his whole life, being educated and doing trade deals, and you're sitting across some fucking retard, some maggot dipshit, and you're like, all right, so we have in front of us, like a total list of subsidiaries, tariffs, all these things we want to discuss. So what are we gonna do? We've got to make America great for the golden age. Like, what do you even say?
Normally, it's not necessarily about a specific country, but with Brazil, it is. Their actions have shocked the president at times, and he's made them clear about that.
But I don't understand how you're saying it's about America, because the president has made it quite clear that what he's upset about is how the Brazilian Supreme Court has handled the criminal case involving former President Bolsonaro.
I'm agreeing with you. What I'm saying is that what I've been saying with most countries was that it's really about us getting the tariffs in order, and I think that this tariff for Brazil is a lot higher because of the president's frustration with Bolsonaro. The fact that
that's like a sanction, right? So we're enacting an aggressive trade policy to try to force some kind of domestic change in how they're litigating the case against Bolsonaro. Isn't that kind of like...
Bolsonaro himself, anyway.
But can you explain to me, because I find it confusing here, on what authority does the president have to impose tariffs on a country because he doesn't like what that country's judicial system is handling in a specific case?
Congratulations.
Well, how
if
is
he
that?
thinks it's a national defense emergency, or if he thinks it's a national security...
Oh, because everything's a national defense emergency, LOL. Everything's a national defense emergency. You know what? That Redditor was wrong. I would defend Gallows, okay? That's the actual answer. I hope so, dude. Fuck these. Fuck all these people.
Security threat that he has the authority under AIPA.
So how is it a national security threat that, how Brazil is handling a criminal case against its former president?
Well, that's not the only thing. That's not the only thing.
So what is it? I mean, I've asked what it is. I mean, it seems that that's what President Trump's talking about. He's talking about his anger and his frustration. He's been quite candid about it with the Bolsonaro case.
Right. Well, the bottom line is that what we're doing absolutely collectively across every country is we're onshoring production in the U.S. to reduce the national emergency that is that we have a massive trade deficit that's putting it at risk should we need production in the U.S. because of a national security crisis. And this is part of an overall strategy to do that.
But again, as we've just established, we have a trade surplus with Brazil, not a deficit. And we've had a surplus with Brazil for 18 years.
Suspicion and what it actually means on the ground when it comes to ICE detaining people. You said in an interview this week that reasonable suspicion can be based on, quote, the location, their occupation, their physical appearance, their actions. What about an individual's physical appearance would give immigration agents, quote, reasonable suspicion that they might be in the U.S. illegally?
Like if they're holding a sign saying, I am an illegal immigrant? Hello?
Well, first of all, let me be clear. Physical description can't be the sole factor to give you reasonable suspicion. As I said in the interview, it's articulable facts with an S. So appearance can be just one. For instance, if someone has MS-13 tattoo on their face, that may be one factor to add to other factors to raise reasonable suspicion. I want to be clear about that again because my words are taken out of context.
Oh my God, does he have a law enforcement background? Articulatable, that's the phrase, articulatable facts is the standard for reasonable suspicion to detain somebody for an investigation. I've never heard somebody say that outside of a law enforcement background.
Physical description.
I don't know what his background is, but
Can't be the sole factor to give you reasonable suspicion. As I said in the interview, it's
and he just said reasonable suspicion.
articulable facts with an S. So appearance can be just one. For instance, if someone has an MS-13 tattoo on their face, that may be one factor to add to other factors to raise reasonable suspicion. I want to be clear about that again because my work.
Is that for what? I don't know what the standards would be for immigration. I can't even speak to that. I can sit here and act shocked, but I really don't know what the what would give you reasonable suspicion to conduct a background check or an immigration enforcement action. I have no idea.
To take out of context. Physical.
Can you explain what a trade surplus is? Yes. So trade surplus is the other guy has more than you have. So like when I put my dick in your mom and I leave her full of cum, I've surplused her shit. So she has a surplus with me because she's got more of my cum inside of her and I have less. I have a cum deficit for my balls.
Physical description cannot be the sole reason to detain and question somebody. That can't be the sole reason to raise reasonable suspicion. It's a myriad of factors, and I can sit here for the next half hour and give you all the factors. So every officer, every situation is different. But I can tell you this: every ICE officer goes through Fourth Amendment training every 6 months and reminded what their authorities are for arrest, detention, and questioning. So the officer is very well trained. So I look forward to DOJ litigating this judge's decision because I think she's making this.
It's articulable, not articulatable. Articulable. Okay, no,
decision while knowing what that officer knows when they get out of that vehicle to question somebody.
So what that judge, same judge in the case, said is that an individual's race or ethnicity, the language they speak or their accent, their presence at a particular location like a bus stop or a work site or the type of work they do does not qualify as reasonable suspicions.
Well, like I said, these are factors that lead to reasonable suspicion. There's a myriad of factors. Every case is different. I'm not going to disagree with everything the judge has said because, a location alone shouldn't have reasonable suspicion. It's a combination of articulable facts that an officer determines before he detains somebody for a short period of time and questions them. So,
okay. I mean, like a hot take. I mean, I think that's for immigration-related stuff. That's probably okay, right? If somebody is saying that, like, I think this guy's like an illegal immigrant from Sudan. And the dude he looks like he's like Chinese or something. It's like, well, probably not, right? It's like is it with a combination of factors, but I don't know what like immigration police use like in the totality like would be part of your argument, but I don't know.
In just a moment, but the New York Times is reporting that thousands of calls from flood victims to FEMA call centers went unanswered in the middle of this ongoing disaster because you didn't renew contracts to keep call center staff in place until nearly 1 week after the floods. Why did it take so long to extend those contracts?
It's just false. Those contracts were in place. Nobody,
it didn't take 5 days?
No employees were off of work. Every one of them was answering calls. So false reporting, fake news, and it's discouraging. It's discouraging.
This is porn star makeup. This is like 90s porn star makeup. I'm sorry. This is just so fucking bizarre to me. I can't get over it. Jesus.
So false reporting, fake news, and it's discouraging. It's discouraging that during this time when we have such a loss of life and so many people's lives have turned upside down, that people are playing politics with this because the response time was immediate. And if you talk to anyone in Texas that was there, that was a part of this operation, they would say the federal government and President Trump immediately responded.
Just to be very clear, on July 7th, 15.9% of calls were answered. I mean, does that concern you that only 15% of calls were answered? These are people in a desperate state. FEMA, often the first call that they make, only 15% were answered on July 7th, several days after the floods.
These contracts were in place and those people were in those call centers and they were picking up the phone and answering these calls from these individuals. So that report needs to be validified. I'm not certain it's accurate, and I'm not sure where it came from. And the individuals who are giving you information out of FEMA, I'd love to have them put their names behind it because...
Oh, like you guys do when you talk about the deep state all the time?
The anonymous attacks to politicize this situation is completely wrong. I care... These emergencies need to...
This auto pen, I can't even believe this is given attention. Okay. Trump's mega bill is creating a budget nightmare for states. By slashing healthcare and food assistance for low-income Americans, Republicans in Washington are passing tremendous costs onto the states, leaving local leaders from both parties grasping for ways to make up for billions in lost federal dollars. The cuts are already threatening to endanger governors' education, public safety, and disaster relief funds. When they killed the Department of Education, because that's gone now, right? They transferred, I believe, all of the student loans to the Treasury Department. But I wonder if that meant that the 10 to 15% of all the funding for all the K through 12 education across the U.S., I wonder if that's all gone now. I wonder if they have any, or if that's being funded from some other place. Do you think the auto pen situation is a thing because the White House aides just have Trump sign 1 million bits of paper to keep him busy? No, I think somebody said it once and he heard it and now he just repeats it indefinitely. What should Democrats do to message well on the floods? If you were a Democrat and you wanted to message effectively on the floods, you should be protesting or rioting right now to make sure that every single dead woman or dead girl is forcibly pregnancy tested to make sure that the body count is actually correct. We need to find out if any of these girls were 5 or 6 weeks pregnant, because if they were, we need to make sure that the body count is right. We don't want to leave any children, because remember, 5 or 6 weeks is enough to keep a mom's body alive indefinitely. In order to birth it, we need to make sure that the body count is correct. So that's what I would be pushing for. I would want to make sure there's autopsies or whatever types of tests done on all of these people, 100%. The money is still appropriated from Congress, so while firing on folks not being there make it a failed institution, the money will still be used, in my opinion, to give to parents to homeschool or states that teach history the Trump way. I wish I was kidding. I don't know if it will be, though, because doesn't the Department of Education, are they the ones who doled that money out? I'm sure it's appropriated, but now who's it being channeled or funneled through? That would be a good tweet, Drew. I shouldn't be tweeting right now. I'm just super grumpy. Actually, you know what? It's fucking boring as fuck for most of you guys, I understand. I actually really like this COVID shit. You know what I've complained about is that conservatives are crying about, or not crying about, but conservatives keep saying all the conspiracy theories are true. I'm going to just spend the next few months on my stream going through all the conspiracy theories, and then I will be the conspiracy theory debater on any of these fucking platforms I go on. That's what maybe we'll do that. Okay, let me be upset. All right. American beaten to death by Israeli settlers in the West Bank. Holy fucking shit.
This Palestinian village in the West Bank is mourning two of their own. One was a young American. 20-year-old Saifullah Musalet, born in Florida and visiting relatives, was beaten to death Friday by Israeli settlers, his family said. In a post online, Musalet's family said settlers blocked the ambulance and paramedics from providing life-saving aid for several hours.
What city?
Officials said a second Palestinian man was shot dead. The State Department confirmed the death of an American and offered its condolences to the man's family. Israeli police said they were looking into the incident. The deaths come amidst a surge of settler violence against Palestinians throughout the West Bank, trying to force Palestinians out. Until 2 weeks ago, this tiny hamlet of Al-Muwarajat was home to a few hundred Bedouin herders. We visited in May just as settlers were amidst a surge of settler violence against looking into the incident. The deaths come amidst a surge of settler violence against Palestinians throughout the West Bank.
Combat the old way. With the old rules. We got sticks and rocks, baby.
The deaths come amidst a surge of settler violence against Palestinians.
And a dog.
Throughout the West Bank, trying to force Palestinians out. Until 2 weeks ago, this tiny hamlet of Al-Muwarajat was home to a few hundred Bedouin herders. We visited in May just as settlers were ramping up their attacks. Israeli Amir Pansky works for an Israeli organization that monitors settler harassment.
Their goal is to push them out of this area.
By what? By simply harassment?
By violence, harassing.
Are there? I actually didn't know that. Dude, I thought Bedouins were mainly in the Negev. Are there Bedouins that live in the West Bank? There might be. I mean, I imagine there are. If they're pushing them out of there.
Attacking.
So this was the village mosque. This is where everybody came to pray until February. It's when nearby settlers came and burned it down. But the settlers weren't finished. The regular harassment continued for months until village residents said the settlers pitched a tent inside the village on July 2nd, brought their animals to graze, and stole from the
What is this?
Pitched a tent inside the village on July 2nd, brought their animals to graze, and stole from the community. When they were drinking in the house and taking off their clothes, Alia said, we decided we had to leave. But with settler violence increasing, there are few safe places left for them to go.
Why can't why can't the Palestinians just attack them on like a fucking Friday night? Are they stupid? Is Israel allowed to fight? Are Jews allowed to fight on the Sabbath?
Matt Bradley, NBC News, Al-Muwarajat in the occupied West Bank.
One dealer lets you keep your cash till next year.
Let's see, what do we have? WatchPeopleDie.tv. Okay. Palestinian terrorist from the United States is eliminated after throwing rocks at Jews. Palestinian terrorist. That's a title. Okay. Ooh, what do we got? Whoosh, threw a rock. Oh my God. He's a goddamn rock thrower. They're all running. I don't know why. Did they get shot at? We got drone footage. Oh my God, they're on the road. If I'm supposed to be able to make anything out from this, I absolutely cannot. What about this? We got a shaky camera looking at some rocks. The voice of a Jewish child tickles our ears. Okay, pictures of a bloody head. Last Friday afternoon, okay, what is the post on this? Last Friday afternoon, dozens of terrorists and Arab rioters attacked a small group of Jewish shepherds with stones and slingshots near the settlement of Adaret in the Binyamin region. They burned and destroyed equipment and a Tanakh, or Bible, and injured two of the shepherds. The Arabs were accompanied by well-known, far-left, anarchist activists. Wow. Let's see. This is where are my Israeli scholars at? Is this a deep settlement? This looks like this looks like one of those ones that are deep in there. Would you say this qualifies? So the green line is this dotted line back here. Any settlers that live like deep into the West Bank, these are always guaranteed to be your most subhuman, inbred, degenerate fucking terrorist losers. Like, they split their time 33 between sleep, fucking their own children, and then running around and hoping to God, like they're cry bullies, hoping to God that they can get into a fight with an Arab, and then they'll pick up their phone and they'll call the IDF to come and bail them out fucking immediately. That's why they set up tents and bring their animals and shit to camp in the middle of some fucking Arab village, is because they know that if they do it, they can draw aggro and then bring the IDF over to basically kill anybody that fucks their shit up. Assuming this, it looks in most settlements, most settler people, regardless of how you feel about settlers one way or another, like the vast majority of settlers live near the green line, which is where it's just like the border right here between the pre-captured territory from when Jordan used to own it for the West Bank. So a lot of them live right over the green line, but most of the settlements here. But sometimes there will be settlements that are like deep in, and if you're that deep in, it's because you want to go fuck shit up. You want to go and harass some people. What do we have over here? Late Friday afternoon, blah, blah, blah. Whoever made this post on this, to watch people die. I don't know if this website is normally like pro-Israeli or not, though, but. Upon the arrival of the forces, a gas balloon exploded near them, placed by the Arab rioters inside a bonfire they had lit. There were no casualties from the explosion. Simultaneously, in response to the terrorist and rioter attack, Jewish activists were called to the area, leading to friction between them and the rioters, who continued throwing stones. Hours after the incident ended, the Arabs reported 2 fatalities. Hours after, claiming the 2 Arabs were killed during the events. Hamas issued statements of mourning and incitement, calling the deceased martyr fighters. They probably do that with every Palestinian who dies. Jesus Christ. Oh, that dude is dead.
فلقاء الله حان طاب في قلبي حنيني للفرادس والوطن فوق نعشي
Dustin, I know in the past you said Palestinians have a warped sense of protection due to the world giving them free pass. Do you think that mentality extends to those who are by these places? No, I was speaking about the Palestinian political identity as a whole. I don't know if that extends to the individuals on the ground. The problem is that in the West Bank, I think you basically have like 3 main areas. You've got Area C, which is where all of the Jews still live and are like they're slowly increasing the size of that area. These areas were originally demarcated as part of the Oslo Accords in 93, 95. I believe they started in 93, and then Oslo 2 was 95, right? Yeah. Oslo 1 was 93, Oslo 2 was 95. Area C is where Jews are allowed to live. Palestinians aren't supposed to go there. Area A are supposed to be exclusively Palestinian villages under Arab control, Palestinian Authority control. In more particular, the Palestinian Authority is a government that was created as part of the Oslo Accords that's supposed to be the governing body that controls these areas. And then that government is mainly staffed by the coalition party, the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, of which Mahmoud Abbas is the head of. And then the Area B is like the in-between areas. What settlers try to do, not settlers, I'm sorry, well, some settlers. So you have like all of your, you know, a lot of Jews will just move to these areas in the West Bank that are right over the Green Line because it's cheap. You move there, there's a ton of other Jews there. It's not like a crazy dangerous place. It's not like there's not like crazy shit going on. You just move there because it's cheap. It's easy land. Deep settlements though, sometimes people will make these settlements that are way in here. Like the one that me and Loner Bucks went to was near Nablus. There's one called Yitzhar. But these ones that are like way deep in are usually inhabited by like your more extremist radical Jews. They're the ones that are eager to fight with people who are in any of the surrounding Arab villages or Palestinian villages. And sometimes what they'll do is they'll carry like infrastructure, like tents or trailers, and they'll try to set them up someplace. And if they can get them there for long enough, then eventually they can petition the Israeli government to say, hey, look, there's like a real place, like we should make this a settlement. And sometimes, depending on how friendly the Israeli government is feeling towards the settlers or the outposters, and depending on how much, you know, lying and bullshit they're doing, they can get these places like recognized as extensions of current settlements or as new settlements. So that's how they try to steal land from any of the Palestinian people living here. Yeah. Arabs, at least in MENA, are very liberal with who they called martyr/shaheed. We'd have people who were killed in police brutality events called shaheed, people who died in the Arab Spring called shaheed, people who, I think the term is slowly losing its religious undertone. So it's starting to get semantic creep. No, yeah, I agree 100%. That's why you have to be careful when Hamas will call every single person who dies a martyr or shaheed against Israel. So sometimes the people on the super pro-Zionist side they'll put evidence saying, oh, look, this guy was Hamas because he was like, they called him a martyr. It's like, well, no, they call all Palestinians that die against the occupiers, against Israel. They'll call all of them martyrs. You need to look for like, you know, uniforms in the background or some other statement to know if they were actually part of the military, part of Hamas or not. Al-Qassam brigades, Palestinian Islamic Jihad is Al-Quds Force, I think, right? No, Al-Quds Force is the expeditionary part of the RGC. It's Al-Qassam brigades, and is it Al-Quds brigades? It's Al-Quds brigades here. Okay. What exactly is a settlement? Is it like a town or a village? It's like a town, city. Settlement is just a city, usually surrounded by armored walls, if it's deep in, to protect it from surrounding Palestinian attacks. Never heard your official take on the settlements. Should they be closed, or is that too much of an ask? It's probably too much of an ask in that it's probably over the line for Israel, but I think it's a good over the line give if they want to actually have some kind of agreement with the Palestinians. I think a major concession on settlements, at least all of the ones that are like way past the Green Line, those have to go. Or at the very least, they're conceded to being Palestinian territory. And then if Jews want to still live there under that government, then they can do that. But yes, and Ghislaine Maxwell is silent. Oh, so it's Ghislaine? Thank you. Donald Trump's awkward. Oh, we saw this already. This is the cringiest fucking thing. Was this like planned ahead of time? Why the fuck is he even here? Actually, I'm retarded. I don't know. Was America playing in the fucking World Cup finals or this game or whatever? Or a U.S. team? Or No, it's in New Jersey. We are the host. Is it normal that the president presents the award or whatever, or? No? Okay. Oh, and he doesn't realize. Oh my God. Yeah, this was so cringe. Let's go. Nope. I'm good. Oh no. Hey, where's that one picture? All 4 girls jump, fat girl doesn't meme. Fuck. Anybody know what I'm thinking of? Four girls jump, fat girl meme. Fuck! No! Why can't I find anything on the internet anymore? Whatever. There's 10 girls on that line. Was it? I thought it was 4 girls. Okay, wait. Fat girl can't jump meme. Ah! Whatever. Don't care. Fuck, there's a picture where all of the girls are jumping, but then it's like a before and after, but the fat girl clearly can't jump. That's like Trump in this picture. Brian Tyler Cohen does a little video on this. Whoa, we got a Jewish house video? What the fuck? How did they know?
You haven't seen Overstaying Your Welcome?
Holy shit, looks like he's at a baseball game. We just need a cap. What happened? He's so cool now.
Until you've watched Donald Trump join Chelsea Football Club for the trophy celebration after winning the FIFA Club World Cup.
Has turned.
Okay. Can somebody tell me, how do you decide if if your middle name is like part of your name? So I'm Stephen Bonnell. Most people I know go by their first name and last name, but every now and then you'll get these people who are like, oh, what's up? Oh, it's Brian Cohen. No, I'm Brian Tyler Cohen. How do you decide that? At what point in your life are you like, you know what? When do you make these decisions? People decide it for you in grade school? Or oh, what's your name? I'm Chris James Smith or whatever. It's like, actually, you're CJ. How do you decide? What is CJ? How do people decide when you have names like that, abbreviations? And why is it that some work and some don't? I'm Stephen Kenneth. Why can I be SK? What's up, SK? History?
To gold.
Destiny hates pretension, and I love it. No, I'm not calling these people pretense? Pretentious. No, I'm not calling these people pretentious. I'm just curious because sometimes people do it. I just don't know why it happens. I don't think it has anything to do with being pretentious or not.
Chelsea, the FIFA Club World Cup champions.
Wait, Brian Tyler Cohen. Is he Jewish? Why don't I have a Jew sound on my soundboard yet? Cohen's a Jew name. What the fuck?
What a day for them. What a journey. What a competition in the United States.
Somebody mentioned acting. I'm sorry, my brain just went to a totally different place real quick. You ever notice how in shows sometimes they like flirt with a plot line and then they like drop it immediately? And in Dexter, it was the I think they flirted with making him like date his sister for like 2 episodes and then they like dropped it. That was super weird. But I just remembered earlier this morning because I was watching Breaking Bad clips. What was the point of making Hank's wife like a shoplifter, like a kleptomaniac? Did that ever come back, or was that just like an early season just suburb things? Okay.
Now, should we really be surprised that Donald Trump, of all people, opted to take credit for a success that he had absolutely nothing to do with? Seems pretty on brand, if you ask me. I mean, you can literally see FIFA president Gianni Infantino trying to get Donald Trump to leave the stage.
The funny thing, too, is like if you wanted to make this a senility joke, you could literally draw a straight line between Trump's old behavior and this behavior. Remember when Trump was so much less senile, was so aware that he was able to help, it was Ben Carson, right? When he was able to help Ben Carson walk on stage when he was getting confused. Fuck, does anybody have was it the opening to the first debate? Trump first debate primaries 2016. Oh my God, this was just such a wacky time. Holy shit. How is this not the very first thing that comes up?
Republican debate.
Is there not a full debate somewhere? Maybe it wasn't the first debate.
New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
Do you remember this? When Ben Carson there was some confusion here?
New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
Oh my God.
Dr. Ben Carson.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz.
I liked her shoplifting arc because Marie was kind of a non-character outside of that, especially compared to everyone else in terms of depth. Hot take, Skylar got all the hate that Marie should have gotten. The Marie character was just fucking... She was just fucking retarded. Hank deserved better.
Florida Senator Marco Rubio.
You remember when Marie was like, I have an idea. Well, maybe you can just kill yourself. What?
Former Florida Governor Jeb Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republican candidates.
And Dr. Ben Carson, please come out on the stage. He's standing there as well. Dr. Carson.
And Donald Trump.
Why are they both waiting there? So Ben Carson, I guess, fucked up going out on stage. He didn't know that he was supposed to go out on stage, I guess.
Cruz.
Maybe because he heard Ted Cruz's name or something and he didn't go out. And then I think Donnie just came out. I think Donald just came out to like, and then he stayed here and hung out with him. I thought Donald walked up on stage, but I guess Donald didn't. It's just funny. These people are fucking retarded. He didn't hear his name because the lady announced it during the middle of the clapping. Then why did he walk out at all? Maybe. Oh my God. Who is this the FIFA guy or who is this guy? Oh my God, it's so cringe.
And you can see Cole Palmer ask, what's he doing?
Mr. Football?
Here's Chelsea captain Reece James explaining after the fact that he was told Donald Trump was going to exit the stage.
Before they told me that he was going to present the trophy, and then...
Oh, this is close, actually. There was another picture that came before this, but this is another one. 11 years old, nice. This is such a brutal... Why would you do this to your friend? Unless maybe it was an inside joke, or maybe they thought it'd be funny.
Exit the stage, and I thought that he was going to exit the stage, but he wanted to stay.
But of course, recognizing that you're not welcome on stage would also require self-awareness, and for a narcissistic egomaniac like Donald Trump, that would be in short supply. Although if ever there was a day that Trump would recognize the lack of popularity that he has, it would probably be today, considering before that moment, he was met with boos throughout the entire stadium.
Isn't this the Saudi-made wannabe World Cup no one watched? I don't know. I don't watch fucking soccer shitball.
So if you're wondering what level of delusion you need to have to crash the celebration of a championship team celebrating their own victory, it is getting booed by an entire stadium and still thinking that you're wanted. But hey, narcissist gonna narcissist. In fact, this isn't the first time that Donald Trump has been duly humiliated with the eyes of the world on him. Here's a moment from the UN just a few years back where the entire General Assembly literally laughed at him to his face.
In less than 2 years,
oh, shit.
my administration has accomplished more than almost any administration in the history of our country. America's so true. Didn't expect that reaction, but that's okay.
This was his first term, right? Wait.
Here's in the history of our country. Almost any administration.
Yes, okay, yeah. Because I was going to say, he's like a better sport, and he plays it off a little, right? At least. Like, you can respect it, right? No, didn't expect the laugh, right? Yeah, he plays it off a little. He sounds somewhat, yeah.
True. Expect that reaction, but that's okay.
The reason that Donald Trump was so surprised then is the same reason that he would be surprised now. Trump only surrounds himself with groveling sycophants. He cosplays as this tough guy, when in reality, he's got the thinnest...
I don't know how I feel about all the gamer words that are now part of mainstream culture, right? Like, I feel like Fortnite terms and gaming and, like, I don't know. Like, this guy just said, any cosplays? Those are our words. Does this guy have a gaming background? Has he ever squeezed it to some big titty cosplay girl? I don't know if he's allowed to say that word, okay?
Skin in the world. He cannot handle an ounce of dissent. In fact, he's so obsessed with adulation that he filled his own cabinet with people not because they're qualified, but rather because they say nice things about him. And so as a result, we're left with a Fox weekend anchor as the Secretary of Defense, all because he said nice things about Donald Trump on Fox. We're left with an anti-vax conspiracy theorist as Health and Human Services Secretary because, again, he would say nice things about Donald Trump in public. No one in this country is well served by who is leading the government. But as far as Trump is concerned, it's not about what serves the country well. It's not about what serves Americans well. It is about what serves one person well, and that person is Donald Trump. That's what this is about. Trump is so fragile that his sole priority is being fawned over. This guy craves praise like the rest of us need oxygen. The reality is that Donald Trump's handlers and sycophants will probably tell him that the crowd loved him and that Chelsea's players were desperate for him to stay on that stage because they are there for one reason: to protect the Fabergé egg of an ego of this 79-year-old grown-ass man who can't handle an ounce of criticism. And the rest of us in this country...
How's your ass grown? What? Nonsense statements. Hold on. What's this? I keep reading these like headlines. There's no way this is true, right? Trump kept Gold Club World Cup trophy for himself, so FIFA had to give the winners a replica. This sounds like a mistake or a mix-up or something, right? Like, nobody could be this stupid, no? Is this bridge still intact, just in suspended animation? I think so. I don't think he knows or cares about any of this shit, but I don't think he follows anything in this world. President Trump has revealed that the champions of the Club World Cup won't be getting the original trophy because he's keeping it. Wait, really? Is it just going to be a video of the... Breaking news on the Syrian front. Bro, I don't even know who the fuck the people are in Syria now. Apparently the organization that runs Syria is the High Intensity Interval Training. Is it a bunch of people from San Francisco? Did they win because of their polyphasic sleep schedules? I don't know I don't know anything about Syria anymore. I don't know what's going on over here. This regime changes all the time historically. Well, actually under the Assads, I guess it didn't really change that much, but... Oh, the town of Walga. Like, what the fuck is this? As Suedo government. Who controls this shit? Here, article. That's where the Syrian Druze are. Druze! What's a Druze?
Base?
I'm not gonna be able to see where the Golan Heights starts and ends, am I? Is it just the area in Stop! Is it just this area in blue here? Or is this like changing based on fighting, right? The borders aren't the same, so. Druze militias are fighting with Bedouins, and the Syrian army is getting caught in the crossfire.
Base?
To be fair, I think it's common for the teams to be given replicas, otherwise tournaments would have to make new trophies every year. What? Don't they have a new trophy every year? Wait, at the risk of sounding retarded. Just kidding, because nobody knows anything about this region, so you could never sound retarded. Bedouin are mainly Muslim. Druze is like its own kind of like weirdo Seventh-day Adventist or whatever, like its own kind of religion thing, right? I know that Bedouins are mainly Arab. Are they mainly Muslim? Maybe, maybe not. Look up Samaritans next. I think I went to their village. The place, is it with the well? Is it the guy who held up the pillars? Near Nablus? Am I making this up? Samaria, I think is the name of the town. I don't know if Samson has anything to do with this. I don't know why I said that. I'm not sure if he does or not. Yeah, I think we were here. I think. Technically, yes, Druze is a sect from Islam. Is it really, though? I thought Druze were like their own kind of weirdo thing. Bedouins are mainly Sunni Muslim. An Arab esoteric religious group. Oh, weird. Syncretic. The blending of religious beliefs into a new system. Oh, I feel like I've read this before. I don't know what they actually... who knows? Okay. Wait, the Druze religious sect is a minority group that began as a 10th century offshoot of Ismailism, a branch of Shiite Islam. More than half of the roughly 1 million Druze worldwide live in Syria. Most of the other Druze live in Lebanon and Israel. The new 23-member government in Syria announced in late March only has one Druze member. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Under the Assad family's tight rule, religious freedom was guaranteed as the country then boasted about its secular and Arab nationalist system. Ethno-state? What? Not in my Middle East. Holy shit. We should just go back to the fucking Middle East and take it all over and then like do like a new border drop. Because I feel like there are people that probably want, because I guess like the Kurds want a country, the Jews want a country. Are there any other groups? Do the Azerbaijanis want more land back from, or no, I was going to say the Albanians. The Armenians, do they want more territory? We need to go redraw the borders. Let's go! We need to patch the Middle East. Trump gets to draw the new borders from memory. Based. Streamer Corner. Ethan announces a new front in the IP legal war. Ethan shouts out his son's favorite Twitter account, says he's the next one up. For the longest time, these attack dogs have operated with impunity. Revel in their impunity. I will be garnishing every cent he earns for the rest of his life. Jesus. I've seen this Twitter user. Gato Fumador. Has there been a filing yet? He privated his account. Oh no. He's the person who started both RH3 Snark and R Leftovers H3, and he's a mod over at Fomoy. They're often in relation to the squirrel. Is that so? Read part 3 of that first link. Anonymity, in today's age of rapidly improving technology, anonymity is nearly impossible to maintain, even for a throwaway Twitter account. For example, the operator behind this account is 37-year-old single male who is currently unemployed and living with his parents named DB. DB Cooper? Holy shit. No, we saw the Superman clip. Hasanabi reacts to H3H3 Ethan Klein's response to ContraPoints. Oh, I don't care. Redraw the borders? Wait, like make them accurate, or how would I want them to be? I don't know how much of those I could do. This is the Sinai. Egypt is over here. Fuck Africa, I don't draw that. Egypt is like that or something. Yemen is like this or something, and then Oman is like that or something. I think this is like, it's like Bahrain, the UAE, Qatar or something. Some bullshit up there. This is Saudi Arabia, all right. Israel is like, oh fuck, where does it start? Something like this. I think this is like Kuwait or something, and then I should know Jordan because it's that's not right. You know what? Close enough. Yeah, there we go. We take that. Oh shit, wait, we squeezed some countries in here. This is like Iraq. Lebanon is somewhere in here. I don't know where, but they're up there somewhere. There we go. Boom. Flawless. Flawless! Oh my god, the UAE is this thing over here. Fuck. Oh no, it's even bigger. Bro, fuck these fake ass Gulf countries. No one gives a fuck. Alright. Everything else, like, there's like one city in each of these countries. Everything else is fake. It'll all be Israel soon enough. That's all that matters. Corey X Kenshin drama. Summarized. Is this like his real name Kenshin, or is that like part of his online name?
Explain to you guys again. And I'm going to say this again. I never said he SA'd me. I never said he SA'd me. I'm going to say it one more time for everybody.
You never said that.
I know. Like, you know, because you've been talking about it. You've been saying it over and over again. They're not listening. Because, like, some of these people, like, don't have a brain, obviously.
To be fair, Western countries fucked the borders of the Middle East, causing most of today's problems. Hot take, I think the borders actually worked out pretty well. They haven't changed in 100 years. I think for the most part, they actually ended up doing okay. But stay mad.
But
sorry.
And it's cool. Like, you guys don't have to like me. Like, what I put out there, what I said about what happened when it came.
Is this Corey, or is she talking to this guy about Corey? She's talking to this guy about Corey. Corey X Sanchez accuser spoke on Twitter after her allegations went viral. What happened? Didn't multiple ethnic cleansings need to happen to make those borders work? I think mainly just in Turkey. Turkey fucking, but the Turks like fucking hated everybody, and the Turks like hated the Arabs too, man. They were the fucking kings of the Ottoman Empire. They saw themselves as being way ethnically superior in every single way to the loser fucking Arabs that they bullied and ruled over. So as soon as the Ottoman Empire dissolved and everybody got their borders, Turkey very quickly. What were they part of? The Young Turks was a part of this group. It's like, it's got a 3-letter acronym, like MOP or something, the Ministry of Government or something, and they started cleaning out. All the ethnicities they didn't like. They shipped a ton of them off. It's like a fucking million people over to Turkey. Oh, Cup. They started, they killed a fuck ton of them. They were like, all right, Armenians, let's see how long you can march in the desert until you die. And they're like, okay, let's go. I don't think there were any equivalent. Oh, and Yemen has been fighting forever. But I think most of the other states were like relatively-ish chill.
This is not a cancellation
We need to talk about Corey X Kenshin. Let's go!
attempt in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you for clarifying. We're not canceling.
This is me speaking about some allegations that I saw surfaced on my timeline that I personally wholeheartedly believe that YouTuber Corey X Kenshin needs to address in any way, shape, or form. If these allegations are proven by him in any way, shape, or form beyond a shadow of a doubt to be completely and utterly fabricated, I will have no issue in removing this video and issuing a retraction/apology. No jokes, we're gonna be dead serious with this one because this is a serious topic. Corey X Kenshin is a notable YouTuber that spreads peace and positivity and his Christianity above all else, and has been
Peace, positivity, and Christianity. Wow. You know, Benny Morris, friend of the stream, wrote a book about Turkey's genocides. Wouldn't surprise me. I bet Israelis are super jelly of Turkey. They're like, fuck. No wonder they don't have problems with ethnicities. They just try to kill everybody they didn't like. We fucked up by keeping the Palestinians around.
known to have an image of being a pretty good dude, all things considered. One thing I want to get clear. I don't know Corey X Kenshin. You don't know Corey X Kenshin. None of us do. As people who enjoy and support Corey X Kenshin and his content. Let's get that clear. I don't know what he's like behind the scenes, so I can't say for certain if this is something that he would or would not do. Let's go. So, if we scroll back to right about here.
Bacon avocado.
What?
I dated Corey Kenshin, and he hurt me really bad. And I'm not
Now, this video.
What are we doing here? Hello? Hold on. Somebody linked me something else on Twitter. What is this?
I'm still on.
I'm still on.
POV, you didn't know this was one of the videos you'd look back on and realize he never cared. He just wanted to see how long you'd let him hurt you. Oh my God. Bruh. Wait, no, not that one. I wanted this one. I use like only 3 buttons on this.
I woke up again and it was all.
Did you watch me sleep? Did you watch me sleep?
Is that Corey Extension?
Yeah, I actually did something to you while you were asleep too.
What?
I'm sorry. I just got this fetish that I do. You know.
What
I didn't
for?
hurt you. You're good, right?
What'd you do, Corey?
Just don't worry about it.
Corey?
Good.
Corey, what did you do?
Do not.
Are these guys dating? They're dating at this point, right?
Look, this came right in my face. I didn't do anything.
He did something, and I'm gonna find out on the next episode of Nami Vlog.
Dragon Ball Z, where you going with this? I'm still on.
Remember, if you're an influencer and you want to date another woman, they have to be conservative. Conservative women won't post crazy shit like this because conservatives hate women. So they'll just roast the woman, okay? It's the progressives you got to worry about, okay? They will get infinite support for the wildest shit because they are treated as retarded children that are meant to be protected on the left. On the right, they treat them as retarded children that are meant to be abused, okay? So always remember that. See you in the next court filing. What is this? Bacon avocado.
Bacon avocado.
Oh, sorry.
I dated Corey Kenshin.
Is this like a trend or a meme or what? It really is posted like this? Why? Okay, sorry. I'm just old, I guess. My bad.
Corey Kenshin, and he hurt me really bad. And I'm not the only one.
Bacon avocado.
Okay. Okay.
Is entirely based off the ongoing bacon avocado trend on TikTok, where essentially someone says bacon avocado really fast and then follows it up with some sort of the punchline, right? The joke of sorts. And in the caption of this post, we see, "Please be kind. This took everything in me to share. Most of my TikToks are joy, laughter, and moments with my friends. That's how people know me. So if you're seeing this and wondering why it's different, it's because it is. I'm not doing a story time. My anxiety won't let me speak out this loud. So I wrote this instead. The letter will be posted in multiple parts. Part 1 of the letter will drop later.
Why are we doing like drops for our... Oh my God, bro.
Part 2 will include the rest plus the receipts that go with what I wrote. I don't know if I need more parts yet, so this is on standby for now. This wasn't easy. This is one of the things I've had to share besides my TNBC story. Then here we can see what exactly is TNBC, and triple negative breast cancer is an aggressive type of invasive breast cancer. TNBC differs from other type of invasive breast cancer in that it tends to grow and spread faster, has fewer treatment options, and tends to be...
The parts were in that Twitter thread. You missed it. Well, is this guy going to go over it? Because I don't want to read it all on the Twitter thread, and then this guy just goes over it.
Have a worse prognosis outlook. The term triple negative breast cancer refers to the fact that cancer cells don't have estrogen or progesterone receptors and also don't have too much of the HER2 protein, and cells test negative on all three tests. Right? Essentially, not to joke and minimize what they're talking about, but it's super cancer.
Damn, he gave this chick cancer? What the fuck?
You don't know if you're gonna live. You might be gone as soon as like fast, and it sucks. So to have them be experiencing this around the same time that allegedly all this is coming, I think at least makes this at least 20. I don't want to quantify it, but it makes it so much exponentially worse to be talking to someone who is going through a life-altering, potentially life-ending disease. You still treat them like shit. I think that's even worse, actually. Hold on now. Whoa, that is so fucked up. We're going to go and we're going to pivot and we're going to talk about some of the write-ups that she has posted in relation to this.
Okay.
Now, from what I can gather, part 1 mostly exists as an event post talking about Nami's frustrations and the individual that Corey X. Kenshin presents himself as, and how that's not always true to the person that she knew back.
I was never part of your world publicly. You made sure I stayed close, just far enough to be invisible. Your followers eat up the whole man of truth image you push. But faith without basic decency isn't faith, it's branding.
Nami's frustrations and the individual that Corey X. Kenshin presents himself as, and how that's not always true to the person that she knew back in the past. She talks about her feelings of how Corey has...
Wait, why did you just go...
presents himself as, and how that's not always true to the person that she knew back in the...
You talk about devotion, but act like hurting people in private doesn't count. That's not devotion, that's hypocrisy. You fooled a lot of people, but not me. Well, I mean, it sounds like you were fooled, chick, no?
She talks about her feelings of how...
When I met you, I was at one of the lowest points in my life. I was still healing, still trying to remember how to love myself after going so long without it. Is this woman like 30? How old is this person? I had all this love and nowhere to put it. And for a moment, your attention made me feel seen. Like maybe I wasn't invisible anymore.
Corey has hurt her in the past and how they met. She specifically outlines in this image right here, even writing this now has me crying so hard I can barely breathe. The pain still lives in my body like it just happened yesterday. Maybe that's the cancer. Jesus. She's 35? Or is that guy just trolling in chat? I'm not writing this because I still care. I'm writing this because I've carried too much in silence. My God. This now has me crying so hard I can barely breathe. The pain still lives in my body like it just happened yesterday. I'm not writing this because I still care. I'm writing this because I've carried too much in silence. Identifying that her main issue is with the people who still believe that Corey X. Kenshin is a wholeheartedly perfect and flawless individual. Now we delve into part 2. Part 2 is where it gets worse.
Oh my
in
God.
This part, we highlight several
it gets
Xbox
worse?
messages.
Oh God, motherfucker's on Xbox messaging her. And then came the Xbox messages. It wasn't even what you said. It was how casually you said it. Like nothing you'd done had ever left a scar. Like you hadn't already shouted at me once and just gotten bored.
Several Xbox messages in between the two of them.
Okay, so what's up? You still seeing someone? Why do you ask? Because I'm trying to fuck your life up some more. What? That was just a joke. Jeez, LOL. I was just asking. Never heard you curse before, upside down smiley face. That's why it threw me off.
And then Ninja saying, okay, so what's up? You're still seeing someone? Why do you ask? Because I'm trying to fuck your life up some more. What? That was a joke. Jeez, LOL. I was just asking. Never heard you curse before. That's why it threw me off. And then...
Oh, why does he keep skipping her messages?
Fuck your life up some more. What? That was a joke. Jeez, LOL. I was just asking. Never heard you curse before. That's why it threw me off.
Like it was funny. Like it was cute. As if the pain you caused the first time wasn't real. The confusion, the trauma, the fucking aftermath. All just a joke. Now that you were bored again. These motherfuckers need to do something with their lives. That relationship drama is like the most important fucking shit. Like how much of a fucking loser are you? That this is like time for me to blog shit post about my entire fucking relationship. It's so cringe and gross and weird. Girls that do this shit are disgusting emotional perverts. It's so strange. If men do it too, it's also weird, but...
And then they...
You didn't come back to make things right. You came back because fucking with me made you feel powerful. Because you knew I used to let you in. Because you counted on the damage you did to keep me soft. Because you thought I'd be too broken to bite back. Oh my God.
Another screenshot of another isolated incident with Corey.
Because I wanted you. Wanted me how? Like how I've had you. Like in a relationship type way? Or something else? Like something else. That's kind of messed up. I wasn't a toy. I know that. I wasn't just about to message you after a year. and ask you to be my GF. How's this guy booty calling at 10:47 a.m.? God damn, that guy's got plans. That guy's planning out his day.
Boy extension because I wanted you. Wanted me how? Like how I've had you. Like in a relationship type way or something else. Like something else.
Oh, fuck you.
That's kind of messed up. I wasn't a toy. I know that. I wasn't just about to message you after a year and ask you to become my girlfriend. Well, but I guess I was just a good fuck for you. When you said relationship, I thought you meant I was just going to ask you out. Nah, I mean, you were, but that's not all you were. Anyways, doesn't matter. You were with someone.
Why does he just skip that? Wait, what?
Nah, I mean, you were, but that's not all you were.
That's how it felt at the time. Even if I wasn't, I wouldn't have let you again. And when I did that with you, it's something I just don't do with anyone. You wouldn't have let me fuck again, LOL? No, I wouldn't.
Anyways, doesn't matter. You were with someone.
Why do you say 10:47 like it's early in the morning? Oh, my child. I'm glad I'm the same. I don't fuck anyone. Double bummer. The difference between you and I, though, is that I don't do it with just anyone because I was sexually abused. I'm not saying that for you to feel bad or whatever, but for you to understand. I know you told me that. I didn't know I got lumped into the category with the person that did that because I was being used for that. I guess that time when you told me how you felt was not real too.
You're with someone. That's how I felt at the time. If I wasn't,
oh fuck, you went back.
You again, and when I did that with you, is just something I just can't do with everyone. You wouldn't have let me fuck again. LOL. No, I wouldn't. I'm glad I'm the same. I don't fuck with anyone. Double bummer. The difference between you and I, though, is that I don't do it with just anyone because I was sexually abused. I'm not saying that for you to feel bad or whatever, but for you to understand. I know you told me that. I didn't know I got lumped into the category with the person who did that. That did that because I was being used for that. I guess that time when you told me how you felt not real too.
Do you hear yourself? You knew I'd survived. She was a survivor. Sexual assault. You knew how hard it was to feel safe in my own body, and you used that as leverage just to remind me how far you'd gotten. Threw it in my face like I should be flattered.
You hear yourself, you know I was an SA survivor. You knew how hard it was to feel safe in my own body and use that as leverage just to remind you how far you'd gotten. Through my face like it should be flatline. You didn't want me, you wanted access. And then double down. Corey mentions, hey, backpedal. You would never use sex. I need to make sure you understand that. I loved you. Like I said, didn't have my shit together. You love me. How was that possible? Then you'll never say I loved you back then. Really? You had the money, the platform, the fans, the house, the car.
You loved me? How is that possible?
Didn't have my shit together. You love me. How was that possible? Then you'll never say I loved you back then. Really? You had the money, the platform, the fans, the house, the car, everything. You had every tool to be different human being, and you still choose to be careless with someone you claim to love. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I think this point, low-key is lost on me. Not like trying to like pick holes in her story, but I just think you could have all the money in the world, but you could still be depressive. You could still be a loser. You could be like DDG. Having all the money in the world does not unlame you as an individual.
What did he even do? Is it just that he broke up with her? Is that what we're talking about now, or
individual? But again, I don't know Corey extension. I just don't like this point being brought up. But this person has a cringe Corey extension. I don't, so that could just be me. I don't know this part, right? Makes it worse. Something else started happening to me because at the same time period, she was diagnosed with TNBC stage 3A aggressive, which is triple negative breast cancer. A really bad. Like I can't even like. But you're saying that no tears. Thoughts collapsing outside the pandemic. Make sure there's no one here to catch you. This event would have happened maybe 2020 to 2021.
Oh wait, this was 5 years ago. Wait, so she survived then, or what? What's going on here?
Which is triple negative breast cancer. A really bad. Like I can't even like. But you're saying that no tears. Thoughts collapsing outside the pandemic. Make sure there's no one here to catch you. This event would have happened maybe 2020 to 2021. And then during this time period, she talked about how she was reaching out to people, not for comfort but for closure. But when you start trauma like mine, you're forced to.
TNBC prognosis. Oh my god. Well, localized TNBC has a 5-year relative survival rate of 91%. While metastatic TNBC has a rate of only 12%. Was hers even metastatic, or come on. I mean, cancer sucks regardless, but like, this is so. Okay.
To face the possibility that your story can end early. So I reached out to you. It didn't work because I was weak. I did it because my time was. I did it because if my time was up, I wasn't taking your unfinished damage of me. And what did you say? That was the most.
That was the most passive aggressive cancer reveal ever.
Passive aggressive cancer reveal ever. And Loki, that's.
Well, I mean, excuse me.
So I reached out to you. It didn't work because I was weak. I did it because my time was. I did it because if my time was up, I wasn't taking your unfinished damage of me. And what did you say?
Where are the messages up here? If this chick is literally dropping a cancer diagnosis on him in the middle of like a ex relationship or whatever argument, yeah, that is kind of fucking weird. You're weaponizing the fuck out of it. Jesus Christ. But also based, I guess. Okay.
That was the most passive aggressive cancer reveal ever. And low-key, that's low-key fucked up. Especially when you've presented yourself as a very stand-up individual. You know, you can't be moving like that. You can't be moving like that. And then we had part 3 where Nami outlines another experience that someone who was affiliated with Corey X Kenshin, finding them through an Xbox profile, and events that occurred and how they were very similar to things that have appeared in Corey X Kenshin's community in the past. But she outlines specifically at the end of part 3, this part I want to highlight. I know not everyone will be ready to hear this. Some will deny it, some will defend him, some will twist it into something it's not, because facing the truth is harder than holding on to the version they were shown. People will say what they want. They always do. I didn't write this for them. I wrote it because I was there and they weren't. And that's the only difference that matters. No extra words, no permission, no apology, just truth. Outlining that she just essentially wants the truth from Corey X Kenshin and his behavior that has occurred behind the scenes. And then all this culminates in a video in which Corey allegedly, either jokingly or in any way, shape, or form, attempts to be like, hey, you know, I might have done something to somebody while they were asleep. I'm gonna play the video right here.
I'm still on.
I'm still on.
Then I woke up again and it was awful.
Did you watch me sleep? Did you watch me sleep?
Yeah, I actually did something to you while you were asleep too.
What?
I'm sorry. I just got this fetish that I do. You know. I didn't hurt you. You're good, right?
What'd you do, Corey?
Don't worry about it.
Corey?
Yeah.
Corey, what did you do?
Do nothing. Look, this camera out of my face. I didn't do anything.
As of
Dragon Ball Z, where you going with this?
And that is everything we have seen for the situation as of this current moment. I think above all else, just like Nami has mentioned in this entire whole thing, that Corey X Kenshin needs to go forward and clarify what exactly has been going on behind the scenes, especially with some of those images that I've mentioned beforehand, as I believe those are probably the most damning things about this. However, to be entirely realistic, I entirely expect Corey X Kenshin to be able to duck and dodge and weave all of these allegations simply because of his massive size and small.
I don't even know what are the allegations even.
The audience. They do not care. They just want him to play kindergarten and find nice half Freddy's. Again, I'm making this with the intent to get these allegations spread out there and hopefully, maybe, get a response out of Corey, because I truthfully and wholeheartedly believe, as someone who was supportive of him heavily, that you need to clear this up. Matter of fact, you have a right. You have a right to do good by not only yourself as the person that you claim to be, and by your audience, by clarifying and telling everyone involved what's really been going on. But that's just my take. I could be completely off base about this. Whatever, though.
Bro, Gen Z is cooked.
Came to like emotional, mental abuse, narcissistic abuse, abuse of power, things of that nature, and down that rabbit hole is what I was going through with him. Explain to you guys again. And I'm gonna say this again. I never said he SA'd me. I never said he SA'd me. I'm gonna say it one more time for everybody.
I never said that.
I know, like you know, because you've been talking about it, you've been saying it over and over again. They're not listening because like some of these people like don't have a brain, obviously, but.
Sorry.
And it's cool. Like you guys don't.
These are your people? No, these are young millennials who stopped developing at like age 22. So now they're your people. Okay.
Have to like being like what I put out there, what I said about what happened when it came to like emotional, mental abuse, narcissistic abuse, abuse of power. Things.
This girl, did she really reveal the breast cancer thing on Xbox Live Chat? Holy shit.
Of that nature and down that rabbit hole is what I was going through with him. Him and I, we were together on and off for 2 years. On and off for 2 years. And even after we broke up, he still was hitting me up and saying some raunchy shit. And I'm not the only person he's done that to.
Oh my God. He hit her up for booty calls after they were broken up? I didn't know that. Okay, now we got some real allegations. That's crazy. What the fuck? Has he responded to these allegations yet? Is that true?
There's another girl, and I cannot mention her because she did not want to bring out her story, and I'm not going to take that away from her.
Her story.
I'm like, I refuse to take that away from her. And it's okay. Like I said, in my letter, you guys could still be whatever you want to him. I don't care about that. That's not why I put my letter out. I put my letter out because I wanted to be free of the pain I was feeling from this.
Of being called up as a booty call? Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. It just clicked. My bad. I had to, my misogyny gear isn't always activated, but now it is. I wonder if, but he's probably never going to release DMs because I don't know why the fuck he would. I wonder if she tried to ask him out again or she was trying to date him again and then he shut her down and that's why she decided to dump everything. That's my guess. I have no idea though.
I did reach out. Okay, I saw that. I did reach out to him privately numerous times, and he never said anything when I would tell him how I felt.
There we go. There it is. Okay. Wow. That was a pre-scripted. that was a cutscene. That was scripted as fuck. My bad. I did pre-watch. Sorry, I was 2 minutes late today on streams because I was pre-watching just this Twitter clip. My bad. Jesus.
So that I did reach out to him privately numerous times, numerous times, and he never said anything when I would tell him how I felt, which if I have to, I will post that as well.
All right. She said she also posted it to create a safe space for women to come out and share their story, as she knows there's more. Okay. Do all the guys that want to, like, I guess, like, that smash her want to come out and share their story? Like, what a weird, it's so fucking weird. I think it's just so creepy and gross, but okay. Based. Absolutely based. Trump quips about signing executive order mandating soccer be called football in America. I think we can do that. Oh, he's probably joking. That would be the one thing that would probably turn Americans against him, though. I don't know if the cult could follow him on that one. That would hit him worse than the Epstein thing. This is not related based.
The thing.
Stop! This guy's running as a third party.
Hello, I'm Andrew Cuomo.
Thanks.
And unless you've been living under a rock, you probably know that the Democratic primary did not go the way I had hoped. To the 440,000 New Yorkers who voted for me, a sincere thank you. Thank you for believing in me, in my agenda, and in my experience. And I am truly sorry that I let you down. But as my
Let me let you
grandfather
down
used
one
to
more
say,
time.
when you get knocked down, learn the lesson and pick yourself back up and get in the game. And that is what I'm going to do. The fight to save our city isn't over. Only 13% of New Yorkers voted in the June primary. The general election is in November, and I am in it to win it. My opponent, Mr. Mandani, offers slick slogans, but no real solutions. We need a city with lower rent, safer streets, where buying your first home is once again possible, where childcare won't bankrupt you. Your first home is once
Look,
again
bro, check out this listing on Zillow.
possible, where childcare won't bankrupt
I can take care of your kid for free.
you. That's the New York City we know.
Let's take a selfie.
That's the one that is still possible. You haven't given up on it, and you deserve a mayor with the experience and ideas to make it happen again.
Okay.
And the guts to take on anyone who stands in the way. Every day I'm going to be hitting the streets, meeting you where you are, to hear the good and the bad, problems and solutions.
Okay.
Because for the next few months, it's my responsibility to earn your vote. So let's do this. I'll see you out there.
All right. Good luck. Jesus. What is this? Hank Green. When people found a way to make safe vaccines with no mercury, he renamed his anti-vaccine organization from the World Mercury Project to Children's Health Defense.
That time you've said publicly that I've been dishonest about that. Can you show us a single pre-licensing safety trial, placebo-controlled safety trial for any of the 72 vaccines required for American children?
I'm probably doing vaccine. I know how much you hate it, but I'm probably doing vaccines after the COVID thing. I want to have like a snappy, instantaneous response to all this bullshit.
And he made that show of looking through a file, and he said, well, they're back in Bethesda. And I said, will you send them to me? And I never heard from him again, so we sued the HHS under the Freedom of Information Law after...
Keep in mind, if RFK was like pro-vaccine or like a vaccine supporter, everybody would be pointing to his voice as like evidence that he was sick because of that or whatever, just to be clear, you know? Everybody would be.
Year of litigation, They sent us a letter which is posted on CHD's website that acknowledges that they are now not able to locate a single pre-licensing safety trial, placebo control for any of the vaccines that are now mandated for children. These are zero liability vaccines. I'm not anti-vaccine, but I think we need to be honest and we need to have good science. I spent 30 years trying to get mercury out of the fish in this country, and nobody ever called me anti-fish. I said to them at that time, you've said publicly that I've been...
Can you do that? Why does fish have mercury in it? Is that a man-made thing? Why is there so much fish in, or I'm sorry, mercury in fish? It's a concern for people who eat fish. The element is known to bioaccumulate in humans. So bioaccumulation in seafood carries over into human populations. Fish and shellfish concentrate mercury in their bodies, often in the form of methylmercury, a highly toxic organomercury compound. In human-controlled ecosystems of fish, usually done for market production, one of seafood species, mercury clearly rises through the food chain via fish consuming small plankton, as well as through non-food sources such as underwater sediment. Oh, losers.
And dishonest.
We should just ban mercury from our stomachs. The Hassan Superman slop? I haven't seen the movie, so I can't like comment on it. I don't know. I don't understand how other millennials are affording their lives. It has to be inheritance money or credit card debt, right? I don't understand how anyone bought a house recently or is raising a child right now. Me and my partner can't afford either. Why was I link this? Just to troll me? To trigger me? We are old, man. I'm 17 years into a career. Exactly. I'm like 13 years in my career now. I've worked for the same company for 7 years. Went from senior software engineer to senior software architect to director of engineering over that time. No inheritance. Just a good job that I work hard at. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Jesus. When you talk about Trump downplaying COVID or institutions in general, remember that Trump literally believed almost all the COVID deaths were fake. Wait, hold on. We're not even at the COVID part yet. Fuck you. Wonder what this guy's comments were. Blue Glitter 24. Guy, girl? Dave Explains has a video on RFK which covers part of him suing the FCC and FDA. Bro, why you guys are obsessed with linking me these like 1 or 2 hour videos. These homes are 3 times in New Jersey. This person posts a lot on weight loss advice. This person posts a lot in general. Jesus. Oh, no, they don't have that much. Never mind. I see. We got a big... Okay. Why am I reading this? Why was I link this? I feel like you guys are trying to trigger me. You are trying to trigger me. I don't care. Okay. Stop! Thorin gooning during CS2 podcast.
Right, this is going to be another episode of Snake and Banter. I guess technically it's episode 101.
Wow, nice timestamp, dude.
Right, this is going to be another episode.
Positioning to tier 1. But, I mean, I think if you actually understand the mechanics of CS2 well enough, you kind of should be doing that a little bit more anyways. So I'm pretty hopeful to see what he's able to accomplish. But the only weird thing about it is the Nilo transition is going to be... I don't...
Is this show live streamed? I mean, it sounds like he just clicked the link in chat, right?
Into your noggin. He even sued the FCC through CHD in 2021 to prove it.
Well, you know, I won the case in front of on this issue of suing FCC and FDA about it, and you know, and the court sided with me, so now they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and do it.
Here's the thing: he's totally full of shit.
Yeah, everybody is based. Charles Oliveira ignored the president. 2 months old. Have we watched this? I don't even know who this guy is. He's good at UFC? Oof. It's more than a year old. Wow. That's crazy, chat. Wow. Wow. That's just a big wowzers, guys. Meme. I don't think I have anything else today. I have nothing else on my
Rick
news
doesn't
thing.
talk about his personal life. That's what I said to him. I was like, Rick doesn't do it. That's his boundary, and you could set that boundary for
You want to
yourself.
see a video of the girl I f***ed in Vegas?
Yeah.
Really?
What is this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is she f***ing you?
Yeah.
In the video?
Yeah.
You let me see this?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Don't tease me.
Okay.
No, please. It doesn't exist.
Maybe I shouldn't.
Please, please. I want to see it. Oh.
All right.
Really?
Yeah.
I might have something.
I'm going to eat in a little bit.
Wait, what?
I might have something.
I'm going to eat in a little bit.
Jeez.
I don't have anything to show you.
Are you dating somebody?
No, I was.
It's a pretty meta podcast. Okay. Based. How's Pearl's channel been recently? I don't know. Does she even still exist? Just Pearly Things.
It's because, well...
Epic fart shuts up wife. Okay. New Ben Shapiro flop.
Now, in much...
I haven't watched this Superman shit, so I can't comment on it. I know everybody has their opinions on it, but I haven't watched it. I hate Superman.
So there's this clip going...
Damn, she posts a lot. Really? Because it's called Pearl now? The nagging war continues. Modern women can't stand each other. Modern women won't be honest about this. Modern women keep self-destructing. Modern women make for terrible mothers. Women perpetually staying broke. Waiting until marriage only benefits modern women. Greedy ex-wife gets owned in court. Damn, can you really make a whole life as a woman out of just shitting on other women?
Lighter news. I just wanted to comment on the fact Superman is coming out this week. So, of course, this is much lighter news. Superman, the new movie from James Gunn. I've been a little skeptical of it because I think that James Gunn, he's fine for Guardians of the Galaxy, but Superman is a more serious property. The reason that it's relevant politically is because when we talk about the left and the left in the media, and then we talk about the left in Hollywood, the level of out-of-touchness with the everyday American is truly insane, truly crazy. So James Gunn did an interview with the Times of London, and he was talking about the themes in Superman. And he explained that the superhero epic encompasses the story of America. He said, Superman is the story of America, an immigrant that came from other places and populated the country. But for me, it is mostly a story that says basic human kindness is a value and is something that we have lost.
What a crazy statement. My God, that's terrible.
So he's now trying to make the case effectively that Superman is kind of an illegal immigrant. Gunn acknowledged the movie's themes may be interpreted differently across political groups, especially considering the nationwide unrest around immigration. However, Gunn stands by the ideals embedded in Superman and added he doesn't care if anyone takes offense. Yes, it plays differently, but it's about human kindness. And obviously there will be jerks out there who are just not kind and will take it as offensive just because it is about kindness. But screw them. And then he says, yes, it's about politics, but on another level, it's about morality. I do not understand the necessity for all of these Hollywood folks to undercut the pitch of their own film before it even comes out. It's insane. It's totally insane. By the way, David Corenswet did the exact same thing. Corenswet refused to say truth, justice, and the American way in a recent interview. Instead, he said truth, justice, and all that good stuff because he doesn't want to say the American way. The reality that Hollywood is so far to the left that they cannot take a core piece of Americana and just say it's about America. This has been a problem since basically after the original Christopher Reeve series. Every single iteration of Superman that's been made since then has avoided truth, justice, and the American way because they just refuse to acknowledge the American way is good, that the American way is in fact unique. And this lies at the root of a leftist worldview. That leftist worldview is astonishingly anti-American. It really is. This hardcore left worldview that says that America is somehow uniquely bad. So if there's a comic book character who's built on the goodness of America, which is what Superman really is about, if Superman is an immigration story, for those who are not familiar with the origin story of Superman, who comes from the planet Krypton and then lands in America, and then is brought up in a Midwestern household on a farm by his adoptive parents and integrated into true American values, and then goes to Metropolis and brings his sort of country values to the big city where crime is rife and where everybody is too cynical and sophisticated. And the whole point of Superman is that he's bringing these kind of classic American values to the big city.
Okay. So they fucked up by making it political because what Superman traditionally was about a guy going from red, good, conservative America to the evil, lawless, liberal America. Gotcha. Okay. Based.
It's a riff on how New York kind of sucks in many ways, actually. Superman, the original, is very much about how the values of America are farm-bred and farm-born. Right? His moral center, his moral compass, Superman, is on the farm from his parents. That's why he takes the name Clark Kent. He's an immigrant who assimilates to American values and then brings those classic American values to the big city where he has to use them to defend the big city from enemies, foreign and domestic. I mean, the original Superman is literally punching Hitler in the face. In the comics, he literally punches Hitler in the face. So, the attempt to separate Superman off from America is just a demonstration by the cultural left of how much they dislike America. And that's no shock, because when you take that over into the political sphere, full scale, what you end up is a different kind of immigrant. Like a guy who may be the next mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani. So, if you have a choice between immigrants who come to the United States, yes, on alien spacecraft, and land, and then are integrated into America and imbibe from the wellspring of American values, or Zoran Mamdani, you should pick Superman. Because Zoran Mamdani is a disaster area. This guy is likely to be the next mayor of New York. And his absolute deep hatred for the country is so clearly apparent in everything that he's been doing for years on end. Again, he only became an American citizen like 6 years ago. So, he put out a tweet in 2020 that showed him flipping off a statue of Christopher Columbus with the caption, "Take it down."
How long did he have a green card? What does that statement even mean? He only became an American citizen 6 years ago. Like, Jesus, bro. How long do you have to have a green card before you can apply for citizenship? Is it immediately or is it like 5 years? The green card's the hard thing to get. The citizenship, I think, is pretty easy afterwards. Jesus.
Because the idea is that Christopher Columbus is somehow deeply bad and deeply evil. Now, first of all, Zoran Mamdani is not native to these shores, any more than the white people who preceded him are native to these shores. Any more than the Native Americans who came across a land bridge tens of thousands of years ago are originally native to these shores. I mean, again, the way that human migration works is that it comes in waves, it comes across a variety of mechanisms. If you go back far enough, there are no human natives to anything because, of course, there are no humans. But if you are talking about Zoran Mamdani flipping off Columbus, you wouldn't even be in New York if it weren't for Columbus. You would not be in America if it were not for Columbus. You can flip off the people who opened the continent to your presence here, Zoran Mamdani. But that is it's so clear what he thinks of the country. My work schedule has been incredibly busy as of late, as you know, especially because of the extended show. I still need to make sure I'm maintaining my health, hitting the gym, spending time with family, even with the crazy schedule. I went pretty quickly. Peak performance requires peak nutrition, not just caffeine. And that means the fruits and the veggies, whatever I have to do to get that in. That's why I'm grateful to have balance of nature. And that fits right into even the busiest of days. Imagine trying to eat 31 different fruits and veggies every day. Sounds miserable, time consuming. With balance of nature fruits and veggies,
I'm bored. Okay, this is boring. I hate politics. I need something else, okay? I need to go into a coma and fast forward 2 years, or we should go back to Factorio or StarCraft or something. Oh my God, politics is so fucking boring right now. Kill me. All right. We're gonna cover a quick meme, and then we'll do more COVID. Maybe you can tell me if I'm reaching with my memes or not. Let me use the restroom 1 sec. Here, I watch.
There's never been a more convenient dietary supplement to ensure you get a wide variety of fruits and veggies daily. Balance of Nature takes fruits and veggies, they freeze dry them, they turn them into a powder, and then they put them into a capsule. You take your fruit and veggie capsules every day, and then your body knows precisely what to do with them. It's kosher, which means I put them right in the protein smoothies. I'm good to go. Head on over to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Shapiro for 35% off your first order as a preferred customer. Plus, get that free bottle of fiber and spice. That's balanceofnature.com. Promo code Shapiro. And of course, he got this from his parents. His parents are Indian-born. And they also are immigrants to the United States who've taken advantage of literally every privilege America has to offer. That includes his father, Professor Mahmoud Mamdani of Columbia University, who hates the country, legitimately hates the country. Talks about how America is the settler colonialist state. Okay, so leave. So you can go. Seriously, you can go anytime. Or you can sit there in your privileged seat at Columbia University, pulling down a giant paycheck while your son runs for mayor after being a ne'er-do-well for all 3 of his decades on the planet. The deep and abiding hatred that these people have for the United States is truly astonishing. It really, really is. And also, I'll point out that the settler colonialist narrative, you'll find they only apply it to white Europeans and to Jews in Israel. Those are the groups that they apply it to. They never apply settler colonialism to, the Arab conquest of the entire region with the beginnings of Islam, all the way up to and including Spain. That never applies. One of the great settler colonialist movements in human history is the growth of Islam from the Arab center in Saudi Arabia outward to encompass a huge swath of the globe. Do you think Indonesia was originally Muslim territory? Just in a general sense, the idea that human beings move around and take with them their values and that war and conflict are a norm in all of human history, that's just real. Okay, that's just the way things work. And so I'm not going to criticize European settler colonialism any more than I would criticize Arab settler colonialism throughout the Middle East, because this is the way humanity operates. That is the way humanity operates. And I can think that some of those colonialist movements are actually better in values than others of those colonialist movements. For example, I think the European settler colonialist movement is in fact morally better than the Muslim settler colonialist movement that came out of the Middle East in the 7th century and 8th century. It is, just in terms of the values that it propagated. Things like private property and freedom of speech. The Anglo-American settler colonialist movement, as Mamdani is suggesting here, is morally better than other settler colonialist movements because not all people have the same culture and values. You know who should know this? Mahmoud Mamdani, who's a beneficiary of those Anglo-American values, sitting at a prestigious American university, able to say what he wants, as opposed to, being back in Uganda, which is where he came from with his family. Here he is, ragging on the United States.
A Christian nation state decides to cleanse it of all religious minorities, Jews and Muslims in particular, and at the same time launches a colonization experiment, the discovery of the Americas. America is the genesis of what we call settler colonialism, and the American model was exported all around the world.
I mean, again, the absolute myopic insanity of that statement, that America is uniquely settler colonialist, as opposed to the Muslim countries that he is lauding as some sort of victims in all of this, is totally insane. Totally insane. By the way, that's not the extent of his insanity. He also suggested that Abraham Lincoln's treatment of Native Americans was the basis of Hitler's treatment of Jews.
With the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln generalized the solution of reservations. They herded American Indians into separate territories. For the Nazis, this was the inspiration. It is possible to do genocide. That's what Hitler realized.
Okay, Hitler never would have come up with the idea of going after the Jews if it were not for Abraham Lincoln's treatment of Native Americans. First of all, the treatment of Native Americans in America, which is shameful and poor, preceded Abraham Lincoln by several decades. Just to point that out, the Trail of Tears was many, many years before Abraham Lincoln. 2, the idea that Hitler required the help of Abraham Lincoln in order to come up with his hatred of Jews is totally insane, actually. There are linkages between American policy with regard to eugenics, which is a progressive left-wing movement in the United States in the 1920s, and Nazi policies of the same period.
No one cares, Ben. Also, you wouldn't even be able to make anti-Nazi shit today because every single conservative would just accuse you of mixing it up with or trying to claim that conservatives are being Nazis, so. I've made a ton of these little docs because I figure after the after my court case, there's no, nobody reads any legal docs. Which I guess I got because they're complicated or boring or whatever. But it's annoying to me because anybody can say anything in a blog post, but when it comes to putting stuff in writing, you kind of have to be a little bit more precise and not completely lie about what you're saying. Hold on. What am I looking for? Oh, I know what I'm looking for. Hold on. I had a house moment in the shower. Wait. Trying to think. The problem is if I, or the thing that I have to weigh in my head right now is if I say this publicly, then I give away a little bit, and I give the opportunity for the other people to correct some mistakes. I'm trying to think if I want to do that or not. But I also don't even know at this point how much it fucking matters, how much any of this shit matters. Okay, heads we do, tails we don't. Fuck it. Flip a coin. Okay, best 2 out of 3. Content gods are on our side. It's not actually even great content. It's gonna be kind of boring, I think. Or I don't know. Fuck. Let me think about this. I had a reason. Hold on. Actually, hold on. I'm mapping out the 10 million future realities in my brain right now. Fuck. Is this something that could risk how a public sees the reaction if they correct it? No, it's just like they're doing. I know they're doing bad things, but I'm trying to think if I reveal it now, if they could do more bad things in the future, I could just keep letting them do bad things. So that's what I'm not sure about. What is this screenshot? Jesus. Fuck, the coin was heads twice. I feel like that's like a sign from God, right? Wait, fuck. I'm sorry. I should have thought I was a little bit more. I'm just trying to think of how. I'm just trying to think how I could fuck myself. Fuck. Uh-oh.
Time being, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend. So if you guys want to see my commentary on it, that's fine.
Wow, based.
Like what
When you do hit.
Wait, was that me?
When you do hit someone's car.
No.
When you do hit someone's car, you can't leave a drawing. You have to leave like a note with your phone.
Well,
number.
drawing. Oh my God! What is that? What in the world? Yeah, that was annoying me too. Good call.
Not the painting. Are you kidding? There's a guy.
What? Oh, the chair?
That's a guy.
No, I got this off of the side of the road. It had a big sign on it that said free chair. I feel like it's kind of like mid-century modern or whatever.
It's not mid-century modern. It's an adult man that you've brought into our apartment.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you can design the whole place and I don't get to have one furniture item for 4 days
He's
without
been here
you.
for 4 days?
Yeah, you haven't noticed? You've literally sat on him. Sorry, you've literally sat on it like a couple
Sorry,
times.
what is in it for you, sir? Why are you doing
It's
this?
not a sex thing, if that's what you're thinking.
I didn't even consider that it would be a sex thing.
It's more of a chair thing, if that makes sense.
This is like, this guy looks similar to me, right? Am I crazy?
It doesn't.
Got it.
Yeah, I'm kind of in my chair era.
Chair up. Damn it.
Yeah, I figured if I failed as a man, at least I could try being a chair.
Oh no.
You okay, dude? Do you need like a drink or something? Gorilla Glue? What do chairs drink?
No, it's just my wife cheated on me and I had to get out of the house, and this is a lot cheaper than renting an Airbnb.
I'm sorry, that's awful, but come on, that's no reason
Horrible
to
life.
come into our apartment and be a chair.
It's fine. She found another man who's okay with being walked all over. Well, good riddance, I say.
Yeah, that's the right attitude. Plus, I'm sure you'll meet a way hotter
Wait, how does this even make sense? Why does she have a chair right underneath the bookshelf? Shouldn't this chair be pulled up to a table or something?
chair.
No.
Have you met
Don't do this.
Deborah?
This doesn't help.
Oh. Hi, Deborah.
Deborah's got a lot of legs.
Please don't make this sad, horny Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Deborah's got a lot of holes.
Don't sexualize that chair. That's my dead grandfather's chair.
Okay, it still deserves to fuck.
This isn't helping.
Give her a hand to shake. That's her pussy. That's her pussy.
It's pussy.
You know, she seems really nice, but maybe more as like a friend.
Okay, wait. I actually do have some more eligible chairs here. Let me just turn on this lamp and we'll find you one.
Oh, fuck me. Who's this?
What? This is just a lamp.
Don't do this
I got it
again.
for free off the side of the road. It had a big sign on it that said
Free
free
lamp?
lamp. How did you know that?
What the hell? Camille!
Oh, fuck me. Greg? Wait, sorry, you two know each other?
Yeah, that's my ex-wife. What are you doing here, Camille?
It's cheaper than Airbnb.
Why aren't you with Marty? What, he got tired of being walked all over too?
No, I still like it.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Wait, no, please come back and step on me.
Wait, is this sexual for you?
It is for me.
But for me, it's not.
For me, it's not as well.
It's definitely sexual for me.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay, so you guys are all just hiding from each other in our
I
apartment?
mean, I guess if you put it that way, it does sound a little weird.
You're right. This is ridiculous. You know what? Let's just go back to the way it used to be.
Yeah, I think that's really good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you mean just go back to being furniture that doesn't talk?
Okay, well, I guess we'll just act like normal.
Yeah, I don't know what else to do.
Okay.
Yeah, if everyone's just going back to it, then I guess.
You know what? I actually can't do this. This is very sexual for me.
No.
Okay, I'm cucking out. I'm sorry. Fuck. Give me like 2 weeks maybe. No. Oh shit. Fuck! To force him.
Yo, bro, can you send it to me? Yeah. Rudy got it. He did? Yeah. Shout out to Forson. Can you say that? Shout out to Forson, man. Shout out to Forson. Shout out to Forson. All right, thank you. Chad, was that good?
I just saw like a lot of
Destiny checks in on the two biggest political streamers in the world.
and
You're the president.
Our politics is cooked. Why does this have 480 comments? And these are both Twitches. These are both Twitches streamers. Jesus. Oh, is it just because all three of us are here? Fuck. Okay, sorry. Okay, fuck. I guess I'm already fucking. I don't think it matters. Okay. Meta comments are under control. Yeah, it is. Some of this is background facts. Yeah, I don't even think it fucking matters. Fuck it. In paragraph 23, in the original complaint, Doe writes, on January 20th, right after plaintiff announced publicly, that's Doe, Pixie, that she would sue Bonnell, one of his followers reached out to plaintiff and told her that Bonnell had sent the video to her sister about 2 months earlier. The follower informs plaintiff that she believes Bonnell is still sending her sister sexually explicit videos of other women without their consent. This like double hearsay claim where it's like somebody reaches out and tells her that somebody else told them something, maybe triple hearsay. I thought was interesting. I noticed that this like claim comes up like a few times. She mentioned the same person's testimony again in her motion for a temporary restraining order. Although Bonnell has only explicitly admitted to sending the video to Rose, he has intentionally and recklessly shared the video with others as well, without plaintiff's knowledge or consent, even after the video was published on the pornography sites and after his alleged remorse. Indeed, on or about January 9th, 2025, Bonnell was communicating with one of his fans, Hannah Brooke, on the Discord platform and offered to send her the video. This is a lie, and her exhibit doesn't even allege that, but okay. Also, in January 2025, one of plaintiff's followers informed her that Bonnell had sent the video to the follower's sister about 2 months earlier. So it changed from my follower to, I guess now it's Pixie's follower. And then in this docket entry 84. Comes up again here. One of these individuals, whose screen name was redacted, we have still not been provided this unredacted document, by the way, which is in violation of civil procedure rules, but who the fuck cares, I guess, told me that the defendant sent the video depicting me to their sister just a few months ago. This individual and their sister, as well as other individuals who had initially contacted me, completely deleted their accounts after Destiny posted his video on YouTube entitled, Destiny Addresses His Lawsuit. So I don't know what to make of this individual and their sister. So were you in contact with both of them? If so, why are you only citing the individual and not the sister as well? Like, did you reach out? But okay. When we had our hearing, by the way, they admitted at our hearing, I can't read you the transcript yet because it hasn't been ruled on yet, but at the hearing, they admitted that every single one of those 15 people deleted their accounts, by the way. Sorry, I was just showing that this has come up a few times. Doe has never provided a screenshot of this statement, despite the crucial necessity of it to bring the alleged conduct into statute range. Personally, I believe this statement was knowingly fabricated. I think that they faked this statement. I think that this is completely and utterly faked. We'll get to that. In the original complaint at paragraph 12, unbeknownst to plaintiff at the time, on or about October 4th, 2022, Bonnell disseminated through electronic means one of the videos to a 19-year-old woman using the screen name Rose. This October 4th date is incorrect, but the law that they're trying to sue me under was active then, and it wasn't active on April 9th, or April 10th, when the video was actually sent. So they're lying about this date. Now, in court, they tried to say that there was some debate over what the actual date was. They're pretending that they're just not sure. However, if you look at the evidence that they cite for their declaration, they love, by the way, half of this court is literally just them copy pasting shit from Kiwi Farms. If you look at what they actually sourced this from, 10:04 is where they say that this particular video was linked. But if you look at the dates, what is 27:04? Are there 27 months in a year? They know, they should have known, and they literally have it submitted in their own evidence. I wish I would have seen this. Oh no, this wasn't even submitted as part of the complaint. But they can see here that the dates are clearly in a European format, or this person thinks that there are 30 months in a year, I guess. I think that Lauren, helped Pixie lie in the submission for all of this evidence, because I think that Lauren knew that the case wouldn't survive the motion to dismiss unless they lied about the date of this transfer. I think that they knew that this complaint is DOA because on a motion to dismiss, you have to assume that everything in the complaint is real and true. The judge doesn't weigh the evidence. So I think that they put this in here, and then they have that like supporters reached out whose sister said they have those two claims in there. So this date one, I think they knowingly lied about that based on their own submissions. Okay. But we continue on. One thing that I stated in the past is that at the same time that Pixie started to change a lot on Discord, like she was clearly assuming a blackmail / litigious posture, Lauren just messages me this out of fucking nowhere. What you did was evil. I've never hated anyone so much. I thought at this point that maybe they were working a lot in the background, although obviously I can't prove that. But then when the Give Send Go was finally published, I saw that obviously that Lauren was the one who made it. It's like, oh, okay. Digging through the DMs that were posted on that one video between Aaron and President Sunday. I could see that Pixie had already spoken to, if Aaron is conveying it correctly, Pixie had already spoken to multiple lawyers. So these were Aaron's messages to President Sunday. And she's discouraged from pursuing a legal route after speaking with a lawyer who specializes in cybercrime / revenge porn. And they told her that the hacker is more at fault legally than Steven, which is why she wants to go public about it. She feels like there's not going to be any legal justice and doesn't want him to get away with it. President Sunday asked, why is she talking to Kyla then? And then Aaron says, because she started to get impatient and was discouraged by what the two lawyers she spoke to said. So I guess she spoke to a couple lawyers about this, who both told her that she didn't really have a case. These are very, very, very hard to read, but, well, not very, very hard, but they're kind of hard to read. I had to take them from the leaks, this section of the video, so I'm just going by whatever. I don't know who this guy is, Copenseed. So, but I mean, you can make it out. So Pixie says, yeah, but she didn't really seem interested in the case. I don't think she really knew about something public disclosure of private facts. Oh, Florida's public disclosure of private facts law. It's one of the private causes of action. Or this is a stupid civil cause of action. She was stuck at the cyber sexual harassment, which I don't think Stephen would qualify for. So it's interesting that Pixie admits here that she doesn't believe that what I did was cyber sexual harassment. They did include it in their lawsuit anyway, though. But that's a direct admission of her saying that I probably didn't do this because that's pretty fucking obvious. I might actually get the same lawyer who works for Kiwi Farms, she says. Aaron says, that sucks. What gave you that impression? I don't know if that's a frowny face or something. Pixie says, she was talking to me about a case like this wouldn't be taken by contingency and that it seemed like the real bad actor was the person who posted it on Kiwi Farms, not Stephen, even though it was only posted on Kiwi Farms because Stephen sent it to that person. And he was grossly negligent of them. She also said the hardest thing to do was prove damages, which could be difficult to do, which I understand, but she had like a reasonable jury would, something for emotional distress and having thousands of people online talk down to me because of it or something, okay. So it's interesting here that Pixie admits that like one of her civil causes of action is total bullshit. And then it also seems like, according to Aaron's earlier message, now I don't know if this was the same law firm and two lawyers or two different law firms, but so Pixie's spoken to multiple lawyers at this point who told her like, hey, yeah, this is probably a bullshit case, which is funny. Hold on, we're still going. So Pixie repeatedly says that, and she says in her complaint, by the way, she lies in her complaint, which she does a lot, but that's okay. On or about January 20th, 2025, in desperation, Plaintiff/Pixie goes online and announces that Destiny shared the videos without her consent or knowledge, and that she will be seeking legal recourse. She likes to present this story that she was like forced to go public on January 20th, and that like the videos like pressured her to do it. However, you can see back here on January 8th, Pixie already has this entire Substack written out. On November 29th, I landed the streamer Destiny, non-consensually shared porn. Like, she's already written this whole thing out at least 12 days before the 20th, right? So this was always going to be published. The idea that those videos forced it was bullshit. It's also obvious at this point she's not taking any advice from Aaron, probably because Lauren is writing all of this for her. Update, she sent me a statement she wants to publish, but it's terrible. I think it's too long, blah, 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 right? So, she's also saying back here, now this, I don't know what the date of these messages are. I'm guessing it's the same day, but on January 8th, Aaron is asking her, what day were you thinking about releasing it? Pixie says, in response to something else, no, I don't think he'd do that because I think it would look worse. I mean, anything you guys have, da, da, da. No, I mean, the most I can think of is the Virginia stuff or Nas, but I have trouble seeing how he would do that in a way that doesn't make him look worse for trying to deflect. I don't even know what they're talking about here. And then, so in response to what day we think about releasing it, Pixie says, going to talk to my lawyer first, send a demand letter, and based on his response to said letter, release it. I originally wanted to do it by next week, but it seems unlikely. So again, this was like always the plan. Have I mentioned anything about, I don't know if I've said any of this publicly yet. Have I mentioned anything about Pixie DMing me on the 18th? So I think that Lauren is helping her significantly. And I think that she knows that the court case they're filing, she admits that at least one of the causes of action is bullshit. And she knows that, the complaint wouldn't survive a motion to dismiss without any evidence. So remember, there's that one thing that keeps getting said over and over again, like a supporter's sister or a supporter's friend or whatever, okay? So on the 18th of January, Pixie sends me some post on Kiwi Farms of a person saying, "This comment caused me to create an account because I wanted to be known that he, Destiny, has sent videos of himself having sex with Pixie to my friend." Now, they don't say sister, but they say to my friend. "I don't expect anyone to believe me without proof, but I am so grossed by the actions. I couldn't hold it in while watching people speculate this. He is reckless at best and a predator at worst. I think he sends these videos to make them feel like he's a viable sex partner because he has sex with many girls. I feel so bad for Pixie, and I hope she gets the help she needs. My friend would never post the videos, but I don't know if he sent this to more people and what they would do with her. Her face is clearly visible, ... So she sends me this message, and then after she says, "I need to know how many people." I'm not joking, Stephen. If something else of mine gets leaked and I don't have the mental heads up / fortitude surrounding it, I will 100% kill myself. I can't continue to live my life every morning, waking up sick to my stomach, wondering if someone is going to blast the most vulnerable and intimate parts of my life for thousands to see. So this is on January 18th, about a day and a half before they actually filed the complaint. At the time, I thought, I don't think so. KF people are always going to shit stir. Reading them probably doesn't help anything much. So I don't really know why she's whatever. I think that Lauren told her that they need to have something, and that the best case scenario is for me to admit some other kind of wrongdoing, or to admit something that, like, oh no, like we have to get him on something. I think that this was kind of like a Hail Mary last ditch effort to fish for me to admit to doing something that I haven't done. And this was sent on January 18th. So I don't remember what I was thinking about. It was something to do with Trump, I think. I think it was a meme where I think I was just thinking of like a debate thing. Like, what would, like if Trump was trying to destroy America, what would he do? Sometimes when you're trying to think of like, if a person is lying or doing something bad, you, instead of just thinking of like what they've done, think about like, well, what if they were of a different state of mind, what would they actually do? So something that I thought was really interesting was that both parties are allowed to issue subpoenas, and we have to make subpoenas available to the other side to see what they're subpoenaing for. They subpoenaed Kiwi Farms. They never asked for information, though, about this account. And I thought that was very strange, because there are accounts that they do ask for information for, and this one claimed to have had firsthand knowledge, or secondhand, I guess I would say, of somebody else receiving videos of the plaintiff. And I was like, wait, well, that's kind of weird. Wouldn't you really want to know who this was? It seems like it'd be important, right? So then I went back and I looked at this account. And then I see this account joined Kiwi Farms at 8:07 p.m. on January 18th. And then I see that the first comment that it made at 8:19 p.m., 12 minutes later. And then I see that at 9:24 p.m., about an hour later, Pixie is messaging me a screenshot of a message from this account. Now, if this was November or early December, when this first leaked, I could maybe buy it that she's constantly refreshing the page. But this is a little bit hard to believe, that this account that has only made 4 posts ever on Kiwi Farms, all 4 in my thread, 3 on the same day, and then 1 on the 22nd, that she saw this post, screenshotted it, and sent it to me about an hour after the creation of the account. And then the account has gone quiet since. If you click through the posts that this account makes, they do something that's kind of strange. They really like to use ellipses of varying length, and they put a space afterwards before their next character. So here we have 4 periods and a space, 4 periods and a space. This ends with 4 periods. This one has 5 periods. This post that they make ends with a 3-period ellipsis. This post that they made has a 3-period ellipsis and a space before the next character. Ends with a 3-period ellipsis. I don't remember if this was ever publicly announced or not. But that post that was made a long time ago on Reddit saying, "Farmer Bro, Martin Shkreli, systematically abusing groups of women without anyone noticing." So Lauren told me privately this was her account. She's the one who made this post, and then she deleted it afterwards. But I noticed when going through her account, she also types like this. "Thank you, 1234 space. That's so sweet." One, two, three, four, space, yeah. 1234 space, I. 123 space, how do I do that? 12 space, IDK. 123 space, girls. 123 space, now. 123 space, your. And then I also have found the same, if you go back through posts on Twitter, she also types like this 123 space, but 123 space, but IDK, what to tell you. I'm like 82% sure that this account was just created by Lauren. I think that she told Pixie that she was going to make this account and then post this publicly so that they would have at least something kind of to stand on for their complaint. And I think the reason why they didn't ask Kiwi Farms about this account when they subpoenaed it is because if they got that information from Kiwi Farms, they'd have to turn it over to us. And the only thing it could ever show is that it belonged to one of those two. I think that's why she was able to message me an hour after it posted. I think she told her, I'm going to make this account, post this thing, send a screenshot to Steven, see if you can get him to admit that he did something else, because we don't really have anything else for this complaint. Tell him he'll kill himself if he doesn't say anything. And I think that's why it typed similarly to her as well. Is there any way you can prove this? I think that Kiwi Farms doesn't hold information for more than a couple months. And I think that, so I don't think I could ever really 100% like prove any of it, unfortunately. How did you figure this out? I thought back to the subpoena that they sent to Kiwi Farms, and I remembered, why didn't they subpoena about this account? That's so crazy to me. I don't know why you wouldn't want all the information you could on somebody who's claiming to have gotten these videos. But especially with Lauren coaching her so much in the background and knowing that they had nothing. And so now, at this point where they're trying to amend the complaint, they're trying to add the Abby stuff, which they also know is a lie. Because again, I can't read you the transcript directly, but in court they admitted that they had no evidence of me sending Abby anything. She said that under oath. It's just, it's like the whole goal is to just drag this out like as much as possible. That's it. But anyway, what a meme. There you go. Can you subpoena KF about that account too, just to see? I don't know if we will or not. Like I said, I'm pretty sure Joshua says that they only hold stuff for like a month or whatever the minimum is. But if there is anything I can do to push any of this to Lauren, I think considering she already had trouble getting licensed, right? Because she failed her initial character and fitness eval, it would be... Yeah, I saw her posting this shit. I mean, not everyone is a lawyer, but most people know the law enough to not face major lawsuits and get sued by major corporations, especially when your career relies on people liking you, cheering on one of the most tragic stories ever, with precious lives lost is a choice too. Based. My dream would be getting her disbarred over any of this, but I don't know how, yeah. Yeah, this one was Lauren De Laguna as well. I don't have any inside info about this, but... Woman claims she narrowly escaped clutches of reality TV doctor and accused rapist.
No payments till 26. Hundreds of new Hyundais in stock at our guaranteed lowest price. 0% financing available. Plus, only Rick Case doubles your factory warranty to 200,000 miles. And remember,
you don't pay till after New Year's Day.
Payment free till 26. Now at Rick Case Hyundai, I-75 or 441.
Wow.
He just kept trying to rip my clothes off, and I kept saying, you know, like, I'm not ready for that.
A woman is coming forward to say she narrowly escaped becoming another victim of handsome surgeon Grant Robichaux. The doctor is now charged with drugging and sexually assaulting 2 women, allegedly with the help of his girlfriend, Sarissa Riley. Police believe there could be many more victims. Lauren Hayden says she met the doctor on the dating app Tinder. She says she left his house in Newport Beach, California after he became way too aggressive.
I just remember kept trying to retie my top and trying to keep it on, and him trying to grab it off and being like, what are you doing? What part of no did you not understand?
My name's Grant.
Dr. Robichaux appeared on Bravo's online dating rituals of the American male.
I'm looking for perfection, and I definitely will not and don't want to settle.
He was even named Orange County's most eligible bachelor.
I want to get married one time. I want to have just one family.
On his online dating profile, he went by In Good Hands. hand. Even on the show, one itch.
He's dark skeletons in that closet.
Kanye
Put up large craters, save doctor and other women.
show the great
I am pursuing a teaching credential.
videos that his girlfriend posted on YouTube show the great-looking couple lounging beachside and vacationing in Mexico. Prosecutors believe they may have gone to music festivals like the victim.
Attorneys for both.
He's disgusting.
Of their potential prey.
He's disgusting. He's deplorable. He's like he's a monster.
I can't prove it. Can't prove it. But it really makes you think. Weird she has the same script for Martin, you, and this guy. Did she accuse Martin of assaulting her? Technically, they haven't accused me of assaulting anybody yet, but... Anyway, that's all I got for now. Did you think that Lauren and Pixie were capable of this level of unhingedness before they turned? Lauren, maybe. I don't know if Pixie would be this unhinged, but like I said, I think if you have nothing else going on in your life, maybe, who knows?
You like 9 years old. You 14? Oh.
More pirate slop.
All right, so I'm sure many of you have heard of Jason Thor Hall, better known online as Pirate software due to all the surrounding drama related to Stop Killing Games. This video isn't about the Stop Killing Games drama. I do support the Stop Killing Games initiative, and anyone in the EU currently watching this should go and sign up to care about game preservation. This video is going to be a review of Jason's job history, game dev industry claims, coding ability, and his heartfelt and champion of breakfast DRM solutions by me, a developer. I won't be touching on his hacking skills much in this video, since from what I found, all of his DEF CON wins were team efforts, and all of the stories related to hacking are just that, stories. Outside of his word, I generally can't find anything related to it. There isn't anything concrete or of substance in these stories for me to actually analyze and review. If anyone knows where he actually has hacking write-ups or knows the VODs where he actually does something related to hacking, let me know and I can do a separate video going through and reviewing it. Okay, with that out of the way, let's start with Jason's LinkedIn job history. So if we look at his LinkedIn, we can see his first recorded job experience is from 2002 to 2009, where he was a freelance security researcher and developer. In 2002, Jason would have...
Did we watch this? No, we watched this part 2 on the going over the code stuff. I haven't actually seen anything about his background yet, though.
been 15, and from what I found, he hasn't taken any program classes, so anything he knows at this point is largely self-taught. Another important thing is Jason actually had a job in 2004 that isn't listed here as a quality assurance intern at Blizzard.
I went to Blizzard in 2004, and like this is kind of my whole career, right? My first job I got through nepotism, 100%. My dad worked at Blizzard for 23 years. He worked at Blizzard.
Destiny still refused to go hard and uncharitable towards Pixie. What do you mean? I think she's suing me because she wants to get as much money as she can before she leaves the industry. That's my. I don't know how much harder you already. That's my thoughts on it.
And like this is kind of my whole career, right? My first job I got through nepotism, 100%. My dad worked at Blizzard for 23 years. He worked at Blizzard for 23 years, so I got a job there in 2004. I was shit. I was shit at this, and I realized I was shit.
Also, I think it's important that we talk about his dad for a second. Jason says his dad just worked at Blizzard, but that's grossly understated his dad's role and history at Blizzard. Jason's dad is Joey Ray Hall, and from a Reddit AMA his dad held, we can see the following. Joey Ray joined Silicon and Synapses in 1991. Now, you might be asking what's Silicon and Synapses and what does this have to do with Blizzard in his post? Well, in 1991, Blizzard didn't exist yet. Silicon and Synapses was the original company name, and 1991 was the year it was founded. Joey Ray joined Blizzard before it was Blizzard, and when he joined, there were less than 10 people in total at the company. He wasn't some random Blizzard employee. He was one of the earliest hires at the company. Over his 23 years, he did all sorts of work, and was the one that founded the cinematic team, led the machinima team, the video and post-production team, and the esports live broadcast team, plus being responsible for all the video content for every BlizzCon between 2005 to 2014. Plus, he led the team that made the famous South Park World of Warcraft episode, and the inspiration for the He Who Has No Life character. Joey Ray was the director of cinematics at Blizzard. He wasn't some low-level employee that worked at the company. He was pretty high up in the chain. Anyways, back to Jason.
The next 5 years, I left Blizzard. I did not reapply, and I went and worked on my own. I did freelance. I did freelance for everything. So I actually went into Second Life, which is a 3D Worlds game if you've never played it before. They have a language in it called Linden scripting language, and I made games in there. I learned how to do 3D modeling. I learned how to do texture work. I learned how to do scripting. I learned how to engage with people that were playing my games. I learned how to do network model stuff. I learned how to do server-related stuff. I did this for 5 whole years.
So Jason's Second Life period of time is a huge rabbit hole, and there's like 5 or 6 different controversies surrounding his time in Second Life. This video isn't about his controversies and allegations, so I'm going to skip over most of it. The only small parts we care about are related to coding. During his Second Life playing time, he played a character known as Moldavia's Fig Tree and started a company called Dark Sphere Creations. He claims he did game programming with the Linden scripting language, the programming language of Second Life, and made some small games and some user-generated content for Second Life. While digging into this, I didn't find any proof he coded any games. What Dark Sphere Creations and his company was actually doing at the time was creating not safe for work adult furry avatars and selling them. Basically, his friend wingless him out another.
Can we talk? Are we allowed to say we have programming experience? Like in that case, actually, I did do a little bit of programming, I guess. When I was in college, I did a little bit of programming in whatever the fuck this game maker was called. He uses its own proprietary scripting language called Dream Maker. And I also did Lua scripting. Am I allowed to say that? So I am a programmer. Are we allowed to say? I feel like this is like embarrassing. Like I feel like I would never say like, oh yeah, I programmed inside of like a proprietary video game engine. Like I don't know, it feels like cringy. Am I like, I'm an engineer. Yes.
Their Second Life player would do the art and modeling for the furry avatars, and Jason would do some coding on top. What kind of coding he did on top of these avatars isn't exactly clear. Then they would sell the avatars, and eventually the business was making somewhere around $10,000 a month, primarily due to selling these avatars. There's some other controversy where it alludes to Jason trying to do dev work on Linden Labs projects and other game worlds, but I can't find any solid proof, just random posts and accusations. So in summary, there doesn't seem to be any proof he did any kind of game development or hacking during this period of time. Let's get back to Jason.
Then I came back to Blizzard in 2009, and I applied, not having his help in any way. I got the job.
Okay, the timeline here starts matching up with his LinkedIn. After his little detour with Dark Sphere Creations and working for himself, Jason now has an actual full-time job at Blizzard in 2009. This is his first official full-time job at Blizzard, and he is once again a quality assurance analyst. Jason claims he got into the company on his own merits this time, but I find that a bit hard to believe at face value. In 2004, he said he was terrible at his QA role, and that's why he quit. I searched to see if he studied anything IT related in high school or in college or during the time gap, and I found this from his subreddit. Jason did spend some time in college studying to be an entomologist with a specialization in ants. He dropped out of college without ever finishing his studies, and it doesn't seem like he ever took any IT related courses during this time here. During that 5-year gap between 2004 and 2009, the only experience he said in the clip from earlier was his Second Life programming, and well, that wasn't exactly quality assurance or hacking or game development work. Plus, while applying in 2009, on his resume he would probably have had, or Blizzard itself would have had a record he worked there previously as a QA. So that would make applying a second time for a similar position easier. His dad, once again, was a pretty high person in the company, and some people might remember Jason being Joey Ray's son from before. It's not impossible he got in on his own merits, just a bit hard to believe considering he doesn't have experience with any real programming languages at this point, and he doesn't have any degrees or certificates. Okay, back to his LinkedIn and his job. So he held the role for 3 years and 2 months, and once again, this was his quality assurance role. One thing Jason often does is he claims all QA are developers. First, as someone that has worked QA myself, this isn't true. I'm not saying QA aren't important, but the majority of QA generally are non-technical, and only a small portion are. And most of the places I worked at, QA generally has no coding ability and are tasked with doing manual regression testing. Basically, they get a series of test cases they need to go through, and each test case has a written out set of instructions they just follow. If something doesn't match the case steps, then a bug is filed and actual developers are tasked with addressing it. So I personally wouldn't call his 3 years at this position game development experience. And if we look at the bullet points he has on his LinkedIn, besides one line, namely the design and create an automated system, there's nothing here that even remotely implies he was coding or doing any kind of development. I'm making this point since Jason often claims he was a game developer at Blizzard for 7 years, but his first 3.5 years didn't include any developer roles. Also, to address his if QA didn't do their jobs, games wouldn't be released argument, most games have music. If a musician doesn't complete the OST, a game can't be released. Does that mean they're now developers too? Just because you say something confidently in a deep voice doesn't make it true. Moving on to his next role, we have quality assurance hacks. Here he mentions he did some forensic analysis and detected threats. Also, something I'd like to note, all of his game projects listed here were coded using primarily the C++ programming language. This is a low-level programming language. This will be important a bit later in the video. As for the role, again, I wouldn't call this game development experience. This is more related to security work than game development itself. And from the bullet points, it doesn't seem like Jason was doing much coding. His next role for 6 months was test engineer. My opinions are pretty much the same as the previous role he held. Moving on, we have the next role as security engineer for 11 months. This one is interesting. Since the bullet points here notes he managed web application security. For those that don't know what web applications are, it means he was working on websites and not games. There's no mention of programming here or what tools and languages he used. But regardless, this is without a doubt a non-game development role and doesn't have any overlap with game development. Okay, next up, he moves to another security engineer role for 3 months. Again, same opinions as his last job. Now, his last role at Blizzard was a red team member. Red team is a common IT term that just means someone inside the company that attempts to hack into their systems, either digital or physical. So Red Hats basically try to make hacks and show how they got access. So these vulnerabilities and issues can be addressed before real hackers can abuse them. Now, while Red Hat is offensive security and hacking, it doesn't always mean you're programming like you see with those green terminals and pics. If we look at the bullet points Jason has listed, we can see he did exploiting physical access controls and social engineering operations. Social engineering is actually one of the most common ways hackers gain access to systems.
Oh, true. I built my first site using HTML and CSS and Notepad. So I program in like 7 different languages. What the fuck? True.
Doesn't have to involve any programming at all. Social engineering attacks are something like the following situation. Let's say Jason in this example is a social engineer and his target is a fellow Blizzard employee with access to the game servers. He could call them or email them from a legitimate Blizzard phone number or email and say he needs their account credentials. Normally, you would never share live in production account credentials, even if someone from your own company. But let's say Jason manages to convince the employee to hand the credentials over. Now Jason has a way to log into the system he shouldn't have access to. This is a social engineering attack. It's not technical hacking like most people think of. It's generally just being convincing enough and getting employees to hand over info or access they shouldn't be giving out. All right, with all of that and with all those jobs, we have 6 years and 6 months at Blizzard full time for Jason. And if we include his time as a QA intern in 2004, we basically have his 7 years of experience at Blizzard accounted for. Judging by everything as written here, it seems as though he's never held an actual game developer position, and he's never done any game development directly. All of his roles at Blizzard were either QA, website security, or social engineering, basically his hacking. It doesn't seem like he's ever touched C++, which is the industry standard language to use when doing game development. But before I finish my thoughts on this, let's check out one more job after Blizzard. After Blizzard, Jason worked at Amazon Games for 8 months as an automation engineer. Again, he wasn't a game developer here. He also didn't include much information under his bullet points. He did documentation of vulnerabilities and did some automation work with Python. This is the first officially recorded line that actually shows he did some programming. Python is what we call a high-level language, meaning the language is designed to be easy for humans to read and understand as well as to write. Python is a wonderful language, and I'm not throwing any shade at it, but Python is not a language used to create games. Technically, yes, you can code games in Python. Big drawback is it's an incredibly slow language. This is why the industry standard language for game development is C++, a low-level language that allows for incredible performance. The trade-off is it's a significantly more difficult language to work with. The reason I went through his job history so far and his programming language list is because Jason often claims he's a 20-year veteran of the game dev industry, and he was a game developer at Blizzard for 7 years. And he uses these claims to make himself seem like an authority and expert on game development and game-related topics, namely stop-killing games. But from the looks of it, and in my opinion, it doesn't seem to me he's ever worked as an actual game developer within the industry, and it doesn't seem like he's ever done much program work.
Fuck, where I feel like there was a YouTube video like 3 years ago of me watching this guy's fucking clips. I'm like, something about this guy, I don't know. Where is it? Hell yeah, I vibed this guy out. I vibed him out so hard. It's also funny as fuck to think that this guy's whole life fell apart because he couldn't just admit that he fucked up in a WoW, not a raid, but in some dungeon or whatever.
In the industry either. I'm not throwing shade at any of the jobs listed here so far. I'm just trying to be absolutely clear that none of this, in my opinion, as someone that has worked on game engines and done game development, none of this counts as game development experience, with a lot of his roles having absolutely nothing to do with game development itself at all. To help make this clear, here's another example to help everyone understand.
But like, think about it. This guy has faked. This guy has faked like his entire life. Like he faked it until he made it all the way up to like a massive streamer, right? Didn't this guy, am I making this up? Or wasn't this guy like a 20,000 subscriber person, like 10,000 concurrent viewers? So like he's lied about his whole work history. He's probably not really even that much of a programmer. But then he's also got the narcissism thing because he was confident enough to show off his code publicly. Why? Oh, I bet that's why. This might be me being retarded. Maybe people do work in a lot of proprietary game development languages, but I wonder if to some extent that's why he prefers to work inside of the proprietary game engine things, because it's harder to criticize his code externally because you can always hide behind some, oh, well, you know, this guy doesn't actually know how this particular, he doesn't know how this language works. Like in this language, you can't do that. In this language, you can't make it like that. There's a reason why in this language, right? So he saves himself potentially from a lot of external criticism if he was working in a more widely adopted language or platform. Maybe, but maybe I'm reaching there.
It's like someone working at a hospital and doing payroll work, but because they're at a hospital, they claim to be a qualified doctor. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah, and he lied about apparently, well, or he's a super genius, about figuring out like every puzzle in every game that he played.
Everyone understand. It's like someone working at a hospital and doing payroll work, but because they're at a hospital, they claim to be a qualified doctor. It doesn't make any sense. Jason is making a giant leap with his I'm a game developer for 7 years at Blizzard claims. Anyways, let's go back to his LinkedIn and see what's next. Here we have that he was a cybersecurity specialist at Eagle Research Group. Based on Jason's stories, this should be when and where he was technically working for the government. There isn't a whole lot of information here, and with most of the bullet points being extremely generic. Since he claims this was government-related work, I think it's perfectly reasonable to assume he has NDAs, or he might not be able to give any specifics related to his work here.
And then when I did that, I went to the United States Department of Energy, and I hacked power plants for the federal government.
Jason makes a lot of claims being a hacker and has told a lot of stories, but I could never find anything to back up his hacking claims. So far, the only thing I found was he did do some social engineering attacks at Blizzard. Now, some of you might know about his DEF CON stories and his Mr. Robot claims. I'll probably cover those in a separate video. The reason is...
Wait, what are the Mr. Robot claims?
All of his DEF CON...
Have we heard that?
In teams of 10 people, never solo. And for his other hacking claims, there's only stories to go off of. To keep this video from being too long and off topic, I'll save his hacking claims for its own thing. Okay, his next set of experience is at his own company, also named Pyro Software. But before we touch on that, let's talk about his more recent job experience at Off-Brand Games first, since that's a smaller topic to cover. Off-Brand Games is a game publishing company founded by Ludwig and Jason. I'm not entirely sure if Jason is a co-founder or not. Jason claims he isn't, but most posts and Ludwig's posts talking about the company seem to imply he is. Whether or not he's a co-founder isn't too important. Jason's role at the...
Wait.
All right, this is going to be a hot take.
He did nothing wrong in that WoW drama, making his downfall so fucking funny. I mean, he probably did a little wrong, but it wasn't like a huge deal. Like he could have just said like, oh fuck, I probably shouldn't have ran here. And I think nobody would have cared. But it's because he fought so fucking hard on it. I think he fought so hard on that point, it just blew up everything.
Lot about damaging its reputation, having to combat that online. That's got to be tough. Hey, wait a second. Now, I've already covered Pirate Software's misinformation about Mr. Robot extensively. I don't want to rant about it for too long.
Wait, what?
I will say I've argued this in the comments of my own video. I said it was probably not lost personal phone number based on the evidence, which there's a lot of. But I think the fact that it's a vanity number that he used because it spelled out something that you could then use as a puzzle, and then using the same voicemail for that.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe I'll watch this on.
Company is director of strategy. From Jason's comments on the matter, he basically helps indie game developers negotiate contracts. Again, no direct game development work here. Also, fun fact, the very first game Off-Brand Games was co-publishing was Rivals of Ether 2. A game by the developer's own words was built this time around as a more live service game. Really makes you think why you might not want Stop Killing Games to succeed. Also, don't throw any hate at Rivals of Ether 2. They actually do have an end-of-life plan to keep the game playable and alive for the community after it ends. The same goes for the rest of the off-brand published games. Don't throw them any hate. Okay, we're gonna take just one more detour before we get to the Pirate Software Company. Let's check out Jason's GitHub and see if there's any code for us to review there. For those of you that don't know what GitHub is,
wait.
All right, so the reason I don't like Mr. Robot. This right here is my write-up for the DEF CON 22 badge challenge. Went viral as hell inside of the hacking community. And it was because I listed out everything that we did as a team and showed the world the brilliance of Lost, who is the creator of these challenges. And the
Where is this write-up? I'm just curious.
first thing you can see here is a number letter cipher. So 1 would be A, 2 would be B, so on and so forth. And you can see at the end of this, these last pieces of 1057, 1057, Lost's name is 1057. He goes by Lost, and 1057 is his handle. That is his signature at the end of this. And now let's go to Mr. Robot's Twitter. Understand that this was the only place in the world that this was listed. Mr. Robot reposted this right here. That's that same string, but what did they leave off the end? His signature. This is the same as taking an artist and removing their signature from their piece of art. They made it public to millions of Mr. Robot fans. And those people went and found all of the breadcrumbs that led after this, which led to Lost's personal phone number. He got tens of thousands of calls from fans of Mr. Robot thinking Mr. Robot was running an ARG. And I stopped watching the show as a result. And they never took it down. Absolute dog shit.
Wait, is that true?
As an OPSEC specialist, how accurate is Mr. Robot? I don't like Mr. Robot. All right, so...
There's another video on this. This was 3 years ago. Is the story the same? Hold on.
As an OPSEC specialist, how accurate is Mr. Robot? I don't like Mr. Robot. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I don't like Mr. Robot. I don't like Mr. Robot because...
Here's the reaction to you finding him 3 years ago. Oh no, I'm gonna say I love him. 3 years ago.
I watched this clip. This is really funny. Destiny found me. And he's like, who is this guy? What is he talking about? And he like plays a clip of me. And he doesn't pay attention to it. And then he goes back and he goes, what? And he plays the clip of me again, but at like 500% speed. So I'm just like, and then afterwards he's like, who is this guy? And he's just like, he doesn't even look like he's paying attention to it at all. He's like, who is this guy? And he pulls up this chart and it shows my viewership. And he goes, oh, he hacked the algorithm. And then he just moved on. He just, it's like at the beginning of one of his, it looks like it was cut in for like no reason. I was like, why is this here? Why is that here? It doesn't make any sense. He just put it at the beginning of his video and threw it. I was like, all right, dude. Because I was like, oh. So
I knew it. I just knew. He did also. Because out of nowhere, this guy started exploding on like shorts and shit. I had no idea why I was seeing him everywhere. But
they took some information that they should not have taken from a write-up that I did on some puzzles that I solved at DEF CON, and then they put them into an episode of the show. And I found out about it. And the only source for that knowledge was my write-up. Don't do that. You're bad, Mr. Robot. You'll always be bad. Always. Yeah. Do you want to know what the solution for that was? Do you want to know what one of the solutions for that was? It was the Puzzle Master's personal cell phone number, to which he got thousands of calls. Maybe don't put things in your episode if you don't know what it is. Maybe don't do that. Idiots.
I'm so confused. Is this his website? Is he the one writing this here? Authors: Brett Boerhaus, and Jason Thorhall. We did DEF CON, we put together a puzzle by 1057. Here's the entire adventure as we experienced it with all the puzzles, their solutions, and the steps to solve them. Taken from page 4 of the DEF CON pamphlet. Okay, letters. Rot 13. Is that some kind of hash, or I don't know what this is, or whatever. The parent pages will help you find your calling, but don't be duped. Cut down the woods, they be Erdos. It's the Caesar cipher. Oh, it's just moving each letter over 13 spaces. People keep saying the puzzle creator was happy they used his puzzle. Like, do you have evidence or proof of that? Everybody keeps saying that, but is there any evidence of that? Oh, Rodis rotation. Oh shit, I think we learned this in some fucking like intro to encryption video or something. Just got another call on the Mr. Robot number from the season 2 puzzle. Guess people are going back through old episodes. Who is Mr. Robot? This is not him saying that he's happy about them using the thing. Is there evidence of him saying he's happy about them using the thing? Okay. I'm going to assume that evidence doesn't exist because everybody keeps saying it. Nobody's posted a link to it. This is why I need to be using fucking AI. God damn it. Oh, wait, hold on. Somebody has it. One day I will figure out how to query these LLMs.
Themselves in contempt for that one dumb tweet, especially since Lost, the person, actually affected, did.
Oh, thank you. Here it is. Good job. Who caught the DEF CON 22 badge challenge reference in tonight's episode? Thank you at The Dark Tangent and 1057. I'm flattered and I really enjoy the show. It's okay, guys. No need to attack at Core Adana. He's doing a great job. Oh, okay. Okay, so it doesn't seem like this idea of him being super ass-pained about this is not... doesn't seem to be true at all. He's just... Is he lying?
Reason I don't like Mr. Robot. This right here is my write-up for the DEF CON 22 badge challenge. Went viral as hell inside of the hacking community. And it was because I listed out everything that we did as a team and showed the world the brilliance of Lost, who is the creator of these challenges. And the first thing you can see here is a number letter cipher. So 1 would be A, 2 would be B, so on and so forth. And you can see at the end of this, these last pieces of 1057, Lost's name is 1057. He goes by Lost, and 1057 is his handle. That is his signature at the end of this. And now let's go to Mr. Robot's Twitter. Understand that this was the only place in the world that this was listed. Mr. Robot reposted this right here. That's that same string, but
so when he says this is the only place in the world that this was listed, that's not true, right? Anybody that went to DEF CON would have gotten one of these packets. So maybe it was the only place online that it was listed, but anybody that would have gotten one of these packets, right?
let's go to Mr. Robot's Twitter. Understand that this was the only place in the world that this was listed. Mr. Robot reposted this right here. That's that same string. But what did they leave off the end? His signature. This is the same as taking an artist and removing their signature.
Yeah, but they didn't put it on the internet. That's what he means. Well, I imagine there are probably people associated with this show that went, right? Like the show is incredibly technical or technically accurate when it comes to computer shit. So it wouldn't surprise me if people that are associated with the show either have friends that went or went themselves.
Posted this right here. That's that same string. But what did they leave off the end? His signature. This is the same as taking an artist and removing their signature from their piece of art. They made it public to millions of Mr. Robot fans. And those people went and found all of the breadcrumbs that led after this, which led to Lost's personal phone number. He got tens of thousands of calls from fans of Mr. Robot thinking Mr. Robot was running an ARG. And I stopped watching the show as a result. And they never took it down. Absolute dog shit.
Okay.
6 years later is the only way they could have gotten it when other write-ups exist and the pamphlet is just free information to find. Like, I would not even...
Oh, and that's not even true because apparently that pamphlet is even online, so...
6 years later is the only way they could have gotten it when other write-ups exist and... The pamphlet is just free information to find. Like, I would not even call it probable, and calling it the only thing in the world is just a lie. And I just don't understand how you can think it is the only thing in the world when the pamphlet, he got it from a pamphlet, and the pamphlet is accessible online, and he didn't win the badge, and other teams competed this place. Sorry, 8 years. In 8 years, this has been 206 notes, so.
Okay. This, okay, well.
It's basically the site where developers store their code bases and development teams can work together on a code base. In Jason's case, his code bases would be tied to his games. Okay, so here's Jason's GitHub account, and he has 0.
The Bauhaus blog post thing does also credit Pirate Software. It's just not his blog. Well, sure. Or I don't know how relevant that is for anything. I don't even think that, my guess is that puzzle probably wasn't even that hard to solve. Firstly, doing a 0 to 25 or a 1 to 26 thing for, you know, the letters of the alphabet, I imagine there's probably an online thing where you can just like put in a cipher and it will test for simple hashes, would be my guess. Is ROT 13 special, or is there a whole bunch of like auto test for like ROT 1 to 100 and then do a dictionary match to see if you could like start pulling words or something? My guess would be there's literally Route 13 is just one part of the puzzle. Oh, sure. Well, yeah, I'm sure HackerCon is a bunch of fucking crazy. I think Hake used to tell me about like crazy puzzles and shit they would have in it. I just don't know why. I don't understand why he would freak the fuck out over this. Other than, I guess he just lies about fucking everything. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. Route 13 is the default one you try first. Okay.
0 public projects on his account, and 0 activity for the year of 2025. Okay, the no public repos doesn't exactly prove anything, and you don't need to have public repos, but most active developers do have something at least. Also, let me point out, GitHub does have an option of having private repos, which are code bases not viewable by users not part of the team. But GitHub also has the option to show activity on private repos on your profile without leaking any private repo data. Again, this doesn't prove anything, but it's incredibly odd to see a self-proclaimed developer and hacker have 0 public code on his GitHub and 0 activity on his account. Let's try 2024, and there's nothing. Okay, 2023, oh, I see some activity, and it's bug reports. He has made 4 bug reports and some feature requests, 0 coding to review for 2023. Okay,
Nice.
Let's try 2022. All right, I see 2 green dots, and again, it's 2.
The lack of GitHub contributions is a dumb point. I mean, like if you so supposedly is master hacker public dude and you don't actually. I feel like maybe if you work for somebody, maybe. The lack of GitHub contributions is a dumb point. My GitHub is empty, but that's because I write code that makes money. Oh, yeah. Like if he had an actual job, then that would make sense. But I feel like if you, it doesn't matter now because he's kind of like made it, I guess, as a streamer. Well, for now he has. But I would be really scared of having like a 5 to 10 year lapse in my resume with nothing publicly that I could point to at all.
2 bug reports, no code to check over. All right, 2021, I'm feeling lucky, and there's nothing. Okay, 2020, he's applying to be a part of the live coders list. All right, last year to check, 2019, and his only activity is he joined January 13, 2019. Man, that was disappointing. Over 7 years of having a GitHub account, he seems to have done 0 public coding, with a grand total of 6 bug reports. Again, this doesn't prove anything too much, but most professional developers and hackers generally have something on their accounts, even if it's just super minor stuff like their settings for their favorite text editor or application. Jason could have a separate personal account where he does all his work, but the entire thing is just incredibly strange and unusual. Just about every tech YouTuber and streamer has a GitHub account with some random project scattered around. Anyways, finally with all those positions and GitHub stuff out of the way, let's finally get to Pirate Software, the company, and Jason's actual game development start. Let's take a look at his game dev skills, his game dev execution, with all.
This is 7 months ago. Well, had all this stuff about him already leaked at 7 months ago? This might not be.
And Pirate Software.
Well, I remember these people.
Okay.
Why do you know that? I feel like an asshole right now. Do you know the Pirate Software guy? Do you watch any of his stuff?
No, never heard the name before.
I just get the worst vibes from that guy. I don't know why.
Is it the hair?
No. It's like he just comes across as like an absolute. Man, I just get bad vibes. The vibes are not immaculate.
The vibes are not immaculate.
The vibes are not immaculate.
He's not taking
You're a
parts of the
hater.
company. Let's see.
I am hating. I fully admit right now. I think I am hating. I don't know why. I just get really bad vibes from that dude.
Okay, what's a Twitch clip of him?
I don't know if you can get it in a Twitch clip.
His name is Pirate what?
Pirate Software.
Wait, wait, making noise. Oh, it's Twitch Oddly. Fuck.
It feels like he came out of nowhere. Although I think he's got a long history of content creation. It feels like he came out of nowhere, and they just started giving him a bunch of like the most consumer, like or the most like Reddit tier popular takes on everything, and then like everybody just like super. I just.
So this is a no fast travel memes adventure. Okay, 1 minute clip.
It felt like it does. Like, hey guys, we're gonna be going from home base in Halcyon, and we're gonna be going down here so
I knew it.
all his bragging, I'm sure this is going to be an incredible story with no issues at all. All right, so his first game his studio published was a game called Champions of Breakfast. This was a game roughly built in 8 months in the Game Maker engine. This was the first game that Jason claimed had the unpiratable DRM, where basically the game's Steam achievements acted as a save file. I'll touch on all these points again in just a bit, keep them in mind, while I move to his next and only other game, Heartbound. So Heartbound is the big game Pirate Software is known for, and it has a crazy development history. So according to the wiki, Heartbound's first build was October 7th, 2015. Again, this game was also made in Game Maker. It's a
Wasn't he already in drama then? No! Hopefully not. I don't know.
2D game that's mostly story-driven with extreme similarities to Undertale, and is supposed to have 5 acts or chapters in total. A Kickstarter for the game was launched on February 24th, 2017, roughly a year and a half after work originally started on it.
Damn.
The original goal was to have the game finished and released by December 2017, but shortly after launch, it was claimed the game was to be fully complete and released in early to mid-2018. A few months later, the goal was once again changed, and now is targeting early access on Steam in December 2018. The game did land on Steam in December of 2018. In early access, this release contained a Chapter 1 that was complete, with a basically near fully done Chapter 2. Gee, I hope this does become a trend with delays, failed promises, and shifts in goals. Surely Jason will complete this game in a few more years, right? At the very start of January 2019, they released a patch where in the patch notes it said Animus, the name of Chapter 3 was being developed, and this is where everything started truly going to hell. Now, we have a few things we should note here. This is technically the 3rd year of development if we're going off the October 2015 first build date. If we compare this to Undertale completed development in 2 years, 7 months, with Toby Fox doing most of the development solo, with some help from Tammy Chang on art. Also, let's just take a quick look at the How Long to Beat site and see how much content Undertale has. Okay, the main story is 7 hours. With side content, it's roughly 11 hours. A completionist run is 20.5 hours. Okay, pretty good and respectable times for an indie game built in 2 years, 7 months. Heartbound, as of 2025, is still in active development. So let's take a look at how much content time they have. All right, the main story is 2.5 hours. With side content, it's 3 hours, and a completionist run is 3.5 hours. The Pirate Software team has been working on this game for 10 years, currently more than 3 times as long as the Undertale team, and the Pirate Software team has 1 additional team member. Yeah, just think about that for a moment. Anyways, let's start diving through 2019 and Chapter 3 Animus development. For most of 2019, it seems like there was steady progress on Chapter 3, with various patches over the year, so far saying additional content was added. On October 2019, Jason tweeted that roughly 86% of Chapter 3 has now been completed. Then 2 years later, Jason tweets that Chapter 3 is now 92% done. So over 2 years, he made 8% progress on 1 chapter. 20 years of game dev industry experience, people, and 7 years working at Blizzard. Okay, let's rewind and go back to 2020.
Okay, wait, I don't understand. What the fuck does this guy do on his stream all day? Because I thought he's always like working on his thing. Like, isn't he always programming and all that shit? What is he actually doing?
The Twitch statistics and see what was happening.
Okay. Oh, he's playing games. Oh, okay. I thought it was like a programmer stream or something. Okay, maybe not then.
Okay, the start of 2020 up till March seems like a normal stream schedule. Seems like he caught a cold on March 10th. Then after 9 days, he goes to urgent care and is diagnosed with pneumonia and gets a COVID test. Then we move to March 21st and COVID test results come back and it's negative. No COVID, just pneumonia. Wait, never mind. March 24th, Jason goes back to urgent care. Pneumonia was incorrectly diagnosed and he actually has severe bronchitis. All right, March 30th, he's still sick, but once again confirms negative for COVID. This is really important. All right, a few days later, April 10th, and his cold status is defeated and we're good to go. I know I'm being semi-joking in this section, but generally, this is really important. All right.
Sick around 30 days. God damn. Pneumonia was incorrectly diagnosed. I have severe bronchitis. Pneumonia and bronchitis are both like headaches. It's like a symptom thing, right? Those aren't necessarily diseases. I should definitely know this. Hold on. Okay, pneumonia is just inflammatory condition of the lung, and bronchitis is probably just inflammation of the bronchi. Inflammation of the bronchi in the lungs that causes coughing. Do you think that's why I'm coughing so much? Do I have bronchitis? It's also known as a chest cold. Wait, why is it called bronchitis? Why isn't it called pneumonitis? Or why is it called pneumonia and not bronchia? What's going on there?
And he actually has severe bronchitis. All right, March 30th, he's still sick, but once again confirms negative for COVID. This is really important. All right, a few days later.
Okay, this is really important.
April 10th, and his cold status is defeated, and we're good to go. I know I'm being semi-joking in this section, but I generally don't wish Jason any health issues. All right, so then we move on to April 11th, 2020, and work on Heartbound has restarted. Work is continuing over the next few days. According to
Holy shit! What if he was patient 0? No, I'm just kidding.
Tweets. Most of April was good. So was most of May 2020. We're still working on Heartbound at this point. Again, nearly all of the May project is on Heartbound. Then we skip all the way over to July 2020, and work on Heartbound is still progressing. Seemed like there's some trouble during September, October, and November, with December being fine, and so is January of 2021 being fine. Then we hit February 2021, and then he tweets out he has had COVID for 9 months since the start of February of 2020. Wait, what? Jason was only sick in March according to his own tweets at that time period. And there's work from February from earlier, and there's proof he worked during April, May, June, July, and August at the very least, judging by his Twitch stats and his Steam announcements and patches for the game. It seems the only major slowdown of streams and work was 3 months of September, October, and November, where he lost 9 months of time and had to stop development.
By any chance do you have acid reflux? I feel like I've gotten acid reflux like 2 or 3 times in my life, but it's usually very short lasting. I don't know what causes it or what caused it.
Based on his tweets, I have no idea. I mean, it's not like he's going to change his story after this, right? Oh wait, there's this old tweet from November 2020 where Jason says he was recovering for nearly 8 months and couldn't daily stream or work. Let's look at the Twitch stats graph again. And his tweets. He couldn't work during this period, but everything he posts during this time says he was working on Heartbound, and his Twitch stats confirm it. So does Steam. I mean, Jason wouldn't lie and change his story and opinions randomly, right? Especially not to his loyal viewers and Heartbound fans. Let's skim the graphs and see what else we can see. Okay, 2021 minus the months of March, April, May, and June.
Lucky I get that shit constantly all the time. I think you have to be careful. I feel like I only know this from like fucking late night TV commercials, that if you have acid reflux commonly, you can get, is it just called acid reflux disease or like gastrointestinal refluxology? Fucking, but what am I thinking of? Isn't it like if you have, because if you have acid coming up all the time, it can fuck your shit up. It like erodes your esophagus. Is it GERD? G-R-E-D? What is this? Wait.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah. Monsieur. What? Someone else? What?
This is AI or some dumb shit. What?
June, his streaming is extremely good and consistent, with tons of stream days going past 10 hours and some days hitting 16 hours. 2020, about the same for March, April, May, and June, and September, with the rest of the months being slightly less consistent, but still more consistent than not. Then we get to 2023, and this is incredible.
It's not? Wait, hold on. Okay. 4 fingers, or 5, depending on how you do it. We got a confirmation. Is it a real finger? Okay, hold on. Does the finger move at all? Hold on. Okay, I don't know if... This finger looks real.
Someone else?
It's...
Someone else?
Oh. Okay. This is a trick that only works on from one angle, from the camera, right? So these people all must be in on the trick to make this look good for the video. So when he does this here, you can see his pinky is behind this. So all 5 fingers are obviously still attached to his hand. But it looks like he has 4 fingers right now.
Someone else?
And then, I'm guessing he extends his pinky here. And then he, oh yeah, and you can see it moving back behind you. Cute. Okay.
Totally consistent with the stream averages being 6 to 8 hours per day. Let's start diving back into Jason's tweets. So on June 2023, he catches COVID again. Okay, that seems to match up with his Twitch stats graph. Here there's a clear week gone. Let's see what Jason says in July.
That was a hell of a thing. That's the second time I've gotten COVID. The first time took 9 months to recover. This one took probably about, I think it was in total about 20 days. So
wow. There's no point in time in 2020, 2021, 2022, or 2023 where he lost 9 months consecutively or stopped development for that period of time. He also in the clip claimed he got COVID twice in total. So that doesn't explain why there's 4 sections of gaps on development, since all these gaps are months apart and he only had COVID twice. Let's skip ahead to June 2024 and see what he says about these 4 years of development.
how long have you been working on this game? Was the coding a solo job? Yeah. Nobody else has touched the code base for Heartbound ever except for me. It's just me. I've been working on it for about 7 years, but I lost 2.5 years to COVID.
Okay,
2.5 years. It gets longer every time.
I hope at this point you realize his excuses for not working on Heartbound and his tweets are filled with complete BS. Once again, he stopped development in 2020, 3 months between September to October, where he had his first COVID period of inactivity. His second COVID was in June 2023. No matter how you try to arrange this and make sense of it, the numbers don't work out, especially since we can see his 2020.
Holy shit, yeah, this is Hassan's airport visit.
He basically had a perfect stream schedule. And if we look at 2021 and 2022, there were only 2 gaps where he seems to be affected, and they're months apart. Jason basically just decided to quit working on his game sometime during 2020 and has been making random excuses since then on why he hasn't made progress. Chapter 3 Animus, the reason we've been going through this chart started all the way back in January of 2019. If we look at the latest patch in 2025, work on Chapter 3 Animus is still going somehow. We have gone through 6 years of development so far, and Jason hasn't been able to complete 14% of Chapter 3. Seriously, what the hell? Remember, Undertale took 2 years, 7 months to finish the full entire game with 3 times as much content as what Heartbound is currently delivering in 2025, with 10 years of development time under its belt. To put this into even more perspective, let's look at Yandere Dev, a developer notorious for having no clue what he's doing programming-wise, and spends the majority of his day responding to emails and maybe spending a few minutes each day working on his game. He makes more progress and more consistently than Jason does. Seriously, I'm not joking. Here's the updated list for Yandere Dev starting in 2020. Yandere Dev has made more progress and more consistently in that year alone than Jason has in the last 5. We just might be living in a timeline where Yandere Dev finishes his game before Jason does. And yes, I might have gone slightly crazy trying to plot 6 years of Animus development with conflicting tweets and time gaps on the Twitch stats graph.
Wow. Now that's what I call a cool fucking story, bro. All right. Jesus. Do you not think the hate for this dude is wildly cringe? It's pretty obsessive. I mean, like, the hate is really obsessive, but he is probably, like, the perfect kind of person to hate, right? If you're narcissistic and you have no self-awareness and you can never literally admit you're wrong about anything, and then you'll continue to make blunders because you you can't even like accurately perceive how much you're lying about everything. I mean, it's like the perfect, unfortunately, yeah. All right, boring time again. This is the last COVID video from this debate. How the fuck do I get rid of mold in my ceiling from ambient humidity? I'm getting dehumidifiers next week, but I gotta kill these fuckers first. I have no idea. I don't think I've ever gotten rid of mold before. Usually we would just cut it away. I'm sure there's some antimicrobial you can spray on it or something, no? Wasted 30 minutes on this.
In the belly of the beast. You made it all the way to New York City and you're sitting in the lungs. I won't ask you for now and then you'll matter.
What? Okay. How many more videos on this? This is the last one. Good luck. The Q&A from the third part of the final part of their debate.
Okay, we're back. And then Peter, I'll start you off with your... Okay, we're back. And then Peter, I'll start you off with your 30, and then we'll just interrupt with questions. I presume you have a little bit that you want to get through, and then we'll...
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it that way. I got my screen up. So yeah, the big model that SARS presented is this exponential thing where it grows faster within the market than outside the market. And that's kind of how he salvages the lab leak theory, because it's this really great spreading location. So I've been trying to understand this model. First off, I want to point out that the age component of it, this is simply wrong. I didn't realize this in the first debate. I hadn't looked this up, but the cases at the market are younger. So, but I'm going to ignore that for now and just try to use the numbers that he did. We actually have data, so I want to see how this compares to the data. And the interesting thing here is that the market and the outside grow.
Just so you know, okay, I'm making this prediction right now, as I have for the past few years, ever since we read that FBP report. There will be no new substantive information coming out about the Epstein case. If anything does come out about it that does seem juicy, and then everybody comes to my stream and like, yo, do you admit that you were wrong about this? The juicy stuff is going to be low quality evidence that doesn't prove anything but allows people to be conspiratorial. So for instance, the juicy stuff will be things like, we know that in 2012, Jeffrey Epstein phone called this other billionaire guy. It'll be dumb shit like that, if anything. That's my prediction, all right? Good luck.
At about the same rate. It's actually slower within the market than outside the market, if you graph the cumulative. And Ruclaim has to be aware of this, because actually this was their first week slide where they point out that these grow at the same rate. And at the time, that was their argument against the market. And now it's that the growth rate is higher in the market, and that's their argument. So that's changed. The other thing we can do is we can just calculate the growth rate in the market from these case rate maps. We don't need to speculate about it. So, the first week it's 3, then it's 8, then it's 27. So it about triples in cases each week. And we know from all these other studies that the rest of Wuhan, it quadruples every week. So the growth in the market is actually less than outside. So that just demolishes this perfect super spreading location theory. Doesn't fit the data. The other thing to wonder is why is the west side this perfect super spreading location, but not the east side? In the market theory, this is easy because the animals were over on the west side and the early cases are there. But if we're saying it's because of ventilation, temperature, all these mysterious factors, organic material, whatever SARS think is important, the east side should have those factors too. The west side, those should be shared. And so the only thing I can think that would maybe salvage this is the Mahjong room is on the west side.
The Mahjong room.
That it's the perfect combination of only market conditions plus a Mahjong room is the only thing that can be a super spreader location of all the 10,000 places in Wuhan. And even then, the cases that are closest to the Mahjong room aren't positive until the third week. I'd say this is a gain of function theory. Basically, it's only the combination of those two. I'd talk about the history of this theory again. Combination of those.
True. The Mahjong room. This is the secret super spreader warehouse where everybody went up. 400 Jewish Chinese people went into this room and played Mahjong. and super spread the lab leak virus.
Too. I talk about the history of this theory again. Like why this exists in the first place is because Warraby made this map, and they're saying with these samples, hey, look, the samples are around the wildlife. So the lab leak needed some excuse for why it still holds. And they said, hey, we can, Texas sharpshooter the bathrooms right in there. And then that salvages the lab leak theory. And then that morphed into the Mahjong theory over time. This map's a little bit out of date with the latest data. This is probably a slightly better one. You got some kind of cluster there. But the thing is, both of these are over smoothed heat maps. There are actually no positive samples in the Mahjong room. You can only make, if you smooth all these other market samples, you can make it sort of point towards that corner. And this is also funny, I talked about this in the first debate, that like outside the market, they say that because the cases are centered on the market, that's meaningless. But inside—
What is it, Texas sharpshooter? Texas sharpshooter, I actually don't remember. I think it has to do with like picking and choosing the data that you want to make a particular argument that you want. Like it's kind of some form of p-hacking, basically, that if you are, if you choose the right data, you can make whatever argument you want from some data set if you're not doing good data practice. The argument that Peter is making for this here, if you have questions on these, I'll go over these because I should understand all these at this point. The argument that Peter's making over here is somebody made a heat map graph of the Wuhan area, and the heat map graph looks like kind of like this or whatever. And apparently, like, some people like looked at this and they're like, holy shit, well, what's in the center of this heat map over here? And then they found like a Mahjong room, and they're like, oh my god, it must have originated from the Mahjong room. But the problem is a heat map, right? Heat maps don't exist in real life. There are discrete measurements that are being taken to create this heat map. And if you look at the discrete measurements, there's not a single measurement taken from that Mahjong room that tested positive. So the heat map gives you the illusion that it must have centered around something there, but that's not necessarily true. It just can appear that way depending on how you present the data.
Inside the market, that's proof of the Mahjong room. The other problem with Rootclaim's new theory is they don't have this explanation. They're saying that there's lots of cases outside the market before.
Hold on. Heat fresh. What's the thing with the two addresses for the Wuhan Institute of Virology? One has been used in the debate. The other is referenced on White House lab leak site. I don't know. Give me the link. But the one that everybody, I think, agrees is the one that the research was going on with is down here. You can link me the White House one, and we can go through that later if you want.
Or the spreading event at the market. But then if those outside cases, those 128 kept growing, they shouldn't be clustered on the market, centered on the market. So there's no explanation for that. They also have no explanation for why the cases outside the market spread away from the market over time. We know how that happened week by week. They start right at the market, they grow further and further away by week. So none of this fits the data at all, but I really just wanted to understand whether this can work at all for fitting the data. So I read all the details he used here, and I tried to reconstruct this in Excel. So this is the graph he put in. This is my graph. I think these are identical.
What smoking guns do you need for you to think it's lab leak? Well, not smoking guns, but literally any evidence at all. The problem is right now, lab leak has zero evidence for it. There's just no reason to think that it would come from that lab, other than they were researching similar-ish viruses there. But there's no reason to think it would come from that lab. Yeah, so lab leak is like starting at zero, and then you kind of go from there, I guess.
Well, I think the X scale is slightly different here, but it's his model.
They're arguing that it's a different lab. 557 pages. Holy fucking AIDS. Oh my god. Oh, but a lot of it has to do with lockdowns and shit. You gotta give me a page number, Browski. I don't know why you would just link me this. Or unless it's here.
And I try to compare these to the data. So these are inside the market. Kind of works. I think his curve's a little maybe too steep, but whatever. Outside the market, blue is the recorded actual non-market link cases. Orange is what he simulated. So you've got...
Just look at the map, Destiny. This? Why the fuck is it zooming in and out like that? Wait, but this is the one that everybody says it is, no? I think we agree that this is the one. Okay.
I mean, like at the time Wei Guizhang gets sick, you should have 20 hospitalizations outside the market and 1 for the market. And by the time Chen gets sick, you should have like 30. And
that is not where it is in the debate slides. It's literally right now. Okay, well, I don't know. Okay.
It's not what they're finding in hospitals. What they're finding in hospitals is 1 and 1 roughly, or even more than 1 and 1 for market versus. So you need to explain this 20 to 30x bias on the hospital searches, which, you know, it's theoretically possible, but it's a very strong claim you're making with no proof. The other problem is if you extend this model out past December and you take the slow growth rate he's assuming outside the market, that's the orange, and you compare it to the actual case data outside the market, it just loses the connection at all because the outside the market grows, you know, at the normal rate, the quadrupling every week, whereas his model is slower than that. So I think the only way you can maybe salvage this is if like lineage A, lineage B are dramatically different, like the doubling rate of one of those is double the other. But I think that might, I don't know if they've even thought of this problem, but maybe that's why they keep talking about lineage A, lineage B to salvage that.
No, the lab is 14.4 miles away. Okay, I don't know how the fuck they're measuring any of this or what the actual, oh wait, no, I can just check. This is the map that I have that I thought everybody else was using. So if you drive, I think it's around 14 miles. It's 20 kilometers about. How can I do the, is it shift click? How do I draw a distance? This map shows it further away. Oh, I don't know what the fuck this is. This one is just wrong then, I guess. But that's not what we're going by. We're going, that one would be like, that, Jesus. Wait, this looks like it would be like, like 2 hours away. This is the one I think we've been using for this debate, though. Isn't there a way, is it like shift click? Isn't there a way to hold, to measure a distance between, oh my fucking God. Right click, measure distance. Right click. Distance to here is 18.2 km. 18.2 km, 2 miles. So about 11.3 miles. I don't know how they get 7.5 miles. I feel like... Unless there's another market they're looking at. Bottom of page. Look at bottom. Bottom of page on Google Maps. Bottom of screen, it says... Oh, 7.5 miles. Oh. What is it? Oh, this was an alternate route by car. Oh, okay. That's where they get it then. They're drawing the... As the bird flies or whatever the fuck between the two spots. Okay. Jesus.
And we know that this just isn't true. They're very similar, those two strains. They're always like B is 2/3 and A is 1/3, like everywhere in the world for the first few months. And that's even true like in Jesse Bloom's data. That's true in Zhongnan Hospital right next to the Wuhan lab. This math is also kind of wrong, like it's 128 cumulative days, like the odds they'll get to the market in the first place are wrong, I think. But I'll yield for now. I just want Sar to explain how does that work in your model?
This back and forth. I don't know how he survives this. Here we go.
Okay, so
and he can't duck out by saying we don't look at the facts, or we're just. I'm so curious how this will go. I feel like it's going to be really brutal, but
west side. I don't know what's special with the west side. Could be ventilation, could be temperature, could be coincidence.
But Doug, this is the final part of like a fucking 20-hour debate. We can't be guessing at this point. You have to have a theory. You have to be able to explain your data. Remember, zoonosis, lab leak, or I'm sorry, the zoonosis or animal leak is going to say that it starts from the west side of the market and spreads from there because that's where the infected animals are. For lab leak, you have to have a reason why it's not more evenly distributed throughout the market. And that's not even getting into why does it distribute outside the market, next to the market, after it leaves the market.
The point I will be returning all the time here is that you can't claim a very high base factor when there's a lot of complexity. If we work for 1 year and manage to get all the data and exclude any possible confounder, then maybe one of us can claim something strong about this. But these are people, these are cases that are unreliable, there are manipulations, there are possible confounder, all the data, and exclude any possible confounder, then maybe one of us can claim something strong about this.
So unless you're working with like pure math or theoretical physics or whatever, that will never, ever, ever be the case. I'm so sorry, but epidemiology, biology, like in actual testing, like you will never have like the perfect, let's get the perfect samples, all the data, all confounds removed, every single thing. Like it hasn't been that case historically with diseases. It's definitely not going to be the case with something like this, especially where China doesn't really want you to do that much digging. Like if that's the bar, then you're fucked. But this isn't about having the perfect dispositive answer. According to root claim, it's about making inferences, right?
But these are people, these are cases that are unreliable, there are manipulations, there are politics. You don't know what's wrong with the data, right? I don't know. So I worked for a long time on the first claims. I found a few directions that show why HSM could be a likely early cluster. As I said, it's not a perfect model because I don't have all the data. I just showed, like, just to understand this, the importance of exponentials, to show that how that could work. If we work for a very long period of time, maybe we'll have a perfect model, or maybe we will be able to exclude a perfect model. Okay, that will take time. But the main issue I'm returning to is about the meta inference. When one side only has claims that are based on very complex models that need a lot of things to be correct. So this case data needs to be correct, and the models need to be correct, and everything needs to be correct. So when that's the only thing you have, you likely don't have the right hypothesis. So we can go into this. We can do another session, and at some point we will be.
But you have nothing. What?
I think we'll be discussing whether the swab used for A20 is one that...
It's also funny because I feel like he's making an error in inferencing here. I don't know how you would describe this error, but like, what would you say this is statistically? If I shuffle a deck of cards, it's likely that that is the only time in the entire history of the universe that the deck of cards has been shuffled that way because the probability is so low. However, if I shuffled a deck of cards and then I showed it to you, and then you go, no, that's impossible that you shuffled that because you have you've got a unique thing here. Well, it's not really the same type of question, right? Like, sure, it's incredibly rare that I could have any individual one, but like I am shuffling. Is that like the exact configuration of infections or whatever else, and the modeling might be complicated for sure, and you might not have exactly the correct answer, but that doesn't mean it's impossible to make an inference or, no, actually that's not even, no, the card comparison wasn't good. No, the card comparison wasn't good. It has to do with like honing in on, actually, never mind. I thought this was way more complicated, but in actuality, this is just like basic stats and probability. You have like you've got like a confidence interval between like bounded like ranges or whatever, right? Like I might not be able to say for sure it's 4 or 5, but I can say with a 95% probability the answer lies between, like 3 and 6 or whatever, or 4 and 5. I might not know exactly where it is, but just because I don't know exactly where it is doesn't mean I can't speak in confidence intervals if we're talking about inferencing of a range of values.
Has a 0.5 or 4% error rate or something. We will be discussing details. It doesn't matter.
Like Peter's not claiming, I'm defending zoonosis on the fact that every single one of these cases is reported exactly correctly. Like, he's just going with the data that we have.
At the end of the day, you need to look at what kind of evidence each side has. One side has evidence with robust, well-established base factor, high base factors that the other side cannot explain. And the other has all kinds of very complex models which claim very high base factor, but once you pull one of the legs, it all collapses. So we can go for another session, and I will go deeper, and maybe my model will be better, or maybe a little bit worse. I don't know. But given if we try to extend what's going to happen, maybe I will share. Can I share, please?
Oh yeah.
So if we try to simulate what will happen if we do this thing to infinity, right? What? So this is what we say. We're getting into very minute detail. Our main insight is you don't need to do that. You don't need to explain everything. You just need to show that the pattern of your evidence fits better one side. So let's imagine what will happen if we continue like 10 more sessions or 50 more sessions of this. So what will happen? We'll find more evidence. Peter, I think everyone can agree, has much more knowledge on origins than we do. He's invested much more time. He's maybe a much more talented researcher. He's much more into the details.
Oh my God.
He probably knows the best in the world on origins at this point. So what will happen is we will have time to look into more evidence, something we hardly did because we're mostly looking into
inferencing,
quantifying the existing claims and less about finding new ones. But
it's I said this a long time ago when I debated X Kills Me, and I think I actually have the same criticism, and I feel the same about the criticism now. I think anybody that utters bays when they talk about inferencing like non-mathematical events or like things that are outside of like fucking economics or something, I think that's a huge red flag. I think that's like the 120 IQ man's pseudo-intellectual endeavor, is when they obsess over these like Bayesian inferences. I don't put any stock in this form of rationalization at all.
The little time we did invest, we found interesting thing like the study showing that 4 of 6 positive civets in a random market were all SARS positive. This is completely different than what we have in SARS-2. The Corner-Reed case, which is very strong that itself just shows you that the whole market claims are wrong. It's just impossible that this holds. Chen alone also is very weird for the market. We will find more factors making HSM a likely cluster, and maybe we will be able to match Peter's objections better, and the model will be better. The opposition has already invested enormous resources. Probably won't be finding new evidence. We'll continue to find more mistakes in the complex modeling studies that are the only thing that supports zoonosis. Remember that was a lot of work to find the bug in Picard, and it was a lot of work for us to find how irrelevant is the WRB data from the check-ins. It's a lot of work, and we will do the work, and eventually all the studies will probably be obliterated, and maybe 1 or 2 will survive. But who's to say that the one that survived is the zoonosis study? It could be the Lovely study. It could be the one where they show that restriction sites are arranged in a way that matches engineering. I mean, it's just we don't know what will happen. So we'll find more cases like what happened with Picard, where a base factor that starts with 200x turns out to be 4x and practically 0 or 1. It won't happen to our side because we already account for all these possible mistakes, and we don't use such shaky data in our analysis. We may find more biases explaining why the data that everyone based our research on is invalid.
Like at this point in the debate, I would even challenge him on his understanding of Bayes or drawing inferences. Like, how could you possibly say we've already accounted for every probability, even if we're wrong on some of our underlying assumptions? If that's the case, then that means that your ranges have to be so huge such that your analysis is meaningless, right? Like if I were to say, imagine I call you and I say, hey, you guys are having a school event, right? And you're like, yeah, we're having a school event after class. And I'm like, cool, I'll bring some pizza. And the guy's like, all right, cool, let me do a head count. I'm like, no, that's okay. And you're like, what do you mean? It's like, I'll bring enough. What do you mean you'll bring enough? You don't even know how many people are in my class or who's coming or, no, it's okay, I'll bring enough. You don't have no idea. What if it's my whole school versus just my class? Doesn't matter, actually. Doesn't matter at all. I've already accounted for that with my inferencing. The only way you can account for that is if you're bringing between 0 and 200 pizzas. Well, at that point, your analysis is pointless. And he's made this claim over and over again, saying that, you know, even if we're completely off on like half of these points, it won't make that much of a difference. The only way that could be true is if the range of probabilities that you've got for that you're confident in are so huge, the range is so wide that your analysis is literally meaningless. It's like between like 1 and 99%.
You find more reasons why the models are irrelevant. You know, I showed in this session a few cases where the opposition has provided.
Don't doctors use Bayes inferencing to diagnose you? Seems it's essential to have some feedback loop, though, where you can test a hypothesis and update your probabilities accordingly. If a doctor is using like Bayesian analysis or whatever, I guess you could theoretically call like a differential diagnosis that. But you're working, but the things matter. Imagine you're watching an episode of House, and they're like, okay, time to do a differential diagnosis. And they're like, okay, well, what's going on? Does what disease do we think it is? And, you know, they give like 20 things. Like, okay, well, does he have a fever? And they're like, we don't know, but it doesn't matter. Oh, it doesn't matter if he has a fever? No. What's his, what's his white blood cell? Oh, don't know. Oh, okay. Any pains or whatever? He might have complained about having pains in his ankle or a headache sometime in the last 3 months. Oh, okay. Like, could you do Bayesian inferencing at that point to diagnose him? Sure. I mean, like, he's not dead. So we can scratch that out, but otherwise we're just shooting in the dark. It doesn't make any sense, right? The whole point is to kind of like draw, like medical stuff works well. One, because I think on a medical foundation, you have so much more data to draw from, right? When we talk about a person going to a hospital, it's unlikely that they're presenting with a brand new condition or illness. So we have hundreds of millions of prior, you know, hospital events to draw from. We have this person's own medical history to draw from, right? We can look back at your life to see if you've ever had, like, there's so many things that you can do to hone in on what do we want to infer, or what do we want to infer to as to the probability of you having some condition or disease. And a lot of that evidence can be, you can literally test like for almost like dispositive things. Like we think it might be this, we're going to do a specific IgM or IgG antibody test. We're going to do a specific, biopsy. We're going to do a specific thing. So that's, I'm not saying that all inferencing is bad, but when you're trying to inference off of such insanely macro events, that's just crazy. Like what people actually, in my opinion, they don't know that they're doing, I don't know if you call all Bayesian stuff, or if all inferencing is Bayesian. Maybe that's not fair to say, but I think people make similar inferencing errors when they say things like every empire in history has collapsed when, you know, like this level of debt has been reached. It's like, hold on. First of all, are those even fair reference cases to draw from? Like, is the Roman Empire comparable to the US Empire? When we start drawing, you know, like a sample set of what's even a fair reference, how many empires, is there even to draw from, right? Like, is this like 6 empires? Is that enough of a data set to even say that there are this many empires that are comparable to the United States? Like, are any comparable to the United States and the current technology of else? So, yeah, it's just kind of silly. I think a really, really, really good example of this, because you're forced to have numbers when the rubber meets the road. A really great example of this, I think, are elections, right? Where we see the we see inferencing to stuff where people say things like every single candidate that's won New Hampshire and Iowa will win the primary, right? That's true until it's not. Every single candidate who, has their first come after Thanksgiving is going to be the one who wins the general election. Every single candidate who wins this vote, right? All of these are always true until they're not. I think that's a really great example of trying to use this Bayesian inferencing where it's like it's true until it's not, but you're literally just going by raw numbers and you're not actually trying to figure out like the actual causal links to things, or you're picking a bad reference class, or it's just too, there's not enough of a data set to draw from, and the event is way too multivariate. It's just stupid. It's like pseudoscience at best if you're trying to do some kind of inferencing here based on past events.
Evidence in a way that is not accurate. We'll find probably more of those. Peter will find more root claim mistakes, which he did find, but they won't change anything because we already built them into the model. We built the probability that mistakes will be found. So we found the mistake we said about early visitors, but it doesn't change anything because they're anyway not involved in wildlife. So that was the essence of the evidence. We claim to have several early clusters. I tend to agree that HSM is probably the only one, or maybe one of a few. But we already gave it the modest base factor because we didn't have high certainty on that. And then we also discovered why it's not relevant. I mean, why HSM is likely to be an early cluster. So on the other hand, we'll find underestimates. So every time one of our base factors will be knocked down, others will go up because we leave the room for that, right? So I said the FCS is a 50, but I forgot that even if the 2% that they find a good reason, that won't be 100% reason. The reason why it's a 10% event. So
this is going to be a waste of an hour and a half. There's nothing here. He should have gotten somebody else to. I don't even know what he should have done. I don't even. You know what? I think the whole root claim system is garbage. Actually, I don't value this at all. I think it's all bullshit.
Actually, 500. Following Eric's questions about Wuhan, we found out that 1.5% was wrong because we didn't account for the fact that the wildlife is mostly a South China thing, right? So SARS happened in the city where there's the most wildlife trade. Wuhan is not like that, so we should have accounted that. So 1.5 is actually 0.5%. We didn't account for the fact that there are no spillovers, which is very weird given the studies we just found. We only account for no intermediate source found. Right? So there's a lot of stuff that will grow as we research more because we leave the room for that. We don't start with the most outrageous, unlikely explanations and then cut them as they fall down. But what will happen is there will never be.
Like, I don't know what the words to make for this, but so he says, like, the evidence for zoonosis is surrounded by a lot of complexity and uncertainty. It is, but that uncertainty is bounded with zoonosis in the middle, right? Like, what particular animal did it start from? Not sure. How long ago did it start? Maybe not 100% sure. Is the A and B lineage or whatever, is that 100% maybe, maybe not? 2 spillovers is 1. Like, that's, yeah, there is a lot of uncertainty there, but the uncertainty is bounded within the idea that it almost certainly leaked from the wet market from an animal who had brought it into the wet market. That's almost certain to be the case. So to claim that there's too much complexity and uncertainty here that's just not, like, there's a lot of complexity and uncertainty when you shoot a load into a woman. You don't know which sperm is going to make it, but she's probably going to get pregnant when you do it. Like, this is just such a bad, it's like faulty logic that's being employed here. Unless I need to stop hedging. There's no point. I don't need to hedge against this person. I know that they're employing faulty logic.
An explanation what the FCS looks that way. I mean, there likely won't be an explanation for that. There won't be an explanation why this whole thing started in the most likely city in the world for such a lab leak. It's the most likely because UNC wouldn't do it in Bristol too. Why it looks exactly like a diffuse product, and why there is no other spillovers anywhere in the world that come from wildlife. So that's what will happen if we do this for 20 more sessions. And the bottom line is that the evidence for zoonosis is surrounded by a lot of complexity and uncertainty. Further investigation may strengthen some, may weaken some. We don't know. The lab leak evidence is robust. It won't change much. It won't be much quicker, much stronger. We have a good sense of what it is. Now, this is the key point here. So this is important. So if we try to think what will happen if we do this for a long time, it's unlikely that there's strong evidence for both sides. It's just by definition. The definition of strong evidence is something that has a low condition probability under a competing hypothesis. So by definition, you won't have strong evidence to competing hypothesis. So if we need to guess what will happen, since one side has robust evidence, the other has shaky, complex modeling evidence, we'll need to assume that what will happen is that the zoonosis evidence will go weaker.
But the way he talks about their analogies or analysis sounds like they did account for everything there, but in truth, they just made up some numbers to calculate the problem. Yeah, well, but the issue, too, that Peter brought up, and I don't know how you would even resolve this, is Peter brought up this issue of double counting. Fuck, I'm not going to be able to give an example of this because I don't have a good enough conceptualization of it. But like, let's say we're trying to figure out, I'm going to draw a student from a blue class or a red class, okay? And let's say there's 50 students in each one, same geometric area and all that. What are the chances of me drawing a student from one or the other? Well, probably 50%. But what Peter is saying is, see, if I knew the math formulas, I could express this maybe better. Or maybe they would even help me. No, they wouldn't. Fuck math. It seems like it's a 50-50 chance from each. But what if somebody's like, what if we find out that like on the, let me think, like on the blue side, we find out that all of these people are black. And then on the red side, we find out like all of these people are white, okay? And then you're doing some Bayesian analysis or whatever, I guess. And you say, okay, well, I picked from 50-50, we've got, what are the chances that I get somebody from a blue classroom or a red classroom? Well, you have to consider that we picked a black blue classroom student. However, if you look at the total population of people, it's only 50% of the people are black. So in actuality, your probability for drawing a black person just decreased by half, right? So you have a black student, okay, from the blue classroom. Black represents 50% of the population. Blue is 50% of the students. So you actually have a 25% chance of getting a black here. So actually the odds of you getting a white red class student or just a red class student, you don't say the white part, is actually 75%, right? And the issue is that it feels like this is probably more of the sharpshooter thing than anything else. And Peter brought this up on one of his slides. If you endlessly specify what you're adding probabilities on, right? Okay, well, it was the wet market. It was in Wuhan. What are the chances it came from like one side or one species? Well, if you start adding these probabilities on, you can make it seem incredibly unlikely, but you're not choosing the same values on both sides. It's not really fair to do that, right? If I gave you the information that half the students were in the red class and half the students were in the blue class, and half the students are white and half the students are black, and then I tell you that you've drawn like a black student from the blue class with just that data available to you and no other data, then you would think, okay, well, there's probably a 25% chance of every draw to get a black student or something, to get a black student from the blue class. But that wouldn't be true. I don't know if that made sense. That explanation was a little dirty, but this arbitrarily choosing however many things you want to multiply together, it makes this whole analysis like super pointless.
Weaker, because that's the most likely, that's the more likely thing to happen. We therefore don't need to continue discussing the evidence. We just look at the pattern of the existence.
Because I think Peter brought up like, okay, well, you're choosing the Wuhan lab, and then you're also multiplying the fact that they are doing gain of function research order. But like, you wouldn't even choose this lab if they weren't doing that type of research. So why can you multiply this and that and that and that when the only reason you're even choosing this lab in the first place is because of the research? Stuff like that. Like why not include every single virus research lab around the world? Why are we only choosing this one? Stuff like that.
Existing evidence and has a clear picture. I just want to say this other thing. Yeah. No, that's enough. Okay, so I don't know the answers to Peter's questions. I can say that
what
the data on which he's basing that the case growth is different than our model is unreliable data. We may look into it for a long time and find a problem, or maybe we'll find it's not a problem, then we'll need to adjust the model. Maybe we'll have a good model, maybe we won't have a model, but there's a lot of uncertainty there. He's asking about the centering. Again, it's bad data. It was fed to the WHO by China when they knew what this data is going to be used for. And it also could be a coincidence. So again, the coincidence is not that all the cases by chance center on the market. It's that within all the high density neighborhoods, it's a coincidence that the HSM neighborhood is the one where it grew faster, right? And that will also explain why HSM is the first cluster, not some other wet market. So it's not some crazy p-value that it will center. It's just can be some other reason other than HSM. And then again, we need to remember that Shen and Corner, they basically obliterate the whole claim that early cases.
Have you looked at it on their website now? I don't know how they calculate these probabilities. Yeah, no, it's just boring. Nobody serious, in my opinion, analyzes events like this, though. You kind of can get away with it. No, not even. I'm sorry. Not even for the lab leak versus this, because I was going to say because it's like an epidemiological thing, but this isn't really epidemiological. It kind of is, because we're talking about like a disease in public health, but these are like one-off crazy events. These aren't things that like epidemiologists have models of what lab leak looks like versus, whatever else. They might just have models of how diseases spread. Like, epidemiology is going to inform your opinion, but there's not going to be like a comprehensive model of this because it's impossible. These are incredibly rare events. These are like one-off things in history. They don't happen every single day such that you can study it and have a ton of data about it.
This is reliable. They show that there are many cases outside HSM in early December. I mean, the fact that we have Connor, which is...
Should we talk about Connor maybe instead of just you repeating over and over? All you're just saying over and over is the data is shaky and you don't like complex models. And just because you don't understand the complex models doesn't mean they're wrong. Like, you failed to make an exponential. You didn't even account for time in the first debate. And now in this debate, you made an exponential that's wrong. And you said that all the data is false if it doesn't agree with your narrative.
True! Wait, this just isn't proper Bayesian analysis. Please don't knock Bayes over this retard who doesn't know how to do it right. My issue is that Bayes analysis or inferencing should never be used here like this, because all you're doing is kicking the can down the road and pretending that you're solving something meaningfully, when in reality, you're just moving the really complicated questions to another part of the discussion, right? Because what we're doing is, okay, well, we've got a collection of incredibly contentious statements with a lot of people on both sides of every statement. And man, it sure would be great if we had a way to probabilistically evaluate these so that we could remove the complexity of it. Oh, let's just do inferencing. And I was like, oh, okay, well, inferencing sounds good. And by the way, technically it is good if we can measure an infinite number of realities or whatever. The problem then is, okay, thank God we don't have to worry about the complexity of both sides. We're just going to do the inferencing. Now, real quick, okay, just to do the math, what are we multiplying? Oh, let's multiply the chances of this event happening. Okay, and what are the chances of that event happening? And now you're back at ground zero. This was the complicated question that you had. You've solved nothing. If anything, you've just made it more complex because now you've added some probabilistic calculation on top of it. But the challenging question is still going to be evaluating all of the underlying facts and probabilities. You haven't done anything to ease the burden of that, basically, right?
And you're saying that it's obviously lab leak because there's a cleavage site and it's in Wuhan. That's your case.
No, that's not my case. My case is a bit more...
Or in CGG, but you refuse to interact with any of the data. You've declared that the fact it showed...
Okay, he's going hard here. Yeah, unironically, you probably could use Bayesian stuff for, like, aspects of this problem. Like, for instance, I'm thinking of the... I don't know if I'm making an error in thought here. I don't think I am. I'm thinking of that Monty Hall problem. If you were to find out that there was one wet market that sold live animals in all of China... That's kind of weird. That would really make you go like, I feel like my assumption that it came from a wet market would probably be significantly boosted. And then let's say I found out that there was one wet market. Let's say I found out there were like 1,000 virology labs. That hurts, in my opinion, the lab leak argument. But then on the flip side, let's say that we found out there was a single laboratory in all of Southeast Asia studying these viruses, and there were like 100,000 of these wet markets that all sold live animals. That intuitively, and then I'm sure Bayesianly or whatever, if you were to go and like actually do a math, that would also probably swing you in a different direction, which I think is fair. But even looking at it that way, I think that all of the math and probability still probably supports the wet market. The fact that I think this was one of 2 wet markets that sold live animals, and this one had the stalls for the most amount of them. The fact that there are a number of other labs, and if we saw a lab leak, we would probably have expected it to be Beijing, because they have way more of these labs there. Like, even if you wanted to do that there, it still probably isn't helping the lab leak guy, but okay.
Or in CGG, but you refuse to interact with any of the data. You've declared that the fact it showed up at the market is Bayes factor 1, that the case that the lineage A cases were close to the market is Bayes factor 1, that the data within the market suggesting infected animals is Bayes factor 1. That's just you ignoring the real data over and over and over. You didn't look at the growth.
Okay, and just so I can understand this, because I don't know the math. When he's saying Bayes factor 1, he's saying that you're saying that this is meaningless. He's saying that, like, when you do your analysis, you're saying the fact that it leaked at the wet market is, so it could from a lab leak. And so he's saying Bayes factor 1. He's not hurting his own hypothesis at all from that calculation, right?
Factor 1, that the case that the lineage A cases were close to the market is Bayes factor 1, that the data within the market suggesting infected animals is Bayes factor 1. That's just you ignoring the real data over and over and over. You didn't
equally likely in either scenario. Yeah, okay.
Didn't look at the growth rate within the market. You didn't.
I really liked Peter's counterfactual. I think was incredibly good, which was, let's assume that the stuff that's true for the wet market was actually true for the lab. you would look crazy saying it was a wet market. Let's say 4 of the 5 first patients were sick from the lab. That alone, people are like, oh, definitely lab leak, 100%. Let's say that the initial spread on the map all originated at the lab. People would say, oh, boom, that's it. You're done. Like, lab leak, 100%. Let's say that all of the early sampling, the first samples you found, all came from the lab. Oh, that's it. People would say, it's over. That's it. Done deal. 100%, you know? If any of the wet market evidence existed for the lab, it would be like dispositive almost. I think even I would say like, ooh, that's a hard, how are you going to argue that it started to spread originated from the lab and you're saying it came from the wet market? How did it get from the wet market all the way to the lab, right? I feel like that counterfactual I think that Peter did was really strong. I think he should have leaned into it harder, but I mean, he won the debate, so what the fuck do I know?
And look at the age within the market. And so we can continue this indefinitely, like you said. And it's basically like you're going to add epicycles to your theory to make it continue fitting. And that's why sometimes I'm presenting these at the debates, not before, because I'm just showing that you haven't even thought about these issues. If I tell you this stuff a week beforehand, maybe you can come up with an excuse why your theory still works. You know, and now you've added, oh, it's the wall of the market where the ventilation is worse. But that doesn't even fit because you're also saying the reads are too low in that area and the read count is higher in the other area. So there's no consistency there. You can keep making excuses for 20 debates, but you still have no evidence. All the evidence points to the market.
Right. So saying that it didn't interact with the data is obviously one. We showed how Warby is completely using false data.
What's false about it?
Saying
that he has no answer. No answer. He won't have a meaningful answer here.
Saying that the locations that they call markets are more likely than HSN to be an early cluster. These are supermarkets. These are department stores. These are.
Why can't it spread at a supermarket?
It literally already has, right?
We showed it because we don't see it in the data. We don't see supermarkets and the department stores being a major.
I thought, is it Xinfeng? I thought that was literally a supermarket spread, wasn't it?
Clusters anywhere.
But I showed studies from all over the world showing that they are.
Correct. Yeah, and not modeling, not theoretical or hypothetical, and not inferenced or whatever, but actual, empirically, real world spreads from supermarkets. Yes, and he did actually hit a lot of those. Yeah.
I showed studies all over the world showing dozens of different types of spraying locations.
You showed those. So first of all, specifically supermarkets and department stores are not common, and these are.
Oh, now we've gone from not possible to not common. Okay.
Seattle and New York.
These are not early clusters. Early clusters require it to happen when there's very little infection. So
that's your theory that you've made with no proof.
I don't know what it's a model. Yeah, it's something.
It's your model versus his empirical data. Like now we've taken Bayes from being like horrible to like necrotizing and fetishizing it. Like, okay, actually, my basic inferencing is so strong, I can delete your real world examples with my hypothetical inferencing. Like, this is actually crazy.
It's a bad model. I just showed you the growth doesn't fit your model, doesn't fit the data. You need the model to salvage the lab leak, but that doesn't make the model true. You want this to be true, otherwise your case falls apart.
So it doesn't fit the data, which is very unreliable and is and has very strong counterarguments.
And the data is unreliable when you...
Hold on, I just think you have to be careful. Somebody said, exactly, meta-analyses will include a Bayes calc with figures aggregated from the analyzed studies. It helps there as long as inputting those figures is made feasible. In order, what do you call these? It's like significant figures, basically. You can't invent significant figures. If you've only measured out to one, to some probability, you can't get any more precise than that. Or if you take a whole bunch of data that, actually, I don't even have to go that specific. If you're doing a meta-analysis, I think a meta-analysis is basically you're taking a whole bunch of data across different studies and you're trying to make it so that all of this data can comport to a single data set so you can draw stronger inferencing from it than you would be able to otherwise, right? But you're never doing or at least I've never seen any study that tries to do a Bayesian analysis or some type of calculation off of one-off, crazy historic events. Like here's a Bayesian analysis of I don't even know what you would compare this to, of like a president getting assassinated or something, right? Like it's probably not appropriate to use that modeling here, I think. I just don't think it just doesn't make sense. Imagine I get married for a third time and it's like, I'm going to do a Bayesian analysis on the success rate of it's just like on these types of one-off events, it just doesn't make any sense. Of the Challenger blowing up, yeah.
Don't like it, but Connor Reed, you think is 100% reliable. Also, China says they tested 80,000 animals and and didn't test any positive, and you trust that with 100%, even though China.
SAP7. I'm not implying that you were disagreeing with it. I just think that this type of trying to statistically model and then draw inferences off of like incredibly rare events like this is just not valuable, I think.
China says they tested 80,000 animals and and didn't test any positive, and you trust that with 100%, even though China probably wouldn't disclose at this point because they say it didn't start in China. But you say that the WHO data from China, so you're picking and choosing even when it's China as the source, which you believe based on which hypothesis you want.
There's a very good reason to test animals and report that truthfully, because initially they did react to this like SARS-1. They did want to find the source. They did do the zoonosis research. It's only a later thing, mid-2020, where they started to blame other countries. So this is very different. And specifically for WHO, the data they gave them is very likely to be against a lab leak, but it's not that likely to be against zoonosis. And you also need to remember, China is just one country. So we could have animals anywhere else in the world turn positive, right?
But other countries don't have sarbecoviruses, and they don't have raccoon dogs in markets. You're not going to get a spillover in America of a sarbecovirus in a raccoon dog.
No, you could just go to countries bordering China and find in nature whatever the integrated host is. But I want to say something
like we found the bats that were 97% similar.
Yeah, sure, but that's not progenitor, right?
But that's not important evidence.
Can I ask some questions here? I mean,
I'd actually like to.
Yeah, now it's coming back to me. Meta-analyses are usually frequentist because they treat each study as a sample of the underlying distribution. I know there's Bayesian ways of doing meta-analyses, but I don't see. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think that's every meta-analysis I've seen is that. But now imagine though, if somebody made like a meta-analysis of like case studies. Somebody made something, they called it like a meta-analysis of 7 case studies that all had like different methodologies for how they collected data or the type of data. Like, it would just be absurd. Somebody would be like, you can't even do a meta-analysis. This is ridiculous, right? Maybe you can do a lit review, but it doesn't make any sense. I don't know how many other ways I can say this. Right.
Present a few more, if that's okay. If Hussar can yield the screen, and then we'll do judges' questions.
Okay.
Let's do more data and less arguing, maybe.
First major L from Peter there. I think the arguing was incredibly insightful. I think the back and forth, I think, is very important to show the difference in how these two are arriving at their conclusions.
So more about why the markets are the only spreading locations. I think you failed to understand aerosol transmission in a lot of these. You're trying to come up with excuses like they wipe down the surface in schools and kids are not hygienic at all. But you go to any preschool, they spread any diseases. Hospitals, there's tons of COVID outbreaks in hospitals. Buildings, disinfection. I mean, at the beginning of COVID, I washed my groceries because I thought fomites were an issue. I don't do that anymore. That's not an issue. It's they swabbed the subway in London and they can't even find a bunch of they can find any environmental samples on the subway. It's aerosol transmission that matters. You've also failed to understand the importance of this list. You keep saying that these are markets and like markets amplify community transmission, but actually the key part here for all of these is imported, not market. And these are the places where COVID comes in from outside of China. So this actually confirms why Huanan is important because it brought the infected animals into Wuhan from other locations. So that's what's important there. You talked about the Mahjong table. Do you know what?
Some grifters actually did this. There's this fake meta-analysis of ivermectin website that included case reports and case series as part of their analysis, and that made no sense because there's no denominator. Oh, sure. Yeah, there's people, I got into this a little bit when we were doing vaccines. People think that like a meta-analysis, a good meta-analysis is when you just take like 3 studies and then you add all the data up and then you see what you have. But that's not true. There should be, in a good meta-analysis, there's a lot of effort being done to make sure that the data conforms between all the studies to like certain standards, right? So let's say that I measured like n equals 1,000, how many people got sick on some day of the week. And then in another study, somebody measures n equals 1,000 of how many people got sick on a day of the week. Let's say that in my study, I called the person and then I did a culture to confirm the actual disease, and then let's say that I had like a work slip or a doctor's note, like I knew for a fact that these people were sick. And then let's say in the other study, let's say that this guy relied on prior reporting of a disease within the past like 6 months. If I were to do like a meta-analysis and then combine these 2 data sets into one so that I can have stronger data to point more confidently towards some bounded interval, that wouldn't be a good meta-analysis because I'm misrepresenting the strength of my data set by if I were to say that this whole data set is as strong as that one sample, that would be a bad. My understanding is that would be a bad meta-analysis. I shouldn't even qualify that or hedge that. That would be a bad meta-analysis.
What street the Mahjong room is on, Sar?
4?
It's on 5th Street. So street number 5 and vendor not applicable. So for every other sample in the market, they did.
Fuck, did I miss this? Because I just wasn't paying attention because this guy would make me fall asleep. Is there the multiple mahjong table? Do we have more?
They list the vendor number and the shop number. So how we know this is a mahjong room is because it's Street 5 and it's a vendor not listed and it's a mahjong table. So that's far and away the most likely explanation. I didn't crop this out to try to deceive you. I cropped it out so you could actually read this on the screen. Okay, maybe there is another not listed place on Street 5. You're talking about SARS. You're saying that like 8 out of 20, but that's a study on antibodies and traders. That's not, we don't have antibody data there. We can talk about Connor Reed if you want.
I would like to hear about Connor Reed.
Yeah, so I wasn't trying to deceive with him at all.
The Connor Reed guy lied 100%. He either lied or he just didn't have a good memory. Even just what Scott posted, like the fact that there were like 4 different stories from this guy about what happened makes him super unreliable. And then if we just like think of the story is just too fantastic. It's the equivalent of a guy. It's the equivalent of somebody just saying like, "Oh, did you know that back in like 1998, NASA said that they found life on Mars?" And like nobody asked about it or said anything. That was just like a thing that was like published. You're like, wait, what? This guy supposedly got a call saying that he was the very first COVID infection ever. And the Chinese CDC, American CDC, the WHO, literally nobody followed up on this and asked him any questions. That is total bullshit.
So I figured out his address also. I did this sleuthing. I let me talk about my motivated reasoning because I have some myself. My motivation is to not lose $100,000. So I made this bet with SAR in February, and then we didn't actually sign it till like September, I think. So I spent the 6 months in between trying to figure out if there's any evidence at all that can break the market case. And I was going to just pull out at that point because I'm not like wedded to this. I'm not a zealot. I just think it's true. And every time I looked, the case actually fell apart and so supported zoonosis better. So this is what he said about where he shopped. He said, maybe I caught the coronavirus at the fish market. He didn't specifically say Huanan. He talked about news reports about the fish market. So presumably if it's news reports, they're talking about the same Huanan. He said the news reports talked about koalas. So I looked up, this is a menu of one of the shops. It's called Dezhong at Huanan. These are all the animals you can buy there. Nice, healthy dinner. One of these is...
I feel like if this debate would have been like 1 year into the future, like this, Peter would be like, so I learned how to read Mandarin for this, and so as I'm like live translating the fucking hieroglyphics, I noticed that like
koala, but it's actually a mistranslation. It might be bamboo rat or something like that. So, I mean, what are the odds that there are 2 seafood markets that both sell koalas? And I'm pretty sure he's talking about Huanan Market. I mean, it could theoretically be another market, but Ruclaim didn't prove that. And, this guy, Guy Deminuf, probably said that, but Guy is really not a good source. I can get into that. We don't actually know if Connor got sick. He says that he got a positive test from the hospital, but he's not listed in any reports. He's not listed in any hospital records. He just says in an article the hospital contacted him. He's 25 years old. I mean, what are the odds a 25-year-old actually goes to the hospital for COVID? He says his cat...
And he's white, a foreign student. If this was the first case, this is like perfect for China to report on. This is like the perfect propaganda case.
Died from COVID. SAR said something else. I mean, you can give me a link, but this is what I read in the article. That's extremely unlikely. I've never heard of that. I think he's really just making up a story to get it in the newspaper. We also can't ask him for details because he overdosed on drugs a year later.
Now, who would make up a story about something that would happen to get international attention?
So he's dead now.
Peter,
I don't think
the quote you gave from Connor, can you tell me when that quote was?
We can look.
I just want to know because obviously if he's making things up, it's going to be influenced by...
I understand you're doing what you're interested in, but how is this any relevant in 2025? Who is going to debate you on this? I don't care. Conservatives say all their conspiracies were right. None of them were right. And I want to be able to debate doctors on this. If I run into Weinstein or if I run into the loser that said Robert Malone or any of these people, I want to be able to debate these guys on this. And I'm confident at this point that I could 100,000 million%. If we go back and listen to
has been on that like
I won't do this now.
Had it easier, but
Yeah.
the point is they did prove it was possible.
Yes.
Like this
So,
guy says, so many
in
things
my
are just
opinion,
not correct.
We should have
and all laid in bats. There's a seafood market, and I thought, okay, I know what the story is, and I tweeted, I don't know enough about the story yet, but it looks to me like the Wuhan seafood market is the source, that the virus comes from bats, and we have to talk about the bushmeat trade, which has always been a terrible idea. And immediately people tweeted back at me, so you think it's just a coincidence that there's a biosafety lab level 4 in Wuhan where this started? And I thought, what? That's a heck of a coincidence.
How many are there in all of China? How many are there in this district? What do you mean that's a heck of a coincidence?
And so I started to look into it. I retracted the tweet. I said, maybe I don't know enough about the story yet. And I started to look into it. And I went down the rabbit hole. Because as much as we have been assured by a huge range of experts that this has to have been a bat-borne coronavirus transmitted to people, possibly through pangolins, maybe through some intermediate host that we don't yet know, that story looks less and less likely. And the story that is looking more and more likely, what I would call the lab leak hypothesis, is looking ever stronger. And anyway, I've been in contact with other people who have reached that conclusion. We have faced all kinds of pushback. But in a sense, again, we still don't know. It is possible that this came from the wild without human meddling. But the virus itself has several components that suggest that it is actually the result of manipulation in the lab. And that it escaped probably from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, but there's another lab in Wuhan. It may well have escaped. And we may be dealing with consequences of the
It would go as well as the Finkelstein debate? No, because these guys purport to be scientists, so they would at least try to make more specific claims, and I don't think they would survive those claims.
Fact that it was manipulated in a lab. So one of the techniques that labs who study viruses like this use is something, so the research is called gain-of-function research. Gain-of-function research means you are taking a virus and you are adding a capacity to it in order to study how it works. And then one of the things that is done to study how it works is something called passaging, where a virus is infected, a creature is infected with the virus, and then the virus is allowed to pass between individuals of that species. It can also be done in tissues, in cellular tissues, where tissues are infected and the virus is allowed to spread from one cell to the next. And what happens is evolution. So there's a strong possibility that this virus was under study, that it was enhanced in the laboratory, and that we are dealing with consequences that are the result of that enhancement that make it more dangerous than it would otherwise be.
And what do you believe those enhancements are?
Well, okay, we won't go over these. Maybe I'll look at this video again after this, but he makes a lot of specific claims that are just redonkulous now. But if I run into any of these quote-unquote educated types, I want to bully the fuck out of them, all right?
March 4th, 2020. So at that point, he's probably already heard about like cats getting COVID. He's definitely heard about Huanon. He's definitely heard about, he has all the details to put in his story. Just one suggestion, if we can include tabloid articles, when I was a kid, this is what they had in tabloids. This could possibly be patient zero.
The Guardian.
Yes! My grandma loved Bat Boy.
You can look directly at the interviews.
Yeah, and I think maybe you should do Bayesian analysis on the inputs in your model. This would be one suggestion for how root claim could get things wrong or get things more right. Like, let's say, okay, we're not sure if we trust it. What are the odds a 25-year-old needs help?
So this is where I would fight on Peter, because I think at this point, you've proven my argument. Like, listen to what he just said, right? Bayesian analysis doesn't work here. Why? Well, because you've kicked the can down the road to just asking the hard question of what are your inputs rather than figuring out the inputs. Like, okay, well, what if we do Bayesian analysis on the inputs? Okay, actually, that does solve the problem for our inputs. Good job. How do we solve the inputs of our inputs? What if we just use Bayesian? It's the quote. It's literally the quote. We literally just lived the quote of the Bayes thing, right? Am I spelling this wrong? The joke goes that you do Bayesian reasoning by doing normal reasoning while muttering Bayes under your breath. Like literally this. Like let's just Bayes every single thing, and then eventually we can just use simple mathematics to calculate everything complicated,
Hospital care for COVID. You put that in your model. You say, what are the odds this cat died? You say, you like these little 2x multipliers. Let's say drug addicts often lie, or his disease progression sounds fake. And also,
I don't like the idea of people claiming academic authority and researched findings, but only presenting the conclusions without going into the foundations. Well, you should be able to just bite the abstracts and the conclusions of papers. That's what I always used to say before. But now I just don't trust anything I read on the internet from anybody. But I actually, it's not even fair for me to say that, because I think the academic consensus is still generally correct. But none of these academics go on any of these shows and argue anything. So it's always just these crazy one-off doctors who are in opposition to the entire fucking field. It says the most you've had to research to debunk a conspiracy, like for Epstein, 9/11, USS Liberty, some others, you were able to attack the thought process without getting into this much technical detail, but lab leak seems to require some sort of tech. Well, because here it really is like you're going on some, well, Because on its face, you have two plausible explanations, I think. I would say any reasonable person getting only a smattering of the facts or some very basic facts about it. You have a novel coronavirus that leaked from a region on the planet that could both leak novel coronaviruses, but also has a laboratory that studies them in China, right? And there's precedence for both of these types of events. But, I mean, on its face, plausibly, both of these things are likely. But the issue is that understanding the likelihood of each thing happening is incredibly complicated because of the domain of science that we have to get into to even ask this question. Now, in some ways, it's really cool. Like, if you think about it, like we're looking at fucking nucleotide sequences of a virus. The fact that like science testing has even evolved to the point, and that science, like culturing and these PCR tests and everything have even evolved to the point where we can have that information. That's really cool. But to get into that test is a lot harder. When we argue about like the USS Liberty, nobody is like, the question about the USS Liberty isn't, could the Israeli planes have launched a torpedo that is fast enough in water to catch the ship in these current conditions? We don't have to get into that much of like science to like answer those questions. These are much broader, macro, human-y. Like it's just not the same type of question. Yeah. I don't know if that makes sense.
So you have this model that at the time 150 people in Wuhan have COVID, maybe 1% speak English. So like you could have like one person that would be Connor, but it's pretty unlikely, and you should have like 100 interviews with Chinese people that, sleuths would have found already. I think we basically need like a root claim within a root claim. Like you can't just trust the evidence that you like and say that that's 100% correct and therefore it supports your model. You need.
For what it's worth, Peter later commented on Scott's blog that he was doing a little bit of trolling with his own Bayesian analysis to make fun of root claim. No, I know, Peter. I'm pretty sure what I just said. I'm pretty sure Peter would agree with it 100%, right?
To like evaluate which sources are good, because if you just say the WHO report is all wrong and Warby's a liar, but this Connor Reed guy, this proves the whole case. I don't think.
To be more specific, you're talking about the base relation problem. When you're doing any inference, you can always ask, how do you know the parameters are right for your inference? Bayes doesn't escape this, but just takes your inferences used under the same parameters and puts a stat to the evidence you are giving. Anyone claiming the parameter for your inferencing changes is wrong. The base relation doesn't change. Sure? Okay.
I think that's a great way to solve it.
Yeah, so I'm not saying Connor is 100%. I'm saying there are many ways where this can fall. So Connor Reed is one, Chen is one, the genetics is another. So there are a lot of things that the market model needs to hold in order to survive. All of these legs need to be correct, right?
Right. But if a single one of these was correct, it would have already been proven. That's kind of the thing. All you would need is one accurate case in the last 4 years. Like I wouldn't believe the market origin if you had like an actual positive test before the market. I mean, that would disprove it. The fact that
and that's it. That would almost be dispositive, right? Maybe if it was a day earlier and it was a person who visited the market, maybe you could argue around the edges. But like that's why I was saying that one kid, if he was sick that early, although actually wait, maybe that wouldn't disprove it because that guy said he visited the fish market, so maybe that wouldn't be the best example to use there. Although he flew back, that would make things weirder. But if you had a positive case early that wasn't from the market, it would be huge. Yeah, it would just be massive.
You have not found that patient in 4 years of searching. That alone is strong evidence that the market case is good.
Right, but because you're relying on a source that wants it to be.
The source what?
China wants the market to be.
No, they don't. They don't say it's the market. They say it came from outside China. They would fake.
Like the fact that he thinks that without showing it anywhere is wild to me. Where is the evidence that China wants it to be from the market?
If they want it to be true, they'd fake an animal. They could do that at any time and just say, "Hey, we found the animal." Why wouldn't they do that?
So that's not how fabrications work. But
that's not how what works. That's not how fabrications work. What do you mean?
And just say, "Hey, we found the animal." Why wouldn't they do that?
So that's not how fabrications work. But
also, what is the audacity of him saying that to Peter, who is clearly, and he's even admitted in this very video that Peter's dug way more into the foundations here. What would prevent them from doing that? Hey, we found a novel virus that's like two unimportant nucleotides off of SARS-CoV-2 in this animal. Publish, boom. Like, how could you even fight that if they wanted to fake that research? I'm not even sure how you could.
Let's not go. I mean, this will be an endless That's discussion. I'll try to. So quickly, the things you showed there about Connor Reed in your mini probabilistic model, these are all confirmation bias. So there probably were multiple 25-year-olds that got sick. They just didn't go to the hospital and have.
But there's 150, so the odds that one speaks English is like 1.5. That's how many you have in your model. You already came up with numbers of how many people are sick. So we already know there's not going to be 100 Connor Reeds. If your math wouldn't work.
One to go to, it's not like he died. He just went to the hospital because he didn't feel well. He got
but how often does a 25-year-old go to the hospital for COVID if you have one Connor Reed?
It was a few hours in the hospital, right?
It doesn't matter. Why is he to go to the hospital? Period. As a 25-year-old young person who's probably reasonably healthy, we didn't see any pre-existing conditions. He's healthy enough to travel internationally. Pretty sure they vaccine you and do some kind of basic health screening. Well, if he was just a student, well, they might actually. I don't know. Like, there's no why. Like, the chances that he would even go to the hospital, even that is like fairly low.
And how does the hospital know he had COVID then? Because this is November before they had COVID tests.
Yeah, because they retrospectively took his checked his sample.
And so he went for 4 hours, and they saved a sample, and then it tested positive later, and then they didn't record this in any papers because China is lying.
I don't know if it's not recorded in any papers. I don't.
How could you not know that? You don't know if the first case ever of SARS-CoV-2, of which there's a guy where there's been at least 4 articles written about him, has been recorded anywhere? Nobody's followed up on this? Like, in my opinion, that statement alone is immediately disqualifying you from the conversation. That's just, it would be like me asking an astronaut, have we ever found life on another planet? And they're like thinking like, let me think. I'm trying to think if we might have found life on another planet before. Like, that's just like or like asking a physicist, like, oh, have we ever like measured something and we see that stuff travels faster than light? It's like, I'm trying to think. We might have. I think there might have been a paper a few years. It's just like one of those claims. It's like, how can you not know this? That's just such a fantastic thing to be ambivalent? No, that's mean. What's the word I'm thinking of? Where you're like indifferent on a thing? Oh no, yeah, ambivalent. Yeah, to be ambivalent on. Not even ambivalent. To be like clueless on. It just doesn't make any sense.
Record this in any papers because China is lying.
I don't know if it's not recorded in any papers. I didn't.
It's not. Otherwise, he'd be in the government reports and he'd be patient zero.
Okay, yeah, but again, you've seen how many mistakes they have in the early cases, right? You've seen Chen, you've seen the familiar cluster. This is not reliable data. There are many errors there. And Connor is somewhere where you want an error to happen. So anyone can take him out if because it points to value.
Just because there are errors early on, this is one of the things that triggers me is that like people don't especially when people, the aesthetic of being intelligent or doing science is like so sexy that people that don't know anything about science like want to say that they do science or science and investigation. Okay, like. When a novel concept is discovered and a bunch of papers are being published about it, right? And all these, like some of these are going to be wrong. Of course, that absolutely will be the case. So, and maybe a lot of them will be thrown out. But generally speaking, there will be a few, hopefully, that are like pointing in a direction. And then from there, you do a whole bunch more research. And like even of the whole bunch more, some of these will probably get thrown out there. And then these papers will generally begin to point with higher confidence in a certain direction. It's not like a novel thing happens, a bunch of papers written, we throw all of them out because all of it's bad and shit. And then we start over, right? You have some foundation. That statement of like, oh, well, all of the early data was bad, so we throw all of it out. Some of it probably was, for sure. But for all of the data that seems to be pointing in the same direction over and over and over again, well, there's probably something there. You can't just throw all of it out because you don't like it.
It's somewhere where you want an error to happen. So anyone can take him out if because it points to value. Maybe he has a friend who's a family of someone that I don't. There's so many things that could happen. So what you brought there is stop that. Okay, never mind. Also, calling him a drug addict, he was a teacher. Yeah. So,
yeah, and he died of overdosing drugs. I mean, it doesn't not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, we're not talking about a dysfunctional person. He's just a guy.
Yeah, but people do attention-seeking things. You have to compare the odds that it's attention-seeking behavior versus he actually is the secret patient zero that proves your case.
That's a fair comparison to do. We can do that. But
so you're talking about Guy Deminoff, and this came up in the first debate. I didn't have time to debunk it. You said there's 90 early cases missing, and the data is biased. So this is another one that I found while I was trying to figure out, like, should I do this debate? Because if this is true, I'm going to drop out of the debate. And I debunked it, and it's wrong, and it's hilariously wrong.
Wait, which one? Hold on.
So you were talking about Guy Deminoff, and this came up in the first debate. I didn't have time to debunk it. You said there's 90 early cases missing, and the data is biased. So this is another one that I found while I was trying to figure out, like, should I do this debate? Because if this is true, I'm going to drop out of the debate. And I debunked it, and it's wrong, and it's hilariously wrong. But he actually got into the Washington Post somehow. So he says, well, so the first thing I've noticed, this is a common thing I notice with a lot of misinformation, is they frequently tell you what their sources are, but they don't actually link to them. They just say like, oh, here's you could not ask for better data sources, but he doesn't link to them. I've noticed this a lot with the anti-vax people. It's very much like saying there's nothing up my sleeve. And then they like underline the wrong numbers from the paper. And so the purpose of his project is to say there's 80 unreported cases in December and there's 9 in November. And then I went to those 2 papers and I actually read them. And the first paper said the first case.
Oh, the ultimate destroyer of shitty ideas is actually reading the fucking papers. The only thing that I hate about Peter for this fucking debate is that he didn't figure out a shortcut to this. Like, you had to having to go and actually fucking reading the actual papers. Oh shit, you're right. The level of glasses in this stream is strong. Dustin needs to put his on. True.
And so the purpose of his project is to say there's 80 unreported cases in December and there's 9 in November. And then I went to those 2 papers and I actually read them. And the first paper said the first case is in December 8th. And the second paper says the first case is December 8th. So neither of the papers actually supports what he said. He's just saying something else. And the second thing, his goal is to prove that there's like 200 plus cases, 260 cases overall. So you can look at the first paper. He's trying to say 260. The paper actually says there's 146 cases up to 29th of December. And the WHO report says 174 cases up to December 31st. So that matches. You can, the paper actually gives this map, which shows that like Huanan is the epicenter, just like every other data source. And so I went and talked to him on Twitter and said, oh, well, these 2 papers say it starts in December 8th.
No.
How does that prove there's cases in November? And he says that it's the text says one thing, but the figures are trying to hide the key data.
Between what they usually say in their opening statements, repeat official line, and what they show, there is a big difference. That is the way they likely played the censure on top of using their high-ranking positions. The key data is also usually in little-noticed graphs. For instance, from its title, this paper does not even seem to be one where you would get this information. The author is a top Chinese scientist who has worked with Holmes. Keep in mind also, it is highly sus. Now, maybe there might be times exceptionally where this happens, but writing a research paper, like interpreting data is part of a paper. Like figuring out what data you want to collect and how to do it is another incredibly important part. It is quite exceptional, unless you've spotted like an easy math error or something like that. But it's the exceptional thing to say, I trust this scientist's ability to gather data, compile it into some readable format, present it to everybody, and then to draw their own conclusion of the data. To do all of that, but I don't trust any of the conclusions that they draw from it. I think that's all wrong. I think they've fucked that up horrendously. And it's like, damn, it's crazy that you would trust all of the earlier parts of the methodology, the collection of the data, and the presentation. If you trust all of that, you don't trust their conclusions at all. Now, there are times where you can show that, like, oh, look, this person made a computational error, which I think has happened even with some COVID-related stuff. This person, they, like, added a zero, they carried, so they fucked up or whatever, which can happen, sure. But to say that they're just, like, flat out fucking wrong without being able to demonstrate an error like that, I think is quite exceptional.
And so what he's actually done is that there's a bunch of papers that they divide up the cases into lab confirmed plus clinically diagnosed. So it'd be like, 100 lab confirmed plus 70 clinically diagnosed. I might have those backwards, and that's 170. But then another paper just says 170 confirmed cases to use the total. So he noticed that if you misread one paper and read the word confirmed to mean lab confirmed, and then add the numbers from the other paper, you get a bigger number. So that's why the 90 come from.
That's super cringe if that's the case. Oh, hey, what did we just run into? What issue did we just run into that we just talked about earlier? Now, this isn't a meta-analysis, right? However, this is an example of combining 2 different data sets in an inappropriate way. Now, here it's super inappropriate. And then trying to say that you have a larger data set than you actually have, right? Assuming he really did, assuming Peter's not lying, I didn't fuck up here.
He just double counted 90 cases across the 2 papers. It's this clever sleight of hand. It took me a couple hours to figure this out. And you can tell, like, if you map the numbers from the paper, they match the WHO report. It's actually good data. And you can like map all the numbers from all these papers and they match up perfectly. And then even after that, he's had to add these numbers to get what he wants. So it's just this sleight of hand to confuse people that he somehow got into the Washington Post. And now the other lab leak people, they cite this as evidence, as proof of their theory. But this is like unlike Picard. With Picard, you can say, hey, your paper's wrong, and you eventually get an erratum. With him, you can go to him on Twitter and say, hey, this is wrong. And there's no peer review, there's no way to correct it, and it's decentralized. So there's, a dozen people like Guy doing this stuff that makes this like lab leak hydra of all these weird false claims. It's also just hilarious that like he thinks the Chinese scientists hid the data in plain sight, but that he could only read that their figure was wrong, or where the hidden information was. I'd recommend a Slate Star Codex, Astral Codex 10 post about this, explaining a modern misinformation campaign is a decentralized movement. It's not from the top where they're, making the stuff up and disseminating it to you. They get people to participate. And that's what draws people into this. They like being lab leak researchers because it lets you feel important. It lets you feel like you're finding what
you're doing, the forbidden information deep diving. You're finding stuff that no one else has ever found before. You're doing the work that nobody else dares to do.
Kind of hid. And it's, it's the same thing with QAnon. It's the same thing with lab leak. And I'm not saying a bunch of these people aren't necessarily bad actors. They're all just like, they found a purpose in writing these Bayesian analyses, the ones that you cited, and they got status with their community for saying these things. And Root Claim, you're basically a part of this community now. You go on Twitter.
Which is kind of funny because I would imagine, I can't prove this, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. I would imagine that if you could find anything like this legitimately as a scientist, this would be the stuff that you would literally get the horniest about if you did real research. Like, holy shit, I can publish something that stands in opposition to half of a fucking field, and I have a really strong argument, like a good article that backs it up, and like from top to bottom. This is like a career-making publication if you truly have something that good. But the fact that these guys are confined to fucking Substack and Twitter, the fuck?
And there's one guy that says, hey, if lab leak's false, why can't you prove it to Sarah Wilf? Why don't you just bet $100,000? And most people in the world don't have
Oh no. Oh no. And he did.
$100,000 to bet. And they also don't have 6 months of time to go through every one of these claims and see why every single one of them is wrong. I'm the one weird person in the world that has both the time and the money to call you out on this.
Like the guy that disproved the huge Alzheimer's disease study, that was published, wasn't it? There was a math guy. Alzheimer's study disproven beta amyloid based. Schrag, 37, a soft-spoken, nonchalantly rumpled junior professor, had already gained some notoriety by publicly criticizing the controversial FDA approval of an anti-amyloid beta plaque drug, Aduhelm. His own research also contradicted some of Cassava's claims. Research? What? He feared volunteers in ongoing simulfilm trials faced risks of side effects with no chance of benefit, so he applied his technical and medical knowledge to interrogate published images about the drug and its underlying sciences. Oh, this is for a court case, for which the attorney paid him $18,000. He identified apparently altered or duplicated images in dozens of journal articles. The attorney reported many of the discoveries in the FDA petition, and Schrag sent all of them to the National Institutes of Health. Like, you want to talk about a racket. Everybody in the scientific community and the journals like probably would have had a financial incentive to carry on with this research and to not do anything from this guy. But do they must have. I'm curious if I'm sure they published something about this at some point. No. Fuck, I don't know what I would look for. Would he be the publisher? I would have to look at this on Google Scholar. Matthew Schrag. This would be super malicious, but do you think that Root Claim has the $100,000 fee because most academics don't have that amount of disposable wealth? I think it is malicious because if you're going to be this obsessed with numbers and you're going to make a bet, I think that you should be providing odds. And if you're a Root Claim and you think that you have like 95% odds that something is true, then somebody should be allowed to wager, $5,000 or $6,000 against your $100,000 on the same subject. To say that you want one-to-one odds on a bet when you claim to have invented a novel system to be able to probabilistically infer with a high degree of accuracy some event having occurred or not, if you're only willing to stake 1-to-1, what you tell me with the money that you're putting, you're saying one thing, but the money is defending a 50-50 proposition. You're saying it's, you know, I'm no better than chance at being correct or not on this, I think. Oh, this guy's a fucking nerd. This guy publishes all sorts of stuff. Wow, crazy, huh? Damn, wait, when do you fuckers, how old are you guys when you start publishing shit? 2013, 2009? How old is this guy? It said he was 37 in that article? The fuck? What, this guy's publishing shit when he's like 22, 21? Fuck this guy. My first paper's at like age 21. Well, fuck you.
But I don't like this bullying tactic that's being used, and I think the community is creating bad information. I yield.
Sorry. For these debates, though, that's not what he's betting on. He's betting on the likelihood of the judges going for you, which will always be lower than his base output. Well, sure, that's fine. But even so, 50-50, really? Like, then he can, well, well, if you wanted, we could do a root claim-based analysis on the likelihood of the judges going for you, even in the event that you are, on the conditional probability that you're right or wrong based on that. So we could base out that as well, and we could do our odds on that, no?
Do you want to respond to that? Before I want to start focusing it. This is not helping me with my decision very much, so I want to start focusing.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so I want to start just in general. I need to understand the timing of cases better because they seem important for both of these theories, and they seem like we can make some boundaries. Connor Reed, I'm going to have trouble with merely just from the perspective that I'm unwilling to decide the entire course of this debate upon that single factoid.
Wait, let me read this. I'm sorry.
I agree.
Okay, so I want to start just. In general, I need to understand the timing of cases better because they seem important for both of these theories, and they seem like we can make some boundaries. Connor Reed, I'm going to have trouble with merely just from the perspective that I'm unwilling to decide the entire course of this debate upon that single factoid, and there's a lot of things like that which makes this very hard. I'll weigh it. The thing that would be more interesting to me is focusing on the timeline that you gave, Yuri. What, in your timeline, as I read it, there's about 200 odd cases prior to December 1st, give or take.
Not confirmed, not laboratory tested, right?
Why don't odd cases? Wait. What? In your timeline, as I read it, there's about
whose timeline?
to me
Sorry.
Is focusing on the timeline that you gave, Yuri. What?
Oh, there's a difference between cases and infections, though, right? Like case fatality rate and infection fatality rate. Like these are all different. So. If the first case we measure is December, was it 6th? I keep forgetting this. I think December 6th. Then certainly there were earlier infections. We just don't have them, right? But we can guess, though, based on modeling of how quickly this spreads your mom's legs so we can come in her.
In your timeline, as I read it, there's about 200 odd cases prior to December 1st, give or take. Why don't those cases show up in the seemingly unbiased testing that Peter refers to, that where they go back and they test like lavage samples or they test blood banks or things like that?
Woo! Now remember, Captain Star over here, his huge claim is that, well, there's a sampling bias, which Peter acknowledges because they wanted cases to be connected to the wet market. But that was prior to, I think, like December 28th or something. At some point, they go back and they just start testing. I keep forgetting the name for blood samples. It's testing for, is it testing for seropositivity? That's not what it's testing for. There's a name for these serum collections or whatever, but they go back and they test all of these with no bias, and they don't find all of these other random cases around Hunan or whatever. They all still seem to be emanating from the wet market.
Why, if those cases are floating around, doesn't at least one of them come up?
Serosurveillance? Sure.
I can reference slide numbers if it's helpful, but
there's no shot because he just keeps saying that there was a sampling bias and that it was all biased and it was biased and biased and biased. He's never actually dove into that they did do a retrospective after a certain date without biasing it towards the wet market, and they didn't find anything. I'm so curious if he's going to have anything meaningful to say here.
So I need to...
Besides just, oh my God, don't say I need to look into it, bro. This is the last part of your 20-hour debate.
I can reference slide numbers if it's helpful, but...
Right, so I need to check exactly, can send the detail, but from first impression, you need to remember we're talking about low numbers. Okay, we're talking about perhaps 100 cases before HSM starts, and in a period where we have hundreds of thousands of flu cases. So you're not necessarily going to find all of it.
That doesn't make any sense. We have hundreds of thousands of flu cases. If you're testing somebody from a lab, and a lab case, when you test it, if it's testing positive for the flu, flu's not even, I don't even think flus are coronaviruses, are they? I don't even think it's in the family, any part of it. I know that the common cold, I think, is supposedly started by HCoV, HKU1 or HCoV OC43, but these are beta coronaviruses, subgenre mBicovirus. But influenza, I think I think influenza is way further out here. Now, maybe a PCR, no, I don't know why I'm even pretending to grant that. No, there's no way that they're testing somebody positive for the flu when it would have been a coronavirus.
So you're not necessarily going to find all of it. Doesn't necessarily, these people don't necessarily show up in these samples. I need to look one after.
He's probably trying to reference influenza-like illnesses. No. They're not talking about clinical diagnoses, though. They're talking about laboratory diagnoses. Clinically, you could mix one up for the other, for sure. But lab diagnoses, now, I haven't ever read this before, but it sounds like in hospitals, it sounds like they randomly keep samples of patients just for long periods of time for epidemiological purposes. That's what it sounds like, probably for flu-tracking disease or whatever. And after the pandemic has started or people realize shit is fucked, they can go back to all of the surrounding hospitals and say, hey, can you go ahead and dig these up from the freezers and start testing all of these so we can figure out if this virus was somewhere beforehand? It sounds like that's like a standard medical practice. And when they did that, they didn't find all this COVID, all these SARS-CoV-2 genomes. They didn't find any of these in any of the hospitals where you wouldn't expect to find them, basically.
Or another, but there's so many. I mean, you're looking for something that's a needle in a haystack, right? These are very low numbers.
This is a meaningless response. He's not prepared for this. It needed to be more money. That's so bullshit. PCR is very specific. You will never get a positive COVID test from a patient with flu or cold. Okay, sure. I just didn't know because a PCR theoretically, right? Couldn't we get the same PCR test for two different viruses? Because a PCR doesn't test the entire genome, right? Can a PCR only target a certain part of the genome? Like, say theoretically, we create like some recombinant virus where we share a spike protein between two completely different coronaviruses, and then we do a PCR test, but the chain reaction we set is somewhere on the part of the genome that encodes for the spike protein. Couldn't theoretically, like the PCR, be positive for both of those different coronaviruses? I don't know how specific these normally are, or if there's ever a case. Now, I imagine if you're targeting like I imagine you probably wouldn't make one that's stupid, right? You'd probably target part of the genome that you know to be relatively unique, and it's probably going to be hundreds or thousands of nucleotides long, so the chance of that happening. You probably know that, but common colds can be caused by many different viruses: coronaviruses, influenza viruses, rhinoviruses. I'm pretty sure that I think like isn't it 90% of colds are thought to be caused by coronaviruses? Yes, it's possible if the gene is conserved between coronaviruses. Yeah, sure, yeah. But I imagine that would be pretty stupid. They wouldn't make that mistake. Well, especially because they've already sequenced the SARS-CoV-2 genome, so they know what the PCR tests for, right?
Hundreds of thousands of flu cases. So you're not necessarily going to find all of it. Doesn't necessarily, these people don't necessarily show up in these samples.
Like this, Peter should cut him off, or one of the judges. This is a big boy debate. I'm not saying you should be really aggressive, but there's a lot of money on the line. Like if I was Peter and I lost this debate, I would be ass pained, and I would say, I would be ass pained. And I would have thought I needed to stop him right here because he shouldn't be allowed to just get away with saying that. Now, to be fair, both of these judges are very educated. These guys are both like PhDs, and this guy in the top right asks questions where he's like, he just asks like, so about the laboratory study, and then Peter will be like, yeah, and he'll be like, I've actually worked in an ionization orange electromagnospherian chamber, and I've actually tested for viridosamplium ionization of blah blah blah. Can you tell me this? Like, so this guy, at least at the top right, has like actual fucking experience in the field. Bottom left guy is a PhD in something as well. So maybe Peter's relying on the fact that hopefully these two guys can see through dumb answers, but. Somebody said the PCR primers are pretty short, but that's usually enough to be specific. Yeah, but I don't know what you mean when you say short. Like when you say short, is that like 12 nucleotides or is that like 1,000 nucleotides? Oh shit, they're very short. Real-time PT-PCR assays for the detection of SARS-CoV-2. This protocol describes PCR detection of SARS-CoV-2 for two RDRP targets, IP2 and IP4, based on the first sequence of SARS-CoV-2 made available in the GIS aid database on January 11th, 2020. Primers and probes were designed to target the RDRP gene, spamming the nucleotide sequence, this and this. There is something, they must do something more with the testing to specify like this part of a sequence. Because I'm sure this shows up probably a ton, literally just in the sequence itself would be my guess. But there must be something else going on, right? Hold on. We understand any of this. Adjustments may be required for use of other kits. Some mix volume. Cross-reactivity with other respiratory viruses was tested with specimens known to be positive for a panel of respiratory viruses. None of the tested viruses showed reactivity with PCR2 and 4. Oh, so they do, Destiny, actually 20 nucleotides is very specific because there's 4 possible nucleotides per position. And then that's 4 raised to the 20. Is it? It's not, isn't it not 20 raised to the 4? Or am I, if you have 20 nucleotides and there's 4 possible ones per position, it would be 4 times 4 times 4. No, it would be 4 raised to the 20. Okay. I guess that is true. Okay, never mind. That doesn't intuitively feel correct to me, but that is correct, I guess. Yeah, because there's 4 potential positions for each one here. So you'd have about 1 trillion possibilities, or it's 1 in 1 trillion. Add Destiny late, but re-pirate software. One thing that is adding a lot of confusion is that game developer genuinely doesn't exclusively mean programmer within the games industry. The term is often used as a discriminator between game publishers versus game developers, where game developer includes literally everyone contributing to a game project within any given studio, regardless of whether they code. That is true, like in a very technical sense. That's not how pirate software uses that at all, though. Okay.
I need to look one after another, but there's so many. I mean, you're looking for something that's a needle in a haystack, right? These are very low numbers. There's so many ways this could spread. It could be even that it's going at a very low rate, and then finds some super spreader location, and then
like you would have to bound all of these with some problem. He's just like, this guy's like desperately like scrounging around for
jumps 400 and is enough to infect each other. There are so many things that could happen when you deal with biology, people.
Oh my God, this is so vague. He should have just opened with this, and then Peter should have just said like, "We'll go read my slides, and I'm going to take the next 2 days off." In case you missed it, from the Root Claim site, I think top right guy you were saying asking questions is Will Van Truren. Is a microbiologist and immunologist with a PhD from Stanford. He works as chief science officer at a biotech company, developing new drugs to treat inflammatory diseases.
We can discuss and do modeling and Peter's correct in that you can work and fit models, and in a sense, I'm not denying that my market model is something that was built to fit the data, because I'm not claiming it as evidence. I'm claiming it as counter evidence. What I'm trying to show is that all these claims that are based on to try to show how the market is a very low p-value for being the epicenter, there's so many ways they could fail. I'm just showing one of them. The one I'm showing is probably, yeah, sure.
Let me just stop it there. Okay, so one of the things that I've had trouble with the debate generally in these cases is that both of you are responding to each other without building a strong affirmative case for what the world looks like under your model, and it makes it difficult. So the reason I'm pushing on this question is because I don't want counter evidence. I want to know what you think the state of the world looks like in September 1st, whatever, and how that interacts with Peter's claim about those evidence. I get what you're saying in the sense where there is, if we have 200 people who are positive, a lot of them don't go to the hospital, maybe you have something like that. But I want to know what the state of the world is. So that's where I'm going for it.
Can you explain a bit about what are you looking to do with this? And maybe that'll be helpful too.
It just seems like it's going to bound the probability.
I think what he's saying is that like we have like good models on what the spread looks like from COVID. And we have so much empirical data on how it spreads because of all the different areas that it spread out across the world. And when we started to do hardcore contact tracing, this is why I'm saying, this is why I said, I think on my first set of videos, maybe even the very first video Peter did, the killer argument I feel against lab leak is really just the first like 100 cases. If all of the first cases are centering around the wet market, that's just like, that's killer. That's just killer, because you're going to have to show how it got to the wet market without infecting anyone else, which sounds impossible. Or you're going to have to show how it infected a few people but didn't super spread anywhere else and just super spread at the market, which also seems impossible. Those are the models that I think he's talking about on the top right. It's contradicting. How can you have cryptic transmission for 2 months, right? And then all of a sudden it super spreads. That's why I was saying, like, if you want to argue lab leak, you have to fight. But unfortunately, Saar is just either not smart or he's just not, this is just not his, he shouldn't quit his day job for this. You cannot give that the cases started at the wet market. You have to have a very sophisticated argument that's going to involve non-scientific data. So something like Chinese agents went to the wet market and then decided to distribute the virus here, or somebody, or like a very precise story of like, we knew that John loved to get in his car and drive straight to the wet market right after he finished his laboratory work, and then he would drive straight home to his house in a suburb, and he had no friends or family. You'd have to have a very particular set of circumstances like that. Otherwise, you're so fucked. It's so hard. Or like this was an animal that was very carefully transported like from the lab to the wet market for consumption after, which would be crazy. And that's not getting into like the 100 other probabilistic things that would weigh so heavily against that. I just don't think you can give the early cases at the wet market. You have to fight against that. It's like people that try to argue for abortion and they're like, oh yeah, I think it's a human being at the moment of conception. And it's like, okay, so you're about to debate in favor of murdering babies? It's not impossible, I guess, but that's a really, really, really hard argument, okay? You need to give a really good, because you're talking about murdering babies. If you're going to give that it's a human life, the same as a baby at the moment of conception, you can either be a Chad-like singer and say, I think we should be able to abort babies up to 3 years old or whatever, or you're going to have to like, yeah, I don't know. You just can't grant that and have the argument survive.
What are you looking to do with this? And maybe that'll be helpful too.
It just seems like it's going to bound the probability calculations when I do my own Bayesian analysis after the end here to be like, so if I think I can make a pretty straightforward calculation based on Peter's slides 112, 113, and 114 from debate 1, which are just from the WHO report about
Is this just the exponential growth or plotting the trajectory growth of the virus?
What kind of retroactive testing they did that never found any COVID. So,
oh yeah, because he's saying they didn't find any. So he's trying to say that it doesn't match the exponential growth or the growth that we would expect, and there were no earlier tests that found any virus at all. There's nothing. He has nothing.
Like, the thing I'm trying to figure out and why I asked for both of you to create those tables is because those seem like very strong boundaries on what theories are possible.
Yes.
Okay.
Just think about how much we need for this. I hate that I ever gave this. I hate that I ever let this be a thought in my mind. You need a novel backbone. You need novel testing that this lab theoretically wasn't even equipped to optimally do, because that diffuse grant would have had the North Carolina lab doing this. You need cryptic transmission somehow from the lab to the wet market. You need nobody to know from the lab that they were infected, because these guys were in pictures and shit going out to dinner and stuff after, although maybe they faked that. You need a virus that was created, I guess, to infect humans, but missed some like generation 0 mutations that if you were creating a virus to infect humans, you would miss some very obvious mutations. You need like an out of frame insertion of that furin cleavage site. You would need novel modeling. Not only are you using a novel backbone, but you've now developed a spike protein that you have inserted a out of frame furin cleavage site into, and you've discovered 6 more like key binding amino acids on your domain binding motif that aren't even predicted by computer models. There's just no way. It's just like so unlikely. It's not impossible, but you need out of science explanations for this now. So for instance, if tomorrow there was a report published by the CIA saying Chinese secret viral research discovered with plans to deliver infection or whatever, now you swing dramatically in the other direction. Or at the very least, we could take that argument seriously. Okay, we have a way to explain all of these things now, but without any type of explanatory factors or evidence at all, like there's just no shot. There's no shot. What is your evidence if someone disputes the first cases? If you can dispute the first cases, you can dispositively point it to the lab almost. Like if you can find first cases that are outside of the wet market, then you start to point, depending on how far away they are, because now if you find the first case outside of the wet market, but it's like from a guy who visits the wet market all the time, that's not as strong. But if you find one like 2 weeks before the first reported case outside of the wet market, even if that guy visits the wet market, they went to the hospital, they got tested, that gets really hard. That would significantly reduce the likelihood of it being from the wet market and highly increase the chance of it coming from somewhere else, I believe. Lab leak, maybe, but it's just so much. You can't, you can't, yeah.
I want to ask one more question in this vein on the basis of your presentation here, and that is why, if it's circulating, so it seems that we kind of agreed, or I thought that Yuri agreed, that SARS-CoV-2 does not spread like SARS-1. SARS-1 smoldered and SARS-2 doesn't seem to smolder. That may be incorrect, so you can cut it off there. But if in your model right now it takes you think HSM is a very, very good place for it to spread, possibly the best place for it to spread, but it takes 2 months for it to start spreading there. It seems kind of unlikely that that's true. It seems like I've got a grant that it does low smoldering transmission and then pops out at the market. Does that seem like a fair assessment, or am I missing something?
No. So first of all, the claim about the
you have to say something meaningful instead of continually hiding behind this. We don't have good evidence. We haven't tested a lot. We don't have everything. It's hard to say. The models are complex. You need a real answer to these questions.
Assessment, or am I missing something?
No. So first of all, the claim about the dispersed. This is another new claim based on modeling data. We need to look at it.
We need to look at it. Dog, you're on video 9 of a 15 to 20 hour debate. What do you mean we need to look at it? How much more time do you need? You're at the end, dog. What do you mean we need to look at it? How long was all of this? Hold on. 3, this is 6, 9, 12, 15, 16. We're coming up to the end of a 16 and a half, 17 hour debate. What do you mean we still need to look at it?
It's likely going to be like 10 mistakes in that. I would guess a lot of it is based on the fact that when they made this model, it was post-social distancing. So what happens is you have most people obeying, and a few don't give a damn and just go infect everyone. So there's so many things that can go wrong with these models. Each one.
You can't do that. This is a joke. This is a joke. Come on, dude.
You need to go and before you build any case on those, you really need to check how strong it is. So that's one thing. The other thing is, even if it's true, then what could happen is you have the lab worker going to some bar, I don't know, 20 people infected. Most of them die out. One of them affects another.
Like, think about what he's describing. How likely is this? He's saying you go to a bar, you have a super spreader event where 20 people get infected, but then all 19 die out. And then one person carries on the virus to another super spreader event, all of those people die. And then 2 months later, they finally get to the wet market, and that's where, like, no shot. There are no models that predict this form of transmission that I saw. He didn't present any, right? Destiny, I don't think Pirate Software claims to be an experienced programmer. Judging from the clips and tweets in those videos, as far as I can tell, he claims to be an experienced game developer every time, which is true from the perspective of those of us in the industry. The code review type critique doesn't really land unless he's genuinely set the expectation that he's a professional coder. I'm sure he leans into the ambiguity though and doubles down in the worst way possible. I can't. This is I don't know what to say. Listen, if you think that, A+, okay?
20 people somewhere else, and then he gets to 100 and they just said, I mean, it's not
like this type of transmission has to happen for like 2 months. Like, there's no shot.
You have the lab worker going to some bar, I don't know, 20 people infected. Most of them die out. One of them affects another 20 people somewhere else, and then he gets to 100 and they just said, I mean, it's not. It can
like that. Come on, really? We should just map the probability of that type of infection pattern happening. Like, that in and of itself is probably like a super, super, super low chance.
But why did it take over 2 months to get to the HSM?
Yeah.
Well, hang on. So then this will be my final, and I apologize. This is just very important for me. So I apologize for monopolizing it here. So this was the basis of my question in your presentation, which was I wanted you to estimate how much more likely, given the same person, same infectious characteristics, goes to HSM versus goes to a Walmart. What does that look like in the terms of the difference that an outbreak would start there? And the reason I ask that question is because of this. If it does take, like, if I say that one person visits 5 places a day or 2 places a day or whatever, I can make some sort of calculation on how much more likely HSM has to be. So that's where I was asking for that specification. Do you think that is the wrong question to ask, or do you think that that's...
No, it's a fine question. The reason it takes time is because that's what we see in the genetic logs.
Where? Is there any evidence of lab workers actually going to the wet market themselves? No. And I think that if there was, I think that somebody would have presented it.
So you would probably go to a supermarket and maybe infect someone there. But again, the conditions and the number of permanent residents there is not enough to create anything that would be noticeable to authorities.
Like, think about how challenging he's making it sound like SARS-CoV-2 is to spread. Like, only wet markets are going to be spreading the SARS-CoV-2. Like, is it going to spread at supermarkets? No, probably not. Malls? No, probably not. Restaurants? Nah, probably not. Inside homes? Nah, probably not. Bars? Nah, probably not. Wet markets, though, that's your, like, key. That's your key SARS-CoV-2. That's your virus factory, is just the wet markets. Like, it's such a ridiculous proposition. Come on.
So you need to have the virus coming in and have a lot of people that can where it can grow, and it will grow fast within them, right? You need all the conditions where these 1,000 people can have the virus grow quickly. That just won't happen in a supermarket.
Okay. Thank you, Eric. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Okay, my number one question I'm interested in, I think, is not something we're going to be able to answer verbally very effectively. But I was looking through the different sources each of you gave in your slides. And we've spent a lot of time looking at like assimilated like charts, diagrams, plots of where cases are and stuff. And the one thing I'd really like to have is just a list of all the first 100 or so known cases of COVID.
I will say, to Root Claim's credit, they did update their estimation after this debate, which I think is admirable because it's really hard sometimes for people to incorporate new evidence. So they did update their feeling about it after the debate. And they updated it even higher. They're even more sure that it's a lab leak. I think the start of this debate, I think, was 90%. Now they're up to 94% after incorporating the new evidence.
I'd really like to have just a list of all the first 100 or so known cases of COVID, who they were, where they got sick, did they go to the hospital, were they sequenced, what were the mutations? Is that information somewhere? Because there's only so much time I can spend looking at these, pie charts of genetically.
Wait, stop, hold on. I'm gonna get triggered in chat. Stop. Freya Holmer, I also agree with your assessment too, by the way, although he does try to milk his history at every opportunity. Absolutely. And then Freya says, like, he's very unlikable, so I know that it's not very popular to criticize people criticizing people. I don't know if you guys are people who are preyed upon often in society, but like, you need to change the way that you socialize if you are genuinely viewing it like this, because you are meant to be taken advantage of. If I were to go around constantly saying, oh yeah, I worked at Google. Oh yeah, I worked at Google. And I were to say that to a million people, just like normal public people, oh, I worked at Google. I worked at Google. Yeah. And then some software dev or some guy who works in anything related to anything comes up and he's like, wait, what did you do at Google? And I was like, oh, I was like a contractor for security for like one of their warehouses or something. Oh, every other person on the planet would assume, oh, this guy must be, I guess like a super crazy programmer or whatever. When a guy named Pirate Software, who brags about his accomplishments at DEF CON, talks about how he did penetration testing for Blizzard, and then says that he works in software development and he's made a game studio and has 2 games, for you to go, oh no, well, it's a fair assessment that when he says dev, he just meant he did QA work, is that's actually retarded. You are retarded. I don't care if it's like technically correct. It's technically correct in the same way that Martin Luther King was a criminal. That is a technically correct statement, but you would be retarded to go around to say it, right? Or like say, like, what is the thing? Like putting tomatoes in a fruit salad or something? Like that's just not, Stop justifying this, okay? I agree that he's super annoying and brags way too much. I'm not saying he's super annoying and brags way too much. He does, but his statements are misleading. No ordinary human, I'm not even saying this to be accusatory, an ordinary human would not parse the statement like you're trying to parse it. No ordinary person would hear the phrase developer. I don't even know if people in the industry would hear the phrase that way. If somebody said, oh, I worked a lot in development, and go, oh, that guy could have done QA just as likely as any other job in development. I don't even know if somebody working in the industry would hear that phrase that way, especially given all the other things this guy said about himself. So to come in and say, well, technically he's not lying if he worked in QA and he said development because there's the development side of things. No, that's bullshit, okay? He's intentionally misleading people. He knows what he's doing. It's not a mistake, okay? Stop.
Related things without wanting to know the nitty gritty, because it's hard to speak with confidence. What can we know about the distribution of early data when I'm only ever looking at summary data and never individual data points? So if either of you have references to where we can find like all the data, that'd be fantastic.
I could compile like the first 14, 15. I think it gets increasingly complicated as you get to like 200. And the first that's not anywhere near the market is Chen, and it's like the other 12 before that are the ones I keep showing where you have the wildlife stalls and those cluster right near there. That's like,
wait, you're doing the same thing. You might actually be a Thor and you don't realize it. You just responded to what I said. You said people in the games industry absolutely includes QA in game dev. You understand that that has nothing to do with what I just said, right? Like you're not responding to a single thing. You're not responding to a single thing that I just said when you say that.
Pretty much, that's like 12 out of 13 of the cases. And then like 13 is outside the market, but like 2 kilometers away. Something. I think that's that family cluster that that Sar talked about. Also, I don't want to pull up the slide, that take too much time, but he did that modified where it's like Picard's dot plot, and then he puts the family cluster over on the left. Do you remember that one? And then he puts A20 on there. You could do the same thing with the earlier B cases, because we know there will be a blue dot on like December 3rd when Wei Guizhang gets infected, because there has to be a case before her that infects her. So the fact that you just put extra red dots doesn't mean there's not also extra blue dots. That's misleading.
Sorry, did you want to say anything about early?
Yeah, so go ahead.
Did you want to say anything to my question about early COVID cases? Do you have
a source? Everyone wants to have the early case data, but sharing is very limited of the data, and it's only based on the data that somehow already someone worked on and published and can be collected, but no one actually did serious research into early cases.
Why does he say this? No one did. In that case, then we can just throw out literally all of the early cases then, right? People in the games industry absolutely include QA in game dev, but that doesn't mean that if they worked in QA, they would just describe themselves as being a dev, or they would assume that hold on. I think this, yeah, all right. I think that is what's happening. Imagine I said, I'm an engineer and I have a lot of engineer siblings. And I have a whole family of engineers. We really like that. And I want my kid to grow up to be an engineer. I think engineering is important. Okay? I bet that there are like 100 different jobs that you could imagine me having and 100 different backgrounds that you could imagine me having. But imagine that you find out that we're train guys. Like, isn't that what they call the people who are the train commanders? And it's like, well, they call them engineers, right? Like, okay, maybe technically, yeah, but obviously that's not the implication. That's not what most people are hearing. You're like clearly giving the implication of something different. Like, I don't actually know if I'm pretty sure they call them engineers, right? I feel like I remember that from my childhood, but.
all the sources you can and do the best to find index case in early patients, and that in itself is very suspicious. But everyone wants what you're asking for. I'm sure Peter would be can very effectively find you the data we do have. But you need to remember this data is.
Yeah, but they also looked at like 80,000 hospital records for earlier cases, and and the ones that Will was talking about where they did the retrospective samples and the blood banks. And so there's a few things I really wish we had, like antibody testing at the market that could actually find patient zero. But you're really writing it off if they tested 80,000 hospital records and didn't find anybody. That is serious effort that you're ignoring.
Again, what is didn't find anybody? Yeah, they need to find him within hundreds of thousands of flu cases, right? So. Yeah.
What does he mean by that? Does he think that they travel through all of the RNA manually? That they put all of it under a scope and they count it all? They should ask him. That's a fair question. $100,000 debate, 19-hour debate. They should ask him. Excuse me, what do you think is entailed by testing for, like, viral genomes? What do you think that means? Because I don't know what you're saying when you say, well, they would have to go through all those flu kits. What does that mean? You test all the samples. How long does it take to do a PCR test from start to finish? Maybe it is prohibitively long. I don't know. Ask that question. Answer that question.
So it's not a surprising that they want to find. I can look at each of these and find where the weak points. The bottom line, all of the evidence for zoonosis has multiple weak points that maybe exist, maybe they don't, but there are a lot of potential weak points in each zoonosis evidence. The best of the lab leak evidence that we presented don't have these weak points. We could have brought like a ton of research and studies and models that show lab leak is 100% correct. We just don't do that. We don't value that kind of evidence.
Could you summarize? Could you summarize what about lab leak is unassailable? Why is it 100% true?
But
oh my God, this is why the back and forth is better. Yeah, but it's so stupid.
The only reason we're having this discussion is because the physician does bring those studies. So then we need to go into finding all the weak points. And as I showed, there are many weak points that we already found. How many didn't we find, right? So, yeah. What did you say, Peter?
Oh, so, I mean, you're acting like you're angry that you have to do research right now. And I think there's actually a big asymmetry on my side. It's called Brandolini's Law. It's harder to debunk bullshit than it is to create bullshit. And every one of these things created by Guy Deminoff, that guy works nonstop to make these 200-page reports of misleading information. And I can't even read his whole 200 pages, but the parts of his work that I have researched have all been wrong. So I can write off that source as...
Same for Picard and Warby, yeah.
I've been working to disprove Picard and Warby. I didn't yield, by the way, SARS. That's very rude of you.
I'm dying. This debate.
Page report.
They should have done a separate $10,000 blood sports debate, okay?
Of asymmetry on my side. It's called Brandolini's Law. It's harder to debunk bullshit than it is to create bullshit. And every one of these things created by...
I feel like this guy on the top right's been having the time of his life, like this entire debate.
Deminoff, that guy works nonstop to make these 200-page reports of misleading information. And I can't even read his whole 200 pages, but the parts of his work that I have researched have all been wrong. So I can write off that source as...
Same for Picard and Warby, yeah.
What?
I've been working to disprove Picard and Warby. I didn't yield, by the way, SARS. That's very rude of you. I've been working to debunk Picard and Warby for like 6 months, and I haven't found a problem there. So if I did, I wouldn't be here. I would have walked out of the debate, and I'd be a lab leak supporter. Yield.
Sure, but you do agree there are problems with Picard and Warby. So Picard had an erratum, so that's a major appendix correction to Warby. So Picard had an erratum, so that's a...
Had an erratum? What's he saying about Picard? He had a what? Error?
Major appendix correction to base factor. That's a big mistake, and that's the one we found. I have others I found, but I didn't have time to show them. If we can.
How do you actually win the 100K here? Just whoever the judges vote for? Yes. I don't know why they have two judges. I'm sure they explain it somewhere though, because like, what if they disagree? But erratum, a correction to a published paper. That makes you entirely discredited, or one error. What's the name for this fallacy? Because people do this all the time. Fuck you, Memon. What's the name of this fallacy? Like people say, like, oh, Fauci was wrong once, and that's why I trust Alex Jones. Excuse me. Somebody who's working under much higher levels of scrutiny and making much more precise claims is incorrect sometimes, and all of a sudden, because they were wrong on something, you're giving them the same credibility as somebody who's wrong about a billion things? Like, what?
Maybe add time for that. And Warby, again, all this, using this, checking data with this categorization of making a Carrefour count as a wet market, these things, that's not good research. So I agree that all of these things are not reliable and they're bound to be wrong. If you work on each of those like very seriously for 1 year, maybe you can bring one of them to be evidence that is somehow competing with the FCS. That could happen. But to be wrong. If you work on each of those like very seriously for 1 year, maybe you can bring one of them to be evidence that is somehow competing with the FCS. That could happen, but most likely it will just disappear to lots of modeling errors.
So to be clear, they did spend more than a year of work on that paper. That's what scientists do. They don't just, multiply together fractions to confirm their biases.
Ah, finally. Okay, where was this guy? No, it's good that he waited to be savage. This is what Peter Miller said about the final decision. The winner will receive $100,000 for a unanimous decision. If one judge is undecided, the payout will be $50,000. There's also a possibility that neither side wins anything if both judges are undecided, or it's a split decision with one judge voting natural and the other voting for gain of function. Gotcha. Oh, okay. That's fair.
They do years of work to do these papers. And because you can find, a bug in Picard's code that changes it by a 6x factor, I mean, if anything, that proves that his model has been tested, whereas you can't test deterministic analysis because he won't admit when he's wrong. And there's no way to even file an erratum.
Right. So you're pretending here that people are rational when they try to get studies published?
Oh my God. It's the aesthetic. This is the aesthetic of rationality. Somebody needs to write a book on this or something, or a paper on this. The aesthetic of rationality is so crazy, fucking annoying to me. Or maybe I just need to be religious, and then I can just rebrand all the terms. We don't do science here. We do reality apologetics or something. I don't fucking know. And just abandon this whole field. Because I can't even use any of these fucking words because they're cringe as fuck. I would never go into some place and be oh, me? I like to consider myself a rational person that's committed to some sort of deductive when possible or inferential when possible scientific method. I try to employ a lot of when I can formal logic for rationality, with solid epistemic foundation. I try to be politically nonpartisan. I try to do a lot of my own research when I can. Right? I would that would be I think that would be a fair way for me to introduce myself, but I would never say that's fucking cringe as fuck. If I heard somebody say that shit, I would think oh my God, how many times have you been on Tim Pool's program in the last month for such a cringe fucking introduction? I would never trust somebody to say some retarded shit like that. It's because of people like this. It's so cringe.
They worked a year to find something that would be publishable, but they didn't. But someone else needs to work a year to find all the hidden mistakes and implicit biases and everything. So we had a bunch of people do that for a few weeks and find the erratum, but you need to do it for everything. They did it just for one thing. There's so many assumptions that they need to do it for everything, and that will eventually yield more mistakes probably.
What do you mean when you say you had somebody work to find the Picard erratum? Did you fund that research, or did just somebody do that on Twitter? I'm just curious there.
It's not something I said. I said maybe you. I said you have people in the general.
Never mind. Just curious there. Maybe we're just fighting. We're bickering.
Another question for me. One of the things I'm kind of confused about, and this is just broadly, kind of translating between the kind of the rhetorical, description of the Bayesian reasoning or of your model and what the actual calculations are. In several different places, the fear and cleavage slight is isolated or called out as unusual but ignored. In other places, it's this is not the first time we'd find this in a sarbecovirus or whatever. It is
the first time in a sarbecovirus. It's not the first time in a beta coronavirus.
Part question. Part number one, if the future sampling found a 99.9% similar virus in a bat cave, but no furan cleavage site, would you say does that prove lab leak or does that prove natural origin or does it suggest? And question two is, if we just drop the FCS, is that a discount of a 50x? What's the discount? And I apologize, I think that's just my confusion.
Yeah, so if there's no FCS at all, it would be a bit more than 50, maybe 150. I need to look at the numbers, which is still leaves you 1,000x of buffer before making all the corrections that I just mentioned that will increase the lab leak probability. So
sure.
Without that FCS, you're losing 200, something like that. I need to look at it. If we find an identical progenitor to SARS-2 without FCS, I think Peter will agree it's a lab leak, right?
If we find an identical progenitor to SARS-CoV-2, identical, but lacking the FCS, would that virus even exist? I'm trying to think. The novel part of the FCS for SARS-CoV-2 was the presence of the second FCS at the S1, S2 boundary. If you didn't have that, I don't know if that virus even exists. The whole benefit to that priming site is that the Proteus furan is just not that commonly found on the surface of a cell. I don't think that protein is expressed, or that protease is expressed that much. SARS-CoV-2 can still get access to the cell via endocytosis if it binds to ACE2 and is slowly absorbed, but it needs more work. You still need a furin, I think. Oh, no, because you can cleave with the capticin or whatever. Or you might still need furin to cleave the first site. I don't remember. The benefit of that, the benefit of the cleave at the S1, S2 boundary is that the temporous transmembrane, that protease can cleave and allow the virus to get into the cell. I don't know if you have, I don't think you have that. I'm not sure. Isn't Banal 52 essentially that example? It's really close to SARS-2 without the furin cleavage site. Is that true? Let's look it up. Banal 52 paper. I'm trying to think. Wait, give me the, oh, hold on. Are you serious? I will complain about this. You guys use too many abbreviations for everything. FCS here means fetal calf serum. I'm just kidding. It's not. They always put it beforehand. Also, yeah, Banal 52 is 97% close. No, one of them was like 99%, wasn't it? No, 97% might be the most close one. But I guess you would have to start looking for like how similar is the region binding domain, the RBD and shit like that. Look at the extended figure 1. This is where LLMs are great. I bet they would be. Where? What am I looking for? Figure 1. Genomic description of bat-borne SARS-CoV-viruses identified in Laos. I don't think it would list, because the furin cleavage site here would be on the, oh fuck, I don't know. It would be somewhere on the spike protein. There'd be 2 of them. But I don't know if it's listed on this image. Is it somewhere and I'm missing it? It would be right here somewhere in the sequence. Not figure 1, extended figure 1. Bro. Full size image? What's extended figure 1? Wait. I don't even know. Is it this? Load full size? This is what I just looked at, no? Or the supplemental. Wait, why not just link it? Okay, at the end of the figure. Never mind. Okay, yeah. Just I don't know why you wouldn't just link it instead of saying the same thing like 15 times. Okay, is this what we're looking for? No, this is figure 2. Okay, Destiny click. Thank you. Okay, extended data figure 1. Similarity scale. Terminal, this is the N-terminal domain, which is part of the subunit S1 structure. I don't know. I don't remember where the FCS is found at, though. This is the region binding domain. This is the second S2 subunit. Okay. The percent identity. I don't know, like, what do we, are we comparing, like, I don't know, like, what parts we're comparing, like the entire, also the parts here that are different are meaningful, right? If we're looking for, okay. This doesn't matter. This is not that important, don't care. I'm just not sure if that virus would spread on its own.
SARS-2 without FCS.
Oh, you know what? Fuck, I didn't mean to do that whole branch off. Because he also just proved another point. Hold on, listen.
I don't think so. Sure. Without FCS, yeah, you're losing like
hold on
200, something like that. I need to look at it. If we find an identical progenitor to SARS-2 without FCS, I think Peter will agree it's a lab leak, right?
If we found an identical virus just without the FCS, it must be a lab leak, right? Found it where? In the wild? Or, well, maybe he'll specify or clarify, found in a lab. Because I feel like Peter could say, what if we found that in the wild? Then he could just claim, oh, well, they found that. They took it to the lab and they just didn't catalog it. And that's what they used. Like, even if you find the spillover event, even if you proved zoonotic transmission, the zoonotic transmission would just come down the road from lab leak. That would be that's like the ultimate, that's the ultimate lab leak claim. He could just say, oh yeah, okay, fine, it was zoonotic, but they found it first in the lab, and then that's where it came from after after it leaked from the lab, from the zoonotic transmission, because it was first found in nature, but they found it in nature, they just didn't report it, they took it back to the lab. Like,
right.
We never. I don't think we will find one because in SARS, the closest we found was 96% similar, and that was after 20 years of searching, and we've already found 96.8% with SARS-2. So I don't think we're ever going to find the 99.5% virus. I guess it would depend.
Right.
Fuck! I just went back. I didn't mean to do that. We don't even know if that virus. There's a chance that virus doesn't even exist anymore, right? Fuck, what word did they just say? I don't know how far.
Virus in a bat.
I said maybe you. I said like you have people like in the general.
The rhetorical, description of the Bayesian reasoning or of your model and what the actual calculations are.
I think Destiny got overwhelmed by the amino acid and nucleotide similarity percentage, even though it's pretty easy to understand. I'm not saying it's not easy to understand. I'm saying it's meaningless. Like knowing that something is 96% similar or not doesn't tell me if the furin cleavage site exists. For instance, there are influenza viruses that have much lower percentage similarity to coronavirus. I don't even know if you compare the percentages that have furin cleavage sites. So the percentage similarity, it wasn't relevant to the question I was asking, I think.
In several different places, like the furin cleavage site is.
Oh, that's what he's saying. Okay, sorry.
It was 96% similar, and that was after 20 years of searching, and we've already found 96.8% with SARS-2. So I don't think we're ever going to find the 99.5% virus. I guess it would depend where you find it. Like if you find it in the freezer at WIV, then I would agree it's 100% lab leak. Sure. If you find it in a farm in, I don't know, Southeast Asia, and you could speculate that it still evolved, maybe that would be. This is really hypothetical and not.
How does he respond to that? You should make him respond to the farm thing.
Relevant.
Okay, so let's answer that. So if it's identical to SARS-2 and just doesn't have the FCS, that means you're leaving very little time for the FCS to emerge, right? So in terms of genetic clock, so like there's maybe a few months where the FCS can emerge, and that means even less opportunity for this rare occurrence to happen. So at that point, it seems to be very strong for.
Oh, if it's only exactly 12 nucleotides different, but even then you still need to explain how the lab got it. If it's found, it's not going to happen. It's never going to happen because it would mutate in nature. It wouldn't be the same except for 12. So it's an irrelevant question.
So to answer your first question, so FCS appears in 3 different places in our analysis, and they're independent. We're not double counting. One is the fact that it's an FCS is the feature that helps it be infectious, and WAV diffuse are talking about FCS. So this match is one thing, but not a big thing.
Other things, FCS is not as unique as he's saying, though. Tons of other viruses have FCSs. Other coronaviruses have FCSs, just not SARS-1. SARS-1 did not have that FCS. He's trying to make this sound like incredibly fucking rare, but it's not as rare as he is. It's not as rare as he's saying that it is. I think these two, the neighboring ones in the, I should probably write this down. The MB coviruses, HCOV, HKU1, this I believe has an FCS, and I believe that MERS also had a furin cleavage site as well. Both of these, it's not impossible for these things to develop. They're not like 1 in a trillion chances in history. And these are like neighboring, I should know this. I'll look this up eventually. I can't, it's hard to find specific. I feel like I need a fucking textbook. I don't know, what the fuck is the difference between an MB virus and a sarbecovirus? It seems like the distinctions start to get pretty meaningless at this point. Like it's annoying to say, there are no other SARS-CoV that have these features. Like, okay, true, but all of these are subgenuses in the genus beta coronavirus. And all of them, like there are other beta coronaviruses with furin cleavage sites. Of the subspecies, SARS-CoV-2, I believe, is the only one so far. I don't think RETG13 had one. We know Bandle 52, I don't believe, had one. But like, I don't know how different SARS-CoV-viruses are from MB-CoV-viruses. I don't think they're that different. Or from MERS, I don't think it's that different. But I don't know like how they start to draw these, how they do taxonomy here. I'll look it up at some point. Oh, OC43 as well has an FCS? Okay.
The other thing is that the way the FCS is cleanly inserted, right? So in the CGG, all of this genetic stuff, and diffuse are talking about FCS. So this match is one thing, but not a big thing. The other thing is that the way the FCS is cleanly inserted, right? So in the CGG, all of this genetic stuff, and then the fact
the CGG had nothing to do with it being a clean insertion, I don't believe, unless you're stretching clean there to mean looks like it came from humans, but that's just a thing that's been asserted over and over again. There's no proof of this. The fact that in a laboratory, why would they be more likely to use CGG to code for arginine rather than any other way to encode for it? There's never been any proof of that. And I still haven't heard anything convincingly for why this would have been inserted out of frame in a lab instead of doing an in-frame insertion. I haven't heard anybody even try to argue that. Even Yuri didn't try to argue why they would ever do an out-of-frame insertion, I don't think, unless I missed it.
The fact that it's the first FCS in Sarbecovirus, right? So these are
Sarbecovirus, yeah, but not in beta coronaviruses. I hate this distinction here. Fuck taxonomy, especially viral taxonomy. I don't even think it's just, well, never mind. I shouldn't say anything because I'm fucking retarded. I don't know. But they lean into that so heavily. He should ask him, I'm sorry, can you explain what is the difference between these two subgenuses, between MB-coviruses and SARS-CoV-viruses? Because these have like spike protein. Oh, no, they must, because it's a coronavirus. Coronaviruses are named for the spike protein because they look like clubs at the end. Meaning I'm guessing they all have trimers with S1 and S2 subunits, is my guess, with the S2 driving the fusion peptide and everything and the machinery to get my guess is they all work probably functionally identically or very close to it. They just have different tropism, right? Bind to different receptors or have different levels of infectivity. It's such a pointless, explain that more.
The three different evidence pieces related to FCS and they're all independent.
Okay, let me sharpen.
So can I? It's the first FCS in Sarbecovirus, right? So these are three different evidence pieces related to FCS and they're all independent.
Okay, let me
let him respond.
Can I bump in just briefly?
Yeah.
He said something about, I found the 15 nucleotide insert in HKU1, and I also found 12 nucleotide inserts in flu. And SAR waved those away as saying, oh, we should always find those in HKU1, and we should always find those in flu. But
influenza is a distantly related, I think, well, I don't know why I said that. I don't know the fuck influenza. Well, fuck, we can just look real quick. Influenza, Wikipedia. Where are you at? Where are you at, you cuck? Is influenza just the name for the disease? Give me the name of an flu strain. Okay, influenza viruses. Realm, riboviria, orthanavira. Oh, they're in a different phylum. Phylum? So then they branch out away from there. Fuck influenza. The HKU1, this human coronavirus, HKU1, this is the one I think that's responsible for, this is the one where they say, I think it's like 95 or 90% of like flus or whatever. Let me check real quick. Or I'm not flus, I'm sorry, colds. HKU1. It's a species of coronavirus in humans and animals. It has an upper respiratory symptoms of common cold. It can advance the first one discovered in January of 2004. That is not true. It's not this one. It might be the other one, the OC43. Human coronavirus, OC43. In fact, it's one of 7 coronaviruses known to infect humans. It is one of the viruses responsible for the common cold. It may have been responsible for the 1889 and 1898 pandemic. I thought one of these was supposed to be like... Wait, coronaviruses have a worldwide distribution causing 10 to 15% of common cold cases. Okay, my bad. I was not right on that. Okay, but you have closely related... These are closely related. 12 nucleotide, 15 nucleotide insertions show up.
In Sarbecovirus, there's no chance. Why do you conclude that? Sorry.
Like, yes. He can't answer a single why question. I want to hear him say that. Why can it show up in that virus? Why can it show up in a neighboring subgenus, but it can't show up in the Sarbecovirus? I want to hear that. I will donate $1 million trillion to Root Claim if he can give a good why response to that. Oh my God.
Also found 12 nucleotide inserts in flu. And SAR waved those away as saying, oh, we should always find those in HKU1 and we should always find those in flu. But in Sarbecovirus, there's no chance. Why do you conclude that? Sorry.
All right, so we have statistics. We know it doesn't have in any Sarbecovirus. Specifically, the HKU1 case, I think that it doesn't have in in any sarcovirus.
Well, except it has happened in a sarcovirus. It's happened in SARS-CoV-2. What? And actually, wait. He says it hasn't. Wait, hold on. Does SARS-CoV have an FCS at the S1 S2 subunit, or I'm sorry, at the S2 prime location, and it's just missing a second one, or does it have none at all? I think it has none at all, right? There's no way it has one and not two. That would be retarded, right? Where's that anthrax guy in chat? He said no. Okay, it doesn't appear there at all. Okay.
Specifically, the HKU1 case, you saw, I think the insert is, depending on, you need to look at the exact nucleotides, but I'm guessing the best alignment would just show this is SSSSS insert, and that's a pretty common duplication to happen. Insertion, it's not something that...
It was NSPSS, I think.
Yeah, but I think that's one alignment. I think we'll need to look at the nucleotides to see, but it looks...
What do you mean we need to look? You have 35 minutes left on your $100,000 debate, dog. What are you talking about?
like something that's much more likely to happen. You just have...
That's just your gut feeling, though.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe I'm wrong, and we look at it, and it's amazing insert, but first look, it just looks like a duplication of the S 5 times.
I have a question.
And, how can you... Do you even know how duplication of amino acids works? I would want to hear, he should ask him that. How does that happen?
And the flu cases you bought, you see that there are multiple inserts. So you see this area.
But we have more flus to compare across, and we only have 2 sarbecoviruses that spilled over into other animals, or maybe slightly more if you count the pangolins, so like 4 or whatever. Right. So you're saying it's a 1 out of 4 thing, and you can't compare the bad ones because it's favored against.
No, because in SARS-2 you see the whole area is very well conserved for decades. So you're looking at because in SARS-2 you see the whole area is very well conserved for decades. So you're looking at many viruses, and they're all conserved this area very, very well. Not all of them, but many conserve this area very well. And then you have just this perfect insertion. Same, nothing flanking has been changed. Everything's very few synonymous mutations on each side. That's very different. Yeah. And also, it's from a non-viral source. It's not like RRRR, right? It's not like something that would you can understand how it happens. There's no idea where this thing comes from. Where did these 12 NTs suddenly get shot into this location?
Judges?
Peter, while we're talking about this, I just want a quick question. How closely related is HKU1 to AYR 18599.1?
Yeah, idiot.
Don't know.
Because we're talking all this time about this 12 nucleotide insertion in SARS-CoV-2 compared to Banal 52, and we established earlier they're closely related.
Oh, what's the total nucleotide identity?
Right. If we're going to be making this, you made this mock theory with HKU1, and a little question of 99% similarity or 90% similarity is not a little question. We need to know.
I can look it up for you. I can pull them up on
I would want to know.
GenBank or whatever. That'd be interesting.
There's nothing deeper there. I just want to know the number.
Yeah.
Sorry, and this is again a viral. This may be my lack of viral genetics background. I don't understand what clean insert means.
True. What is a clean insert? Aren't all inserts clean inserts? Like, what is that? Are there some that are messy? Like, what's the nucleotide sequence here? We're not sure. There's some smudge over it. We can't tell if that's an R or what.
Clean insert seems to be a function of what level of sequences you've collected around it. So if you compare 2 things that are distantly related, a bunch of stuff is going to look like a clean insert. What does that mean?
Please make him answer first on the bottom right. I want to hear his answer. And I want to see if he can say it without saying statistically or modeling or complex.
This is not I'm just trying to understand when that term keeps popping up. I understand.
So the thing is, you look at the area flanking the insertion.
He just said that, right? If it's how do we know what a clean insertion is if we don't have a lot of viruses? How do we know what the areas flanking even are supposed to be? When we say areas flanking, it sounds like you are alluding to some level of long-term genetic stability that is selected against, right? That these amino acids aren't randomly mutating, or the nucleotides aren't randomly mutating.
Yeah.
And you see this is a well-conserved area with only synonymous mutations for maybe 100 nucleotides on each side. You need to look again at the alignment. So it's not an area where you're constantly having mutations, insertions, deletions. This is not a noisy area compared to the closest viruses, which are about 20 years back.
But what would an unclean insert look like? Like, what does that term mean?
So it's not the insert that is clean. It's the area. So if you see like an area which constantly has insertions, and you see the null related viruses, they all have insertions there, then that's unclean.
Okay, so it's the probability in that area. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Distinguishing features. Okay, MB covirus versus SARS covirus. Oh, cute. Okay, MB covirus doesn't bind to ACE2, right? It uses it's like HEGG. I don't remember what this binds to. OC43 sounds like an internet line. N-acetyl 9O acid, acetylneraminic acid receptor, of course. And an additional shorter spike protein characteristic, which binds to, this is what it binds to. And this is the name of the protein, the HE protein. Okay. Are the, I know that, so this is just showing this section of the genome on the structural proteins. Are the non-structural proteins like highly similar and the accessory proteins are included in the non-structural proteins? Are they all like incredibly similar and the big differences are just here on the structural proteins? Read the first paragraph. Beta coronavirus have a distinct monophyletic group, and the orthocoronavirus subfamily. Their NSP1, okay, so non-structural protein 1, is distinct in size and sequence from the alpha coronavirus NSP1. I think alpha is, I think I listed these in order. Fuck, I didn't list all four. I think MB is alpha, SARB is beta. I think MERS was delta, was D. There's 5 lists here. I don't fucking know. Okay. Alpha coronavirus SP1 has no obvious counterpart in either delta coronaviruses or gamma coronaviruses. Various sets of accessory genes are observed in different members. Several beta coronaviruses infect humans with a transmitting over fatality rate, including severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus. Similar alpha coronavirus, beta coronavirus can affect a wide range of mammals. And yo mama. Okay. Cute. Paste. Cringe.
Okay, ready for a new topic? Sorry, I wanted to ask you, I have a hard time getting to, you gave a 10% probability that the first, obviously this is speculative, 10% probability the first cluster would show up at the one on seafood market, assuming the location that shows up is unrelated to patient 0. And I have a hard time getting to that with the other numbers you've given. So assuming that the market has 50,000 unique weekly visitors, and so that an infectious person is infectious for a week, say, then given the population of Wuhan, for every one sick person to visit the market, you have 245 sick people who never once go to the market during their period of contagion. And you spent some time arguing that the market is a highly favorable location for spread, but even if it is infinitely favorable, that doesn't change the fact that other locations still sustain spread of COVID. Like, I don't think you're going to dispute that after December 2019, there was spread of COVID in locations outside of the market. Obviously, COVID can spread outside of the market. So I want to know how, if we have 245 people not visiting the market and 1 visiting the market, none of these 245 started any cases, or not started cases, started any like clusters, any events. How come we don't see any cases before it ever even sell the market?
True.
So first of all, it's important to remember that we've seen wet markets involved in other outbreaks when there's COVID-0. So we're not bringing some crazy claim here. This is something that we've seen elsewhere. So if it's 10% or 5% or 2%, it's not going to change much because
that's a lie. You shouldn't be allowed to. You should be stopped. Yeah, I don't care. Whatever. No, they're smart people. Never mind. But like that's, what do you mean we've seen this elsewhere? We've seen elsewhere where individuals have cryptically transmitted disease through a large population and it only super spreads at a wet market? I don't believe that. I don't believe him.
We're looking for 100,000, and still the evidence in the market does not look like wildlife. So it's still going to be maybe a bigger coincidence, but still the evidence doesn't support it. So you still need to accept it's a coincidence. But to your question, so you have the other people infecting around, but most of them don't infect anyone. Some of them may infect like their family, may infect people at work, at the train. And these people just go from this location, then disperse, and maybe die out, maybe infect others. It's
like what? These are huge claims. Maybe they infect a bunch of people around them, and maybe those people go, and maybe they infect people, maybe they don't. What do you mean? Then you would expect to see spread outside of the wet market.
It's a more uniform event across Wuhan, and a slower one. Okay, so it happens at a slower rate, and it's more uniform. So you're not supposed to see many clusters. You could have a super spreading event. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but when you have few people, then you have less opportunities for super spreading event. But HSM is unique in that it brings 10,000 people every day. So it brings when you.
But 10,000. But there are plenty of places in that area that brought even more than that, right? I don't think the wet market even had the most traffic, did it? But he was arguing that like the mall is a larger space or whatever, so the mall wouldn't super spread, I guess. Thank you so much for making videos. Helps focus on my job, and I just made enough of pay for my first year out of college. Not gonna lie, kind of what a daddy to Steven. Thanks, Ryan Maths. I love you, buddy.
You have 100 people infected. It brings the virus every few days in. So that's something unique. And once you combine that with the high growth rate and the persistent population, where this can grow quickly, the sick person goes to the washing room and then you have 40 infections, right? This is all very noisy stuff and it can grow very quickly. So that is why it's different. Does that answer your question?
You didn't actually prove that other places don't have 10,000 visitors. That's important. You said you don't believe the social media check-in data, but any Walmart or shopping mall in town could also have 10,000 visitors. So you're still comparing all these other places where it can go. You can't just calculate the odds that it goes to the market. You need to compare against the other ones somewhere else.
I don't think Walmarts would have 10,000, but definitely train stations. These places would definitely have 10,000. They just don't have the capacity to keep the virus in. That's all.
You can't spread in a train? Like, how much more of a fucking super spreading environment could there be? Are all the trains like open roof, open window trains in China? Maybe they are. I've just never been there before.
But you didn't prove that the growth rate is high at the market. I proved to you at the beginning of this debate that that's counterfactual to the data. It doesn't grow faster in the market.
You didn't prove. You showed some evidence that doesn't sit well with the model. I can sit and look into it and think what it is.
You can't look into it. You have 25 minutes left.
But again, I'm not claiming this model is perfect. I'm just showing how it is impossible to claim 10,000, 2,000, 100, these kind of base factors for this very noisy data that involves biology, humans, politics. There's so many things that can go wrong. I just showed an example of what kind of things could go wrong. I'm sure, 100% sure this model is not perfect. But I think that if you work on it more and more, it will eventually get there.
I'm 100% sure that 10,000 is not the exact number either. And if this were like a good debate where we were comparing real models, I'd be happy to figure out how biased the data is at all. But your current model, like you say right now, it's 1 in 10, but you didn't even put the factor of 10 in your analysis. You put a factor of 1 in your analysis. So I don't understand that.
I explained this multiple times.
So are the other 10 all markets?
No. So another one is the Russia Zoo market is a good location, and others are.
What are the other 8?
Meat processing plant could be one of these locations where we've seen it. It can also be that it won't be an.
So there's only 10 markets and meat processing plants? Why a meat processing plant, of all things?
It can be just that it's uniform. A lot of things could happen.
But we're comparing the odds of zoonosis relative to the data versus the odds of a lab leak relative to the data. And if it's zoonosis at the market, it's 100% based on the first cluster being at the market. But if it's lab leak and the first cluster is at the market, that's conditionally lower. You can't say that's 100%. And you've completely ignored the market data in your analysis.
Right. So I explained this multiple times. Do the judges understand it? Because I don't want to waste my time explaining it to people. So if the judges know why
Oh, doesn't want to waste his time talking to this retard, Peter the fucking mountain man.
Do the judges understand it? Because I don't want to waste my time explaining it to Peter. So if the judges know why I put 1x even though it's 10%, then we can just skip this.
Do you guys understand it?
Can you give me a 15-second
No
reminder?
Yeah. So you need to compare you need to choose the best explanation. Okay. So there's 2 ways to get to HSM happening. It's because the first infection is there and because the first infection is not there. If it's not there, it's 10%.
Yeah, no. He's saying that if the first infection is at the lab, or no, if the first infection is at the wet market, then that's like, what, it's only like a 1 out of 10 or whatever in favor of zoonosis. But if the first infection is at the wet market, it's actually, is he saying it's a stronger or even the same probability argument for lab leak? Like it doesn't even, the origination being at the market in his analysis doesn't even boost zoonosis at all. It's literally the exact same analysis. Like what the fuck?
Arguing that even under zoonosis, you think it did not happen at the market.
Exactly.
Yes,
Yes,
I
because the
understand
evidence,
that argument.
because the evidence within the market does not support wildlife involvement. So
Okay, I understand the argument.
Okay.
I did want to ask, but again, I don't want to take away from any more interesting questions that Will might have. I did want to ask Sarah about the model you presented in today's session. I understand, of course, that this is a qualitative thing. You're not trying to be like numerically exact. You're just trying to present a story of how this could be consistent with the data. However, I think that you're ignoring something important that significantly changes. I mean, again, it's all like, you just present a story of. I understand, of course, that this is a qualitative thing. Any more interesting questions that Will might have. I did want to ask Sarah about the model you presented in today's session.
Okay.
I understand, of course, that this is a qualitative thing. You're not trying to be like numerically exact. You're just trying to present a story of how this could be consistent with the data. However, I think that you're ignoring something important that significantly changes. I mean, again, it's all like, you adjust the numbers however you want. You can get up or down or whatever. But when we talk about how many market-linked cases there are versus how many non-market-linked cases there are, every time a transmission happens, there's a probability that it goes from having a known market link to not having a known market link because the retrospective epidemiological analysis fails to observe the link. In this way, you can have a pandemic that even if it started in the market, you have a lot of non-market linked cases just because not because they're not linked to the market, because we don't know what the linkage is. I think if you add in a probability with each transmission that a case becomes not market linked, not for some physiological reason, just because we fail to discover the link, that it becomes much harder to replicate the numbers that you're getting. So you suppose that at the market case, let's just say that market cases double twice as fast, that the exponential is twice as high at the market than outside of the market. But if we additionally say that every transmission, and I chose the number, didn't get the result I wanted. If we imagine that 1 out of 6 transmissions, you lose the link to retrospective analysis, then even if all cases are market linked, you'll get a steady state of 2/3 of cases have a known market link because the market linked cases keep growing faster and faster, but they're also constantly seeding non-market linked cases. Obviously this is hard to explain verbally, but I think you understand.
No, I understand perfectly.
Do you want to respond to that?
So 2 points here. One is because the exponent outside the market is smaller, then it's not that significant. Okay, so it seeds outside, but within weeks, what it seeded is negligible. And the other thing is we see in
It doesn't really spread. If you're not at wet markets, you're not really ever getting COVID, right?
That all the cases are concentrated in this basement with seafood, and all cases were traced to death. So of course they're not identical, and Peter has made good points about that. But just to show that it is possible to trace all cases to the market, 100% were traced.
I think I hit most of my most important questions. I don't know if, Will, you want to ask?
This is most of mine. I mean, genuinely, I think most of my remaining questions are going to require me to look very deeply and compare the things. I don't think there's anything else glaring that's sticking out to me or like where I need to clarify or understand. I presume my process at this point is just going to be going over slides, looking through the presentations, and then, making my final analysis.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking at my...
and Mojang rooms, sorry. Or Mahjong rooms and wet markets are the only places that the virus can spread.
Peter, I have a question for you. I don't expect you to know the answer, but what was...
I am the premier expert in the world, we've established.
What was WIV doing if they were not doing the diffuse research or similar research?
Name all their research. Yeah, but he was right. It might not be. That's a hard question. Yeah.
I did include slides in my first presentation where I tried to track down what Ben Hu and the other 2 researchers were doing at the time. So you can look at the papers I provided there, which the closest I can do to providing an alibi. I think Ben Hu was working on some viruses from Kenya at the time. They don't focus just on sarbecoviruses. And I did provide in my second presentation a history of all their gain of function research done at the lab, or all the experiments done at the lab, and I classified which are gain of function. So all these people are busy. All of them are publishing 4 to 8 papers per year. So there is actually not a huge room in there for them to do the secret project in the first place. That would be...
What if they started abusing amphetamines and stayed awake all night doing secret research on the secret virus backbone?
My best guess.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I can kind of pick up on where my pre-debate 3 questions were for you, Peter, and kind of understand this initial transmission event. So basically, construct for me, I mean, on the basis of reading that response, you think that it's likely that somebody is not sick, brings a animal in, there's just generally abortive transmission or kind of there's not sufficient transmission in the location, whatever farm this is on, and then they just happen to bring in one or multiple animals with harboring multiple strains, and then that transmission kicks it off. Is that right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And I hope my written explanation was pretty clear on this, because it's really the same thing with SARS, where we never found a farmer with SARS. We never found SARS cases in Yunnan. We never found SARS cases in Hubei, the two, most likely origins for the pandemic. We never found like guys driving SARS to the markets. What we found was SARS cases at the markets and the restaurants. And Reclaim.
Finally finished watching House MD. What does that show have to do with the modern political landscape again? Everything. Cuddy is Trump.
It does make a good point about like, why isn't it a restaurant? I don't actually know if there are restaurants in Wuhan that are selling civets still. That would be my guess. But if they want to provide proof that there are such restaurants, that would maybe change the odds and the base factor of my calculation.
It doesn't have to be Wuhan. It could be any restaurant anywhere.
But it has to sell a wild animal is the point. It's not just, a sizzler can't start a sarcophagus.
Okay, so that makes sense. I think the difficulty, or like the thing that it's the idea that these cases have not been identified, or like the kind of progenitor, the early pre-index cases for the pandemic have not been identified, seems like a combination of retrospectively, it would be hard to go back because you would have once the pandemic swept through everywhere, you're not going to be able to distinguish when those people got it. It seems like there's a second factor floating around in the debate, which is the idea that China doesn't want to find this answer internally. So those two I understand from your answer. The level of current sampling going on in those bat caves, the kind of what do you expect or what do you understand to be how much sequencing we're doing of potential origin locations for SARS? Basically, what I'm getting at is it is somewhat odd to me that we have not found the progenitor or a closer progenitor, but it's not.
Is that really that odd? I mean, damn, what are the chances, dog? There's a lot of viruses in there.
Totally unreasonable for all the arguments we've given. So can you speculate about what's going on there?
Oh, so I mean, the closest virus they ever found for SARS was 96% similar, the bat virus. And the closest one we found for COVID is 96.8% similar. So we're actually doing better with SARS-2 than SARS-1. Also, we can't really sample in China anymore for political reasons. So that closest one was in Laos. I assume if you could sample in Hubei, Yunnan, wherever the right caves are, you would have a chance of finding a better one.
I don't know if it's Trump's
They
fault.
could have solved this in 2020 during zero COVID for sure, with they could have talked to the traders. They could have done antibody testing at the market. They could have gone back to more farms. They could have done antibody testing at those farms. Could you solve it today? I'm not super optimistic, especially now that COVID's gone through China and everybody's going to have antibodies.
Okay, so that all makes sense. But I thought even in the SARS case, it was one cave had been found that contained all of the pieces, like not in the same virus, but I mean this was based on TWIV episode.
There's the recombinant ancestors is another thing where you can say we didn't find the 96%, but if you combine these bad ancestors, you get something closer. And the recombinant for both COVID and SARS is 99%. That's in my week 1 slides. I'll provide a link to that. So it's similarly, I think maybe with SARS, the recombinant pieces you would use would be more co-localized. And in SARS-2, they might be slightly more spread out across Laos and Yunnan. So it might not be a single cave. But also they did that 5-year-long project in that single cave, which is probably why you have those pieces. And another thing is, sorry, I'll let you click my time. SAR keeps saying, we're not going to find COVID on the other side of town because the hospitals can't find it. I think that's not true. I think that's just something that Guy Deminov made up. But because it wasn't this early warning system that found the cases, it was actually the people like Ying Xingjian that found these cases that look like SARS. But even if you did think that was true, that case is so much more true in rural China because that farmer's not going to go to a hospital at all. They're not going to meet anyone that has SARS experience. There's just zero chance they're going to get recorded. So it didn't happen with SARS and it didn't happen with COVID. And even it didn't happen with the Hong Kong hamster shop. I thought that was an interesting paper where you had the 2 spillovers from the same shop. And the first cases recorded are in Hong Kong, not in the warehouse for the hamsters. Could be more, not recorded.
Okay, I do not have any other pressing questions prior to some more deep dive.
Another, speaking to the narcissism, SARS can't possibly have thought he had a good showing in the first 3 videos. But it feels like he didn't prepare much more for these 3 videos. Does SAR really think he's ahead right now? I guess I'm cheating because I know the outcome of the debate, but I would have expected him to come with way more ammunition to this.
Dives. Eric?
I'd be happy to add 5 minutes if people want to give closing remarks. If they don't, that's also fine.
Sure, I'll do. Do you have a closing remark, SAR?
I don't think I need more than a minute. Let me just check if there's anything big I didn't say.
Fuck. I'm back.
Okay, I can use 5 minutes. We'll do
Do you want to go first right now?
Huh?
Do you want to go first right now?
I prefer to go last, you know.
Obviously.
But I'll do it. It's fine. Maybe I'll leave maybe just 30 seconds if there's something big that you say and I didn't.
Okay. Or whatever. We can do the other way. I'm not.
I should flip a coin for it, I think.
Trying to.
But
Peter went first in the.
We can do a coin flip.
Okay, so that's what I want to make is to help you focus on what's important and how do you assess probabilities when there's so much information. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to look at something about contradictory.
Oh my God. More Gayesian fucking analysis. Please get me out of this fucking world. Bayes.
High base factors. This is something that's not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to have two hypotheses with, say, over 100x base factor. Now let's look at an example. Suppose you have two hypotheses. One is that the die is biased to 6%. The other is that the die is biased to 1, 50%. So, for example, if you throw a 6 5 times in a row, that's a 1 in 32 event under H1 and the 1 in 100,000 under H2. Okay, so that's the ratio between them is the base factor for 6 5 times in a row. So that means it's very unlikely to have reliable reports, of 5 1s in a row and 5 6s in a row. Okay, it's because that means 2 events of 1 of 100,000 have somehow happened. It's not supposed to happen. And this is something that is a major point in the way that Peter presented probabilities. He got to this 1e25. That doesn't happen in real probabilistic analysis. It's impossible to get to these numbers. So you don't have these kind of coincidences. So that's the main point. Now, let's think that what happened. Suppose you have this evidence. One is you have a clear, reliable video of someone throwing 5 1s in a row. And then you have a testimony that says, my friend told me he rolled 8 6s in a row. Okay? Now, the letter is claiming a much higher p-value, right? It's claiming a 1 in 100 million p-value. But we need to choose the best explanation. The best explanation is that your friend just misinterpreted or lied. So the situation where you have a high base factor for the wrong hypothesis is either because you did a lot of comparisons, so maybe you threw the dice 100 million times and you got there, but for 100x you did hundreds of files, or it's not reliable. In our case, what we have is there is reliable, strong lab leak evidence, but it's not a change. It's not, we understand it very well. And all the zoonosis evidence, strong evidence, is based on all this complex modeling, which has sharpshooter fallacies, garbage in, garbage out, manipulated data, allowing mistakes. So if I need to summarize all my cases to one sentence, you can sit after this and build your models and look into how many cases were at October and if it started or it goes smoothly and uniformly. You can do that. And then at the day, you need to look at 2 things. You need to, for zoonosis to be correct, you need to explain why this is happening in Wuhan. In this lab that is probably doing exactly the work that would result in SARS-2 with all these features. That coronavirus with the ACE2 method and everything. And then it has this clean 12-minute insert exactly in FCS, which is exactly what these people are working on, with the non-virus salt, with CGG, right? And you have no other spillovers anywhere in the world. You don't have any phylogenetic evidence that there have been multiple evidence. Maybe you have 1 and 2 nucleotides apart, maybe in the same location at the same time. But we look at MERS, we look at SARS-1, we look at the Mink reinfection, we look at HIV. All we have is lots of spillovers, 10, 20, 50 spillovers, dozens of nucleotides apart, large genetic diversity. We don't have that here. We don't have the intermediate source. That's what you need for zoonosis to be correct. You need to explain these things which are very hard to explain. For that to be correct, all you need to assume is that people were people. They did bad modeling, they manipulated data, they did the mistakes in the codes. That's all that needs to happen. That is guaranteed to happen given the politics, given how people work, given all the interest around this. It's just guaranteed to happen. And I leave my 30 seconds for the end. Go.
Sorry, let me yield the screen, please. All right. Yeah, so I guess respond to a few of those things that just Ruclaim keeps saying they always came up with the best explanation for everything, and most of their best explanations are not actually the best explanation. Like the double CGG, the best explanation is that is favored based on the protein folding, and that would evolve towards that. They ignored that. Like the best explanation for why we don't have an affected positive wildlife trader is because that's a 95% chance that you miss the average COVID case, and also that person.
Wait, does protein fold based on the amino acids or based on the nucleotide sequence? I'm just curious about that. Like, will the exact same amino acid fold in the exact same way, even if it uses a different sequence of nucleotides, or does it fold differently? It's just in the amino acids.
So, positive wildlife trader is because that's a 95 toward that. Like the best explanation for why we don't have an infected, positive wildlife trader is because that's a 95% chance that you miss the average COVID case, and also that person doesn't have an incentive to admit that they're patient zero. The best explanation for no tested animals is simply the fact that they did not test any live animals. And if you put probabilities on those things, they would be in the 90+% range. The best explanation for the pandemic, I mean, it's like Wuhan's bigger than New York City, and imagine that New York City had 4 exotic pet shops, and this brand new virus, bringing viruses in or bringing animals in from Africa or some exotic place, and you have a brand new virus that starts at one of those pet shops, and the first 12 people are there, and then all the cases radiate out from there. This is in Manhattan, and then somebody makes a theory blaming a lab in Queens, saying it's got to be the lab. I mean, that's pretty simple. All you need to do is have nature, have millions of viruses, and they all mutate. I agree with Sarah. You're probably overwhelmed and confused at this point because you've heard so many different theories during this. I think that's kind of the point of the lab leak theory. It's not designed to be consistent. It's designed to be confusing in a political sense. This was started by Steve Bannon. His media tactic is called flood the zone with shit. It's not about persuasion. It's about disorientation. This is not top-down conspiracy from him. Like I talked about with modern misorientation movement or misinformation movements, it's about these amateurs who work as a community to come up with the theories. And then these are used to confuse the public. It's the same with election results. It's the same with vaccines. It's the same with climate change. And I think the judges should cut through the noise and see what's going on here. The lab leak side can't even stick to their argument, even during the debate. Their hard evidence is just, it has a foreign cleavage site, and I don't think that overwhelms the other evidence. They've declared all the official data is either fake or biased. They've retreated to a tabloid story. They think that's 100% true, but all the WHO data is 100% false. And I mean, there's still some uncertainty on the origin of COVID, but there's always going to be some uncertainty. And if we let the noise win, it's actually going to harm our ability to prevent the next pandemic. At some point, if the natural origin side wins here, I suspect the lab leak people will just try to ignore this debate. If the lab leak side wins, they'll say the lab leak theory is proven true. You just have to watch 20 hours of complicated discussion to understand why. That's like when they tell you to read the Christian Anderson Slack messages, which are way more complicated. I think there's a risk here because I'm putting more averse for science than I could possibly gain, but I'm an optimist. I think lab leak will win its day, or natural origin will win its day in court. I think it's really important to have the right answer here. This could influence elections. I mean, lab leak.
It's also funny too if you think about it. If you really think about it, you're not just retarded, right? If lab leak was true, in my opinion, it would be an even stronger argument to do gain of function research, right? Like imagine the worst claim. Well, not the worst, I guess, because the worst is the U.S. through Fauci did it or whatever. But imagine like one of the worst lab leak claims are true, that China did gain of function research to create a bioweapon to send to the United States to fuck us over, right? Well, wouldn't we want to be doing that research in the United States to know what kind of bioweapon they were going to make to send at us, right? Like if you say like gain of function research is bad because it could have a harmful effect, isn't that kind of the same as saying like it would be bad to research nuclear weapons because we could accidentally blow a nuke up in the United States or something? Like, wouldn't you want to know what your enemies are developing? How would you even have that information if you weren't doing that research as well, stateside? But even if we assumed like the worst lab leak hypothesis or one of them, which was like bioweapon intentionally created and then leaked, even if we assume that's true, it's still not even an argument, in my opinion, against gain of function research.
Safety is important, but damaging our relationship with China will actually reduce biosafety because we don't know what they're doing anymore. We can't do these sampling trips to China anymore that we need to understand viral diversity. We've got this witch hunt to look for the scientists who created COVID, but we're not actually doing anything to regulate the wildlife trade. And the next pandemic could be H5N1 on a mink farm. It could be another SARS-CoV-3. China's not doing anything because they think it's an American lab that made the virus. So that's going to be another 20 million people dead because we're focused on the scientists when we should actually be focused on the real problem. Like these are the safety practices of the Wuhan lab versus the safety practices of the South China, the Huanan market. They're standing in pools of blood, and
wildlife handling is done at BSL 0. True.
Taking no precautions. Wildlife handling is done at BSL 0 with millions of animals. They have viruses. Many can potentially jump species. And if we ignore this, and the only way, these millions of species can mutate at any time. All we have to assume is that evolution over millions and millions of viruses eventually figured out one way to create a foreign cleavage site. And we need to understand that this is how viruses work and make the changes to prevent the next pandemic. That's what I got. Yield.
Sorry, would you like to use your last 29 seconds?
Yeah, sure. So people are saying that probabilistic analysis is not the only way, that has some weaknesses, but basically the only alternative he's offering is looking who's wearing lab coats and who has weird ideas. I don't think that's much better. I think probabilistic analysis is the way to evaluate something this complex. Analysis is not.
Sorry, would you like to use your last 29 seconds?
Yeah, sure. So people are saying that probabilistic analysis is not the only way, that has some weaknesses, but basically the only alternative he's offering is looking who's wearing lab coats and who has weird ideas. I don't think that's much better. I think probabilistic analysis is the way to evaluate something this complex, and I think we did it well and got a very accurate result. He showed the BSL-4 WIV. The problem is this is BSL-2, so it's likely to cause it. He didn't explain why Wuhan, just said it's a coincidence like New York. Okay, so everything stands.
Why Wuhan it's a 1.5 to 5% chance, and if it was any other city, you'd make a similar theory because that's what people do. In China, they think it's Fort Detrick, and that's half of China. So there's hundreds of millions of people that think that's true, and probably somebody there is doing a Bayesian analysis, and they're just as convinced as you are.
Maybe.
Okay, well, that concludes. I think you both did an incredible job. This is certainly a public service, obviously done in the pursuit of, glory and riches. But, it's incredible to see people put this much effort into something like this and to come up with such cogent analysis. So I don't think, I'm extremely impressed. I have a lot of work ahead of me. I feel privileged to get to participate in this. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Jeez, what an ending. House! Okay.
Innovation, entrepreneur. What separates our game from the game played elsewhere is innovation, entrepreneurialism, more patents, more engineers, more researchers, more Nobel laureates in my state than any other damn state, more Fortune 500 companies in my state than any other state. Look that up, because I know people are rolling their eyes and saying, no, it's Texas. You're wrong.
It's true. I looked it up.
And we're, by the way, a donor state. We provided $83.1 billion more than we received from the federal government. Texas took $71.1 billion. I'm not saying that to bash Texas.
Damn.
But you know what? Pretty proud of my goddamn state.
I saw that
above
too.
our weight, man. But AI.
Can you repeat those numbers?
$83.1 billion. We provided more to the federal government than we received in the same year that Texas received $71.1 billion more than they provided to the federal
So you're
government.
net positive.
Net positive. 9 out of 10 of the donor states are Trump states, and I don't mean that pejoratively Trump. 7 of the 10 are Republican states, but 9 out of the 10 dependent states, welfare states are.
He misspoke there, right? Or did I misunderstand?
So you're net positive.
Net positive. 9 out of 10 of the donor states are Trump states. And I don't mean that pejoratively Trump.
He means
7 of the 10 are Republican states, but 9 out of the 10 dependent states, welfare states, are Trump states. The donor states disproportionately the blue states. 71% of the country's GDP comes from blue counties. These same crack up counties with all these crazy liberals that can't get out of their own goddamn way and the world's come to an end. It's 71% of the economy of the goddamn country, man.
House. Okay, I'm just gonna do this and then I'll be back tomorrow. I need to just lose this cough. This cough is making me crazy. Sporty. Jolly, ice, ginger, baby, powder, compact, scary, fast, flounders, Mr. Sky, Beld, Sleek, Aboot, Abbott, and Roy. Are these Spice Girls? I don't even. Oh, Scary, Ginger, Ice Spice. Is that a Spice Girl? Jolly Spice, Baby Spice. I don't know their names. Sporty Spice and Ice Spice, maybe. Scary. I don't know why. Maybe Ginger Spice. Is that even a Spice Girl? I don't know why we'd even think that. I don't know why I'm even thinking Spice Girls at all. That's, never mind. Descriptions for cars? Sports car. But I feel like these sound like some fucking British shit, and I don't know, like Streets, Abbott, or like Sites, or fuck. I don't even know what I'm proxying here. Beld, Flounders, Abbott, Roy. This sounds like some British shit. I don't know what the fuck it is. Fuck. I don't know. Get me out of here. Shades of blue? Powder blue? I don't fucking know that. What? Words before Roger. Or Rogers? Ginger Roger? Jolly Roger? Mr. Rogers and Roy Rogers? Okay. And then Disney animated characters plus a letter. A boo? Bell, Flounder, and Scar? Oh my god. Get me the fuck out of here. Do a ChatGPT test about immunology? Immunology is complicated, bro. I learned about SARS-CoV-2. Can you create a 10-question multiple choice quiz about SARS-CoV-2 that an advanced level academic scientist researcher should be able to pass? Can you present the questions one at a time and hide the answer until I answer? We can do all of these. Really? Okay, I haven't memorized every single NSP. Which non-structural protein of SARS-CoV-2 is primarily responsible for the proofreading functions during viral RNA replication? I don't know which one it is. I'm gonna say maybe an earlier one. Let's go with A. Fuck me. Of course, it's NSP 14. The SARS-CoV-2, we read about this one a million times. Protein undergoes cleavage at two key sites that are critical for cell entry. One of these is the S1, S2 cleavage site. What is the second cleavage site called? We all know this. S2 prime. Which of the following best describes the primary function of... Okay, I don't know what every single protein does. Open reading frame 8 in the SARS-CoV-2 pathogenesis. We should have memorized the genome. It's not structural component. Or invariant assembly. Oh, maybe it is. I don't know. Replication fidelity. I'm gonna go with A, I guess. Okay, well, fuck me. Which mutation in the spike protein became globally dominant in 2020? It's either B or C. I'm pretty sure it's B though. C was a popular one too. Which domain of the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein is responsible for binding to the ACE2 receptor? The receptor binding domain! Which of the following best describes the function of the SARS-CoV-2 accessory protein? ORF3A. Genome packaging. I don't know. Bro. Which viral protein serves as the RNA-dependent RNA polymers, RDRP, and SARS-CoV-2? I don't have all of these memorized. That's what this quiz is. It's just memorizing every single non-structural protein. Can we guess based on the earlier question? I'm literally shooting in the dark. B? Yes! Just kidding, I had that memorized. Which structural features distinguish SARS-CoV-2 from SARS-CoV in terms of spike protein activation and may contribute to its enhanced transmissibility? Morphurins. Which host sensor primarily detects SARS-CoV-2 RNA in the cytoplasm and triggers interferon responses. Holy shit. Host sensor. I have no clue. Nod sounds cool. Fuck me. Which of the following best describes the mechanism of action of the antiviral drug remdesivir? My guess is always going to be some kind of inhibition, I guess. Fuck it. Let's go with A. I knew that. Chain termination, obviously. Damn, what would we get? A 50%? We suck. We wasted weeks on this. Okay, be careful. I love you. I'll be back tomorrow with no cough at all. Yeah, lably confirmed.